This is pleasant is a judgment of experience like any other, and judgments of value must not be set in opposition to judgments of experience, since every value judgment is empirical judgment. This view has been denied again and again in some quarters. 33. A modern proponent of theoretical economics says explicitly, it is not difficult to see that the concepts of the desirable, the normative, however they may be defined, gravitate towards metaphysics. 34. When I say, I feel pleasure when as few people as possible are unhappy, and I am glad about a restriction of competition, because this reduces misery, I have asserted a value judgment about a value judgment, but there is nothing metaphysical in that. Whether I have a feeling of pain because of the social order or a toothache comes to the same thing. At first one may think that one has misunderstood the writers who oppose this view, but then they offer as a particularly banal example that 283. 284. Some scholars consider the division of labor conducive for technological progress but not for personal development. This complex of assertions, however, satisfies all requirements of scientific rigor, one should think. One can describe these relations as functions, letting X stand for the degree of division of labor, Y for technological progress, Z for the personal development, Fy and Fz. It remains to introduce some scale, as many theorists of value do in their domain, and then diagrams can describe the state of affairs. Y. X. F equals YZ. X. F equals Z. Figure 1. Besides the ought and judgments of value, teleological judgments play a major role. These have been coordinated to the causal judgments and both assigned a distinctive form of analysis, even though judgments of utility obviously contain two parts. 1a is the cause of b. 2b is the desired result. If this is the way things stand, one says that a is a rational means for achieving b. It is incomprehensible why these two judgments should stand in opposition to the assertions of science. Neither is there talk of a twofold way of looking at the same complex. A separate role is only played by assertions of the form, given a, b and c, it follows by pure logic that d. The founding fathers of political economy examined again and again how poverty and wealth are related to the mechanism of goods transfers, whether perhaps the reason why there is so much pain is to be found in the rules that we follow in exchanging goods, and not in their actual scarcity. They came to recognize as the goal of their discipline the investigation of systems of relations as to their capacity of causing pleasure or pain. For them it was a proper question to ask, how is poverty, i.e. pain, and wealth, i.e. pleasure, related to the system of goods transfers? 35. Wundt perceives the main flaw of liberal economics to consist only in its method of deriving a satisfactory state of economic equilibrium from a number of equally abstract conditions and neglecting others. Above I tried to show that the reasons why the exact theory of free competition is unable to describe economic history or break new ground are not of an external nature, but are principled ones. Instead of comparing several systems with each other, only different states of a single system are being compared. Wundt does not succeed in demonstrating the internal and necessary relations between the historical accounts of economic conditions and economic theory. He does not adequately emphasize that historical experiences have made possible abstract theory and that it was only at a later date that theory developed seemingly independently of experience. The history of economic systems relates to abstract political economy in a similar way as meteorology does to theoretical physics. There are many facts that theoretical physics can predict using only little experience. On the other hand, theories are established only after observing the facts. Theoretical economics can help to reveal the causal connections in a historical account by pointing out that from certain laws in the transfer of goods certain distributions of wealth can be derived, provided there are no other restrictions. Historical research, supported by psychology, ethnology etc. provides the information about laws, customs etc. that condition the system of transfer of goods. As long as theoretical economics remains as limited as it has been till now, it will continue to receive abundant stimuli from economic history. Theory is gradually beginning to assemble new complexes by combining the elements of experience, as e.g. Knapp has done with some success for possible kinds of money. Yet our constructions are still so primitive and timid that economic history will hold surprises for a long time to come. The question whether there are generally valid laws of economic development is only distantly related to these problems. Wundt decides this question in advance by calling it the main task of historical economics to find these laws. I am far from denying that many analogies or even far-reaching parallels can hold between different periods. But historical economics does not stand or fall with these laws of economic. 285. 286. Development. It would be enough if every individual complex were derivable from a limited number of laws that describe the linkages of the elements. This does not require there to be a law that regulates the succession of the complexes. This touches on a highly controversial question of modern philosophy of history, which we cannot pursue here. One of the most significant problems of economics still today is what role abstract theory is to play in it. Historical research, by contrast, contains much fewer problematic elements, perhaps it will also experience less original changes. We saw that it is possible to leave measurable quantities behind and yet do exact science. Since in political economy we are able to symbolically represent systems of organizations, it might also be possible that other branches of the so-called social sciences are amenable to exact treatment. This would be a large step towards the creation of a universal science. It is a major task to render the whole order of life as transparent as possible and to reduce as many relations as possible to simpler ones. As undoubtedly one will not be able to proceed step by step, often one will have to try to apply an entire system of relations at once. Similarly in physics, theories are not accepted one after the other, gradually enlarging past achievements, but often the entire system is cast into doubt. The biggest difficulty consists in isolating the separate investigations as far as possible without losing perspective on the other contexts. One has to be aware at all times whether it is appropriate to retain the entire system of the theory and account for some fact by auxiliary hypotheses, or whether it is more appropriate to rearrange the entire system. This is not always strictly adhered to. All too often the separate sciences forget the larger contexts and go beyond their field of competence by drawing conclusions about the whole state and the entire social order from a small number of premises that had been established for just a few problems. On the other hand, it is not rare that in discussing a certain concrete context absolutely vital circumstances are not examined and that instead general ideas are invoked in some vague way. This phenomenon is not only observable in political economy but also, for instance, in probability theory, occasionally in biology and in other places too. It lies in the nature of things that we require more general philosophical ideas when we investigate reality through research in the social sciences. Whenever general ideas are used unnecessarily in the examination of an individual relation, either by way of analogy, or otherwise, the reason will probably be found in the youth and lack of development of our science. 36. The future of research in all the sciences, not just the social sciences, will increasingly lead to an ever better clarification of the interrelations of scientific thought. The division into separate sciences will no longer bring about an isolation of the researchers, but a more general comprehensive discipline will establish the common principles and thus promote the appreciation that science is a unity. The individual will then easily be able to get an overview of the entire system of the sciences, whereas until now he faces chaos. What is common to all the sciences will become amenable to a precise articulation and so enable the organization of scientific work as well. Today we have reached the point that there can be an enormous amount of specialized work on an area, but no one having an overall view of it. Although this is called division of labor, one should really call it separation of labor, since one speaks of division of labor only if a whole is being created by the combined efforts of many. Yet only very few people perceive the whole of contemporary science, indeed of a single discipline. All specialist research has significance by being one part of overall research and then being linked to others. In order to set up these links there has to be cooperation, just as Cohn suggested, but maybe in a different way than he thought. In particular, it would be desirable to have the cooperation of several scholars under integrated leadership. It is not a collection of specialist work that yields a whole, but collective work of many. A series of outstanding compendia such as Helmets Weltgeschichte or Kultur der Gegenwart, edited by Hinneberg, for instance, are intended to present an overview of history and culture for the layman. Would this be possible if none of the collaborators were able to achieve an overall picture? All too often no one surveys the whole. It is only noticed how different writers often treat the same phenomenon, how what someone else started is not being continued, how link elements are missing. Besides their specialist works, major scientists ought to publish overviews in larger numbers than at present. Much could be achieved if commentaries were written about comprehensive works, as was common practice in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. If one cultivated this custom systematically, it would at least become possible for the specialist to supplement and correct the generalist. In such a cooperation we can see a division of labor. Much can 287. 288. Also be expected of individual researchers seeking connections beyond the boundaries of their special subjects, with others coming to meet them. This common endeavor is also furthered by those men who, like Jevons, Pearson, Enriquez, examine the foundations of the sciences in general. 37. The whole of this movement will save us from the dangers of the separation of labor and lead to a genuine and thriving division of labor, one that lets everyone share the greatest achievements of the human mind. Once again, the world would again present itself to us as a whole. When the history of this remarkable movement will be written, also his name will be mentioned and honored, Wilhelm Wundt. 8. Interventions in discussions of the Social Policy Association. Remarks on the productivity of money *. I should like to make a few comments on the issue of productivity. If this leads me to touch on the topic of monetary value with a few sentences, it is because I want to raise the question of the productivity of money. The concept of productivity has a noteworthy history. It initially derived from the old liberal school and was delimited in various ways. The discussion has shown that we are still owed a satisfactory reconstruction and a sufficiently precise formulation of the concept. It could even be doubted whether this concept should continue to be used in science at all. The most important modification was initiated by the older movement for protective tariffs, especially by the doctrine of the productive forces. This doctrine, the significance of which was not fully grasped at the time of its appearance, puts the satisfaction of needs of every kind into the focus of attention, in particular the secure satisfaction of needs. Security needs were to be taken into account just as much as the current money earnings and the need satisfaction thus made possible. Income was of central concern. The majority of the preceding speakers have also expressed themselves along these lines. This is surely an indication that the idea forwarded by the older German movement for protective tariffs has a full claim today to consideration and even further development. We must ask whether the narrow delimitation of the concept of income, which still characterizes even its more wider versions, allows for a successful treatment of the complex of questions thus touched. 292. A number of the preceding contributions to the discussion concern the question of how the total situation of a group of people is conceived of. When talking of the total situation of a person, we must consider that many factors are significant for choosing a profession, a place of residence, even such factors as the opportunity for artistic or religious satisfaction. If we were to restrict ourselves to the original conception of pure monetary income, we would certainly let the choice of a profession depend on the magnitude of monetary income. Some political economists thus tried quite early to abandon this conception, without, however, having precisely formulated the wider conception. The question is, example, to what extent concepts like professional reputation should be reckoned as part of the income. Once it was counted as a part of the income even by strict adherents of the school of economic liberalism, but later this extension was again abandoned. It should be emphasized that particularly professional reputation does play a decisive role in the choice of occupation, often more so than the monetary income. Since the old concept of income has been challenged anyway, which was connected with the traditional view of monetary income, it should be possible to refashion the concept of income still further. But will it then be possible to have a calculus? Suppose a civil servant has the choice between two places of residence, A and B. In A, he receives a larger quantity of food and accommodation, in B on the other hand a larger quantity of honor. Is it possible to have a calculus such that it summarizes for us food and accommodation as one magnitude, and honor as another? Impossible. We are not able to compute such a complex, containing both pleasure and pain, by first separately establishing the magnitude of pleasure, then the magnitude of pain and finally doing the sum. On the contrary, we can only look at such a complex as a whole. Therefore the conversion into money is of no help in this case. It does not matter how we perform it, whether we base it on averaging or proceed in some other way. In the end we have to consider a complex of pleasure and pain as a whole, if we want to characterize the entire situation of a person. The situation is the same if we want to describe the order of life of a people, or of a temporal period, in order to infer from that its favorable or unfavorable conditions. Again we have to look at the entire situation. Here and at many other points as well, the calculus of value reaches its limits, because the value of a sum of goods. 293. 294. Is not derivable from the sum of the values of the individual goods. Indeed the question may be raised whether it is possible at all to ascertain the value of individual objects in social life without looking at the social life in its entirety at the same time, that is, whether all goods might not be complementary. If this were the case, it would be impossible to capture the individual phenomenon by a separate calculation, independently of whether one uses monetary calculation or any other kind of calculus. It would lead too far if I were to discuss the problem of value any further here, but a few other issues remain to be dealt with. One question is whether the conversion of income into monetary terms, and conversely the derivation of real income from the monetary income, might be advantageous in at least some indirect sense. Only if index numbers are not being used, they give rise to many problems. Until now these difficulties have been examined mainly in actuarial sciences, less so in the domain of political economy. If we want to compare the orders of life of two nations with each other, we cannot describe them as the sum of some elementary constituents and compare these individually. We cannot reach a sum by saying, more meat is eaten in the one country, fewer clothes are worn in the other. Neither do we compare the artistic achievements of architecture so as to say, this hall is more functional than that one, but less beautiful. Let us add up advantages and disadvantages. In comparing two works of art we look at the one as a whole and look at the other as a whole. Nowadays the total situation is receiving more and more attention in addition to the monetary income, thus the disutility of work, for instance, is perceived as cost in the original sense. Also the concept of aggregate income is being extended and the concept of life in its entirety is put at the center of discussion. This is a major point on the agenda of the historical school. One of its founders stated pointedly at the time that the life of a nation is a whole, the manifestations of which are intimately connected. Several speakers have drawn too sharp a contrast between some new conceptions and the older view. As long as the state of science can be surveyed, it is not too difficult to connect these new views to the old ones and so maintain the important continuity of scientific development. Although it is not sufficient for an understanding of a totality to look at the complex bit by bit, one need not dismiss investigations of 295. The causal connection between the individual elements. This is not a question of either or. The history of science shows that the development was different. The investigation of the individual parts was undertaken with a view to the whole. The exploration of the entire complex was only possible by building on the relatively independent specialist research. This mutual supplementation of the investigation of the whole of life and its parts is not at all contradictory. In the discussion of the productivity of different institutions I felt one to be missing, which was considered in a different context, money. The productivity of the monetary system was not addressed, it was only noted that money serves as means of measurement of productivity. But it has not been pointed out that the monetary system itself is part of the production process. In any case, I would like to point out that it is a strange measuring instrument that has the characteristic of influencing the production process itself. The investigation of the productivity of money could claim at least as much attention as the investigation of the productivity of industry, of agriculture, or the measurement of productivity by money. In what way can it be established, then, whether a certain monetary organization is more productive, more useful than another? For comparison we can adduce cases provided by history. We can also consider theoretically possible cases, though it has to be realized that theoretical economics has not yet come close to exhausting the cases given by history. In just the same way as an engineer is allowed to investigate possible machines, not just those of the past and the present, one could examine systems of monetary organization, independently of whether they have ever existed or not. The limiting cases have hardly begun to be explored theoretically. If in summary we speak of a monetary system in the most general sense where qualitatively undetermined expectations of goods, measured in units are transferred, then the most extreme case of monetary organization we can pick out is money not having a face value corresponding to its constituent metals. But this is still not the most extreme type of goods transfer possible. We can also imagine, on the basis of our economic order, an exchange in kind, facilitated by an in-kind clearing bank. There have been some banks of this broad type in ancient Egypt, about the bureaucracy of which we heard some unflattering remarks today. 296. Scientific inquiry appears to return to old ways by considering the entire order of life as a whole. The question of the productivity of monetary organization or of the clearing system in general are thus granted full legitimacy besides other questions. Most of the discussions of this conference concerned productivity within a given institution, but not productivity as an institution itself. On the role of moral value judgments in economic science *1. In the following it shall be assumed of every moral evaluation that it is based on the experience of some form of pleasure or pain that we feel about human actions or institutions. 2. By political economy we shall understand a science that investigates wealth in its dependence on human actions or institutions. 3. By wealth we shall understand an amount of pleasure and pain in an individual or a group of individuals. 4. This demarcation of wealth approximately coincides with the concept of real income, or of happiness in its widest sense. 5. In political economy, it is possible to disregard all concrete manifestations of pleasure or pain and consider pleasure and pain as such, for instance, in trying to establish how the pleasure and pain of a group of individuals depends on the different ways of price formation. 6. In concrete economic investigations, all kinds of pleasure and pain may be taken into account, or just some specific ones, such as the pleasure and pain caused by food, clothing, and accommodation and the lack thereof. 7. Moral judgments can come into contact with the discipline of political economy at 2 points, in the investigation of concrete relations of pleasure or pain. The pleasure or pain resulting from some individual's moral evaluation is coordinated to the pleasure or pain which is caused by clothing, food, accommodation, works of art, etc. In the evaluation of a concrete or general system of institutions, which causes pleasure or pain, I can state, for instance, that some order of things conditioned by a certain institution and causing a particular distribution of wealth is of lower moral value for me than some other order of things. In this case what is evaluated morally is the order of things, whereas in the first case the moral evaluation itself was part of this order. 298. 8. Moral evaluation can be considered as a manifestation of pleasure and pain in every concrete investigation, for instance by also taking account of the moral indignation caused by servitude in some region, besides taking account of the lack of food that comes with servitude in that region. 9. The moral evaluation of systems of wealth distribution, say the free market or some other system, is amenable to a scientific formulation once one has agreed on the principle serving as basis for the moral evaluation. One can raise the question, which of the systems A, B, C, N, accords best with the principle X? Whether it is always possible to find an answer, or always a unique answer, cannot be examined here. 10 moral judgments about systems of wealth distribution, i.e. systems of pleasure and pain conditioned by certain institutions, need not be reducible to utilitarian principles. It is conceivable, for instance, that someone would not judge as most moral that system which produces a maximum of total happiness, but that system which in one particular individual produces the very maximum of happiness that could be produced by any of the systems at issue. 11. The scientific character of the discipline of political economy is not impaired at all, whether one takes account of the moral evaluations as pleasure and pain or whether one makes a moral evaluation of the institutions that cause pleasure and pain. Political economy is being ethicized by this just as little as chemistry is being hygienized by attempts to make an hygienic assessment of certain chemical compounds. 9. Economics in kind, calculation in kind and their relation to war economics. 1. The changes which the whole of our order has undergone have led to a more general interest in the science of war economics. As valuable as the larger part of this literature may be, dealing with economic, political, and sociological issues, little has been done until now for the theoretical comprehension of war economics. Its origin has been described in detail and its significance for the whole population has been discussed in more than one respect. But only a firm grasp of the theoretical underpinnings can secure a sufficient future use of the knowledge already acquired. The most remarkable details will be lost and the most significant changes forgotten, unless some general empirical principles of a theoretical nature can be firmly established. History shows only too well the significant effects which theories can have due to their influence on general opinion through the concise formulations of their main claims. It is most certainly remarkable that still during the War of 1870-71 in Western Switzerland the wisdom of the bureaucracy was praised which, except for fixing the value of the sovereign, allowed for spontaneous recovery from the crisis, and thus saved the country from immeasurable misfortune. 2. Yet the economic conditions of that time were not all that different from the conditions before the World War and so do not explain the difference of view between then and now. At the time, of course, classical liberalism ruled uncontested, and even today it still influences many more people than is generally supposed. The extent of this liberal influence is due not so much to its descriptions of states of affairs, or to its summary thoughts on the essence of the economic order, but rather to its abstract theory, the results of which were recognized widely. 299. 300. It would be of considerable practical interest for the science of war economics to receive a theoretical elaboration. Of course, theoretical war economics could not differ from economic theory generally, if the latter were already entirely developed in all its parts, but it is not. Many questions which concern war economics were neglected, since economic theory, often without being aware of it, only examined a very narrow group of types of peace economies, rather than all types of possible economic orders, among which the present war economy would also be found in its general outline. War economics in fact relates to theoretical economics just as agricultural chemistry relates to chemistry. Agricultural is just as little a chemical concept as war is an economic one. The question is, now, why the theoretical development of war economics has been so long delayed. Several reasons are involved. One commonly reproaches theory for being untrue to reality. Economic theory generally faces the opposite reproach, that it sticks too closely to a specific type of reality, and thus lost the ability to adapt to more substantial changes. If economic theory had liberated itself further from reality, a system of possible forms of economic orders would have been developed, as I already emphasized, in which the actual cases are contained as special ones. The theoretical basis could have been so general that every new reality would already have been contained in it or would have been subsumable under general considerations. Conventional economic theory mostly stands in too rigid a connection to monetary economics and has until now almost entirely neglected the in-kind economy. However, our present war economy already is an in-kind economy to a considerable extent, or at least a monetary economy based on the in-kind calculus in more than one respect, with the monetary order divested of its domination. This subject matter is often meant to be captured by a theory that does not correspond to it. No matter what political position one takes towards the new order of things, abstract schematic analyses, of the sort that have been made of monetary economies in so diverse ways, are required in any case. We must return to common ideas in economic terminology if we wish to adequately capture both monetary economies and in-kind economies and diverse combinations. We find the oldest origins of political economy in the science of household economics on the one hand and in the science of government on the other. The economics of free exchange has only become the object of examination at a relatively late stage. The object of theory and practice was wealth, where wealth was understood as real income in the widest sense. 3. The question of how a people, how humanity can become happy and rich has stood in the center of attention of the economic literature for a long time. For Adam Smith, real income still plays a decisive role. For occasionally he tried to establish the connection between certain economic orders and wealth. His followers have gradually chosen as main object of inquiry the order of monetary and credit relations, which he dealt with in detail, and let fade into the background entirely the question of how the different possible economic orders impinge on wealth. Even though the purchasing power of money, and thus indirectly real income, is discussed again and again, a consistent analysis of changes in wealth has not generally been undertaken. It must be remembered that the subjective character of the question, how can one make a nation as rich as possible, vanishes entirely when we ask, how does the respective economic order influence the real income of people? How far the perspective of later authors has been removed from the initial way of putting the question may be illustrated with a passage from Bush: "No man is called rich because he has beautiful clothes and a valuable household goods. For their use does not contribute to his further income. Rather the man who owns real estate, which yields monetary income or yields produce which he can sell for money and get his income out of that, this man is called rich." When in the following we speak of the wealth of a nation, we shall understand by this all property of all individuals and members, the use of which is given in monetary terms or represents a money value. 5. For instance, if the estimate of the quantity of money shows a larger sum in a later year, one would say that the wealth of the nation has risen, even if e.g. the aggregate of real income has fallen. Of course, this consequence wasn't usually thought of, and in general the impression seems to have prevailed that to a higher national wealth in monetary terms there corresponded a higher real income. This victory of the pure monetary calculus is the reason why in the so elaborately crafted work of Calhoun, which contains a lot of valuable material on the war economies of the epoch of Napoleon, almost all data is expressed in pounds sterling. 6. Especially in periods of war, in which prices change frequently, extraordinarily little is thereby stated about the things that interest us most today. For instance, Calhoun gives the import of cotton in terms of pounds sterling, he gives food production in terms of pounds sterling, not a trace of an in-kind calculus. 301. 302. But how important would it be to learn which quantities of, example cotton, of food were imported into England, and which quantities of food were produced at that time? One perceives the difference in perspective when comparing Calhoun's work with Ballard's purely dietetic work or the comprehensive work of Popper, who both pursue a pure in-kind calculus. 7. But these works, which appeared prior to the World War, had purely practical purposes and did not really have any theoretical backing. Monetary economics does not always figure as such in economic theory. Often, for instance, transfers of goods are dealt with without mentioning money, but the choice of the mechanisms of transfer and the scope of the inquiry do not span all possible types of transfer mechanisms, but give preferential treatment to certain types of exchange which reach their full significance only in monetary economics. It was due to concern with the latter that these abstractions were developed in the first place. A theory that considers the transfer of goods and its influence on wealth in a genuinely general way would also have to be able to discuss those transfers which, for instance, the state carries out by authoritarian decree. Only such a theory could show that these mechanisms achieve less wealth for a group of individuals or for all individuals than does free competition, say, or exchange between monopolists. But even as the victorious theory of the market economy spread everywhere, political economists endeavored to capture the wealth, the real income of individual groups of people. But these attempts were usually of a non-theoretical nature and also suffered from the preeminence of the monetary perspective. Attention to real income in the way relevant to the conditions of life was paid only in housekeeping budgets and family histories, which followed older examples and thus took the form of an in-kind calculus only in the last few decades. A comprehensive account of all social classes has not yet been achieved, of course, nor has there been any development, to give a simple example, of the schema of a society with just two goods, the distribution of which would be influenced by different moments such as price formation, tariffs, etc. It is obvious that these phenomena are amenable to abstract and schematic analysis. In my view, the in-kind economics that is used today in many ways for the purposes of war has prepared the way for the abstract in-kind calculus. To date, several such calculi have been developed, but usually just to advertise specific projects of reform, for instance, by Theodor Herzka, Joseph Popper-Lynkeus, Franz Oppenheimer and others. While many of 303 these authors designed concrete in-kind calculi to show how much land, labor, and raw material would be required to feed a particular number of people, others, such as Sismondi, Henry George, Wilhelm Neurath, Rudolf Goldschmidt, only pursued wholly general considerations to show the difference between the satisfaction that is technically feasible and that which is possible in a market order. The in-kind calculus that has occasionally been sketched remains to be developed and given an autonomous position in theoretical economics. Any account would roughly go as follows. Let us assume the available raw material and labor etc. as given. What are the production possibilities? How can the output be distributed, given the existing constraints? At first, this question can be looked at from an exclusively technical perspective. Later, the structure of the economy could be considered variable as well. In some forms of organization, the total output will vary, in others, its distribution. For this, it is entirely irrelevant whether the final outcomes are judged to be good or bad. The in-kind calculus is an entirely objective matter. It shows how types of monetary economy, as one of the possible economic orders, influence production and consumption. For instance, the monetary calculus could yield an increase in nominal income for a decrease in real income. The monetary calculus is separate from the in-kind calculus, it represents just one form of organization. This way of looking at things quite understandably provides the basis for a very liberal view, which nevertheless we find adopted infrequently in all its ramifications. Even in the arguments of many socialists, who tend to emphasize the discrepancy between nominal calculus and real income, the assumptions of a monetary economy play a rather important role. This becomes apparent when their accounts are scrutinized in detail. Marx, for instance, often stresses this distinction in general terms, but lacks a proper theoretical in-kind calculus. The practical importance of an independent in-kind calculus based on comprehensive consumption and production statistics is almost universally acknowledged today. But still more has happened. Not only has the in-kind calculus received attention, but the in-kind economy also has been favored at the expense of the monetary economy. This happened gradually and automatically. Today we live in an economy of a strongly in-kind character, without there having been real revolutions. Just as often in politics, conventional forms are maintained while the content has already changed significantly. In itself, the in-kind calculus 304 is not any more closely related to the in-kind economy than to the monetary economy. We could subject the monetary economy to the in-kind calculus, as much as we do the in-kind economy. For instance, it is possible that by investigating some type of monetary economy we realize that from the same endowments of labor, raw material etc. it produces a higher real income than some type of in-kind economy in any given period of time. The in-kind calculus represents a type of calculation, the in-kind economy and institutional order of a society. As a result of the war, the in-kind calculus was applied more often and more systematically than before. This seems to have demonstrated to many people that the monetary economy which existed before the war was not able to meet the new requirements, which were those of the people interested in victory. It was all too apparent that the war was fought with ammunition and the supply of food, not with money. Whereas before the war, questions of money and finance were treated at length in the literature on war economics and reorganizations of banking and credit were considered, now the structures of production and distribution receive primary attention. This happens at the expense of many questions of money and finance, important and significant as they still may be. The centralization of industry is partly taking place through the mediation of banks. The primary issue is how to mobilize all forces to win the war. It would be quite interesting to investigate why similar questions are not as often asked in times of peace, indeed, why many do not ask them at all, but instead accept limitations on production, mass unemployment, emigration as some kind of fate, or at least as something not due to the organization of market and credit. One cannot even claim that this happens because the ruling circles and the wealthier parts of the population are less severely affected by these crises, for they also suffer deprivation. There are many other reasons, and one is the difficulty of understanding how the monetary economy works. Consideration of the theories of crises developed during the last 100 years renders this quite clear. But whatever the reasons for this insufficient comprehension may have been in the end, the war did not care about them, and shortages did occur. The existing structures, together with the prevailing spirit, nonetheless sufficed to gather, by political intervention of all kinds, the required forces and raw materials, partly or entirely bypassing the monetary calculus. To a certain extent, a state-managed in-kind economy was set up on a large scale, particularly thoroughly so in Germany. Whereas in the past factories were shut down to raise the monetary income of the members of the cartel, today factories are shut down in order to produce more important rather than unimportant commodities. The leading authorities base their decisions on the in-kind calculus. Ample consideration is nevertheless shown for the traditional order. The owners of the factories that are used for such production receive adequate compensation. Enough remains of the monetary economy so that normal profits can to a certain extent still be made, too much so in the view of many. But it is not essential that monetary incomes still play an important role. What is essential is that they are no longer as important for the processes of production and distribution as they used to be. The monetary order has been divested of its power in more than one way. First, by the organization of production and distribution of commodities on behalf of the state or state-administered associations. Secondly, by restricting the distribution of raw material etc. to certain people, and by making all possible sorts of restrictions within the given allowances. These restrictions can be effected by authoritarian decree or by appeal to certain groups of the population. For instance, in some areas it may be required that the wealthier population should abstain from the consumption of pork in order to help the poorer population, i.e. that they should not consume the only foodstuffs available to the poorer population, but keep to luxury consumption in the strict sense. The beginnings of price differentiation also belong here, in which the same good is sold at a higher price to the rich than to the poor. It needs emphasizing that price differentiation also occurs in the free market economy, but there it is brought about in the interest of pure profits. When we now turn to building a theory that corresponds to the present development of the in-kind economy, we seek to gain the ability to capture all theoretically significant changes and to study the real influence of the individual institutions. This aim is independent of whether one perceives the present changes to be permanent, as Jaffe, who welcomes them, or as transitory, as Fuchs, who rejects them as permanent structural features. The contemporary order is probably as distant from the free market of money and credit as it is from a state-run macroeconomy in kind. Nevertheless, one still tries to apply monetary theories, or, should this be really impossible, at least to regard the entire present order simply as a temporary aberration, as it were, often without even attempting to construct a theory for it. If we want to be serious about the development 305. 306. Of economic theory, we have to consider a whole range of possibilities, monetary economies of various kinds and in-kind economies of various kinds. We could design rather extreme sorts of in-kind economic orders for these purposes. For instance, we could assume that an economic dictatorship assigns responsibility for all production to the associations governing the different branches of industry and agriculture. We could also assume an entirely state-run production, of course, or some other order. In such models the natural resources, machines etc. are differentially assigned on the basis of some comprehensive in-kind calculus to the production of luxury goods and to the production of necessities. The relations between the production associations themselves, which we could think of as a pan-cartel encompassing the entire economy, could be like the traditional ones in as much as services are returned, but on an in-kind basis. 8. The salaries and wages of workers and employees and the income of the entrepreneur could be thought of as taking the form of tickets for bread, milk, and housing etc. These are not to be used as means of purchase, but function as vouchers for the immediate receipt of the designated goods. Even if transfers of such vouchers were possible, the sum of the vouchers would still correspond to the sum of the existing goods. Banks, for instance, which finance a factory, would credit the wages in kind, the raw material in kind etc., and receive in turn a part of the final output. The salary and wage equivalents would be put at the disposition of the banks by the various associations, possessing agricultural produce, housing etc., just as if they were deposits. We can imagine in-kind loans and taxes etc. as well. In the theoretical model just sketched I have tried to unify all important higher-order institutions of an in-kind economy historically known, but have nonetheless kept enough of the present order, so that from this model we may learn something about the present and past economy. The in-kind macroeconomy can of course be conceived of as purely state-administered or as purely privately administered, as communist or in accord with other forms of distribution or governance. In principle, all this is of secondary importance for the in-kind economy. In an in-kind economy as the one alluded to, the recipients of wages only come in contact with the entrepreneurs, not additionally with the retailers, as they do today. Retail will have become a mere dispensing outlet, similar as it is today, when goods must be sold at the highest price with a restricted profit. And, by the way, already today we widely witness the tendency to transform money wages into in-kind wages to a fairly significant extent, for instance by entrepreneurs obtaining food at low prices for their workers or taking care of the supply of goods in some other sense. Only a small step is left to genuine in-kind wages. It is likely to be taken widely should the war last longer, since only in-kind wages can eliminate the element of chance from the payment of wages and salaries. We can think of the envisaged vouchers as fixed or variable, stating the weekly allowance, say, that is determined case by decree, as occasionally by magistrates today. The variable prices of the commodities would be replaced by variable quantities, with the only difference that the fixing would occur on the basis of general economic considerations or centralist agreements. It would be possible to have a general and comprehensive shareholder system in an in-kind pan-cartel system, given an in-kind market like the present one. The Association for Pig Iron could receive a share of the output of the association to which it delivers its final product or, alternatively, a share of the goods themselves that are received by this association in exchange for their products. This association again, say it produced machines, could have a share in the output of the factories that gets the machines. At no stage need an agreement to fix the quantities be made, which would however be required in a pan-cartel system in a monetary economy, since somewhere sums of money rather than share claims for these sums would have to appear. In an in-kind economy, however, the shareholding could occur at any stage, since the goods produced can be shared at any time. Our theoretical considerations are as unconcerned about the question whether this is desirable or politically feasible, as the purely monetary considerations are unconcerned about the question whether their abstractions and constructions occur in reality. These are all models to guide our perception and comprehension. Foreign trade as well would have to be treated in the science of in-kind economics. In a state-controlled in-kind macroeconomy, we could think of the state as administrator of a quantity of goods which it decided to export. The export of well-defined quantities would be made under the condition that some other state would promise to import other goods. In some sense, similar arrangements have already occurred, for instance in the agreements between Romania and the Central Powers. The state can execute significant global in-kind interventions, for instance by reserving the right to use the entire cargo space of 307. 308. A country. In this case too a comprehensive in-kind calculus would be significant for the distribution. The money which individual exporters and importers would pay the shipping company would not be decisive for the distribution of cargo space. Here again, the formation of associations is progressing, indeed there already exist some agreements covering longer periods of time. We should try to build models of the global economy of an in-kind structure and to investigate the consequences of such institutions. After having considered pure in-kind models of global trade, we will be prepared for the mixed forms that we are likely to encounter after the war. No doubt the state will try to influence the global economy after the war more than it used to do, in particular since political considerations will be allowed to play a decisive role. These investigations will enable us to significantly enlarge our theoretical horizon and thus be prepared to face the problems of the present. Seeds of future developments could be recognized as such sooner than before, and the significance of many events would be better appreciated. Then it would depend on the political standpoints of the individual whether he wished to cultivate and to care for the seeds or to destroy them. To create such desires, however, is not the business of science. Historical research too could significantly profit from the development of the science of in-kind economics as outlined. Experience shows that we tend to investigate those events the closest that are interesting for us in their theoretical analysis as well. It is hardly an accident that many historical materials relevant for the science of war economics are found only today, even though the documents have always been easily accessible. It is similar with in-kind economics. Whereas minutely detailed analysis of the development of the monetary economy and investigations of isolated peculiarities have long existed, in the literature of political economy the institutions of the in-kind economies have only been considered superficially, and the historically given higher institutions of the in-kind economies have hardly been appreciated at all. Even when they were mentioned, their interrelations were not dealt with, and instead they were considered only in isolation. It is commonly thought that an in-kind economy is not compatible with a rich cultural life or with international relations, and that there are three developmental levels of economic organization: the barter economy, the monetary economy, and the credit economy. The idea that the in-kind or barter economy can exhibit various degrees of development, just as the monetary 309 economy, and that there might be systems of the in-kind economy superior to some systems of monetary organization, has never really been defended. One reason for this is that in history monetary thinking infected all nations, as it were, and destroyed the seeds of the in-kind economies. It can be shown what this peculiarity of the monetary system is based on: a system that is able to relate the most distant nations and at the same time dissociate people within a nation. Nonetheless, it also happened that some remnants of in-kind economies were maintained and then developed into a higher order, that occasionally forms of in-kind economies reappeared, as they did in the disintegrating Roman Empire. One might expect these rare episodes to be studied with great enthusiasm, but no, the in-kind clearing system of ancient Egypt has hardly been investigated, even though it was a very highly developed institution, the existence of which would not bring discredit even to our age. 9. It would be exceptionally tempting to study the implications of generalizing such an institution. In Hellenic times every major landowner seemed to have held his current account in the state warehouse. This made it possible, for instance, to receive payments of rent made at some place at an entirely different place in the country, without this leading to a transport of cereals, just as today a transfer at the post office does not involve a transport of money. It would only be appropriate to find these kinds of facts explained in the sections we find on barter economics in the various textbooks and encyclopedias. And concerning war economics, why was attention devoted to money taxes and money loans during the War of Secession and the Napoleonic Wars, but not similarly to the in-kind taxes and other interventions based on in-kind economics? 10. These remarks must suffice. As soon as one directs some principled attention to the questions of an economy in kind, the material starts flowing in. Suddenly facts are related which were isolated before, and the wealth of phenomena of which we get a clearer picture is enlarged significantly. Furthermore, the theory is prompted to more detailed development by economic reality. One can draw all sorts of parallels, compare the in-kind credit economy with the monetary credit economy and so on. One can investigate for what reasons, if at all, crises of overproduction could occur in a barter economy that is organized along the principles of free markets. Thus one could determine whether these crises are related to the monetary order as such, or to the free market, or maybe to the free market in a monetary economy, or maybe 310 to something else altogether. In brief, the scope of the subject would be widened significantly. The issues of stock keeping, of systems of storage, of state monopolies in raw materials, and many other topics could be analyzed according to principles of a monetary economy and according to principles of an in-kind economy. In consequence, the questions that arise in a mixed economy could presumably be treated theoretically much better than ever before. Theory, present reality, history, and prediction would stimulate and inspire each other. Since the systematic connections of the science of war economics have already been discussed, 11. I would like to recommend that theoretical viewpoints guided by considerations of in-kind economics be developed. I think I have demonstrated above that a more detailed treatment of the in-kind calculus and of the science of in-kind economics would significantly advance the science of war economics. Economic theory would then be liberated from its traditional bounds and could treat questions of war economics within its own terminology and concepts. The science of war economics as a separate discipline would still be of value as a summary for practical purposes. Today, however, it has to deal with questions insufficiently covered by general economics. Once the theory of in-kind economics is taken seriously, a wealth of important perspectives would gain attention, which up to now were easily put aside because they were difficult to classify. Future writers will be categorist as to whether they considered the in-kind calculus or not. Such taxonomic results have always been of particular importance in the history of all sciences. Every systematic taxonomy ensures extensive treatment of some perspectives while neglecting others. Any enlargement of the systematic taxonomy that allows for inclusion of a larger number of perspectives is therefore to be considered as progress, provided it is logically flawless. It would certainly be a theoretically worthwhile endeavor to have investigated in-kind economics even before the in-kind macroeconomy is realized more widely than so far. Theory best serves practice when it is unrealistic in a certain sense, when it is ahead of reality, not just following it. 10. The conceptual structure of economic theory and its foundations I. The need for the reform of economic theory 1. This essay summarizes the results of attempts to create a consistent structure for an economic theory that is able in principle to provide equal theoretical treatment to all possible forms of economic activity. 2. The lack of an adequate set of theoretical concepts was already sensed before the World War, but is felt even more clearly now that the conflict between the market economy and administrative economy becomes ever more evident, though it had already started earlier. Whereas the market economy has been thoroughly investigated theoretically, the phenomena of administrative economy, price controls, rationing, compulsory production, centralization of distribution, has been neglected so far. This disregard is one of the reasons why most predictions of economists about the possible duration and the probable economic institutions of a world war have failed, a failure that underscored the crisis of economic theory that has been noted for some time now. 3. The conceptual foundations attempted here are independent of exchange considerations. Here exchange will be treated only later on as an individual fact. In the traditional structures of concepts, Exchange generally has been taken into account even where it did not seem to warrant consideration at all. Everywhere the aim was to deduce prices, interest rate, and the like, thus it became difficult from the start to see phenomena of a market economy and of an administrative economy side by side. 4. The present reconstruction of economic theory tries to retain as much as possible of the traditional structure, but some aspects could. 312. Only be used after adaptation and augmentation, some had to be eliminated altogether. It became apparent that competing arguments often in fact belonged to different levels of the problem in question. Certain incorrect statements did not need to be rejected completely, but could be admitted if restricted to a narrower field of application. In order to be able to proceed consistently in this reconstruction, it was necessary to make some use of rather wide-ranging arguments. 2. The quality of life. 5. The course of experiences of a human being, as far as their enjoyment is concerned, will be called the quality of life of a subject within a defined period of time. 6. The term quality of life seeks to encompass both happiness and unhappiness. The term happiness could also be allowed to cover phenomena of both happiness and unhappiness, but a term is preferable that in no way indicates the direction of the enjoyability. 7. It follows that the quality of life is connected with all types of experiences, with eating, drinking, reading, artistic sensibility, religious contemplation, moral speculation, loving, hating, heroic and cowardly behavior. If a quality of life is assigned to artistic sensibility, this does not mean that the latter is nothing but quality of life or could be derived from it alone. 8. We can start the investigation of the quality of life in different ways. Here the assumption is made that we imagine several possible courses of life from a certain moment. This always happens, for example, whenever we have to decide to act in one way or another. Without entering into any discussion of the kinds of resulting qualities of life, already we can declare these courses of life to be equally or unequally enjoyable. 9. More far-reaching is the statement that one of two unequal qualities of life is more enjoyable than the other. We will call the more enjoyable quality of life the one of higher intensity. Accordingly, we can also speak of lower and equally high intensities of qualities of life. 10. For the sake of precision, we should mention that we assume that three or more qualities of life in a given period of time can be ranked according to their intensity, so that we can say of the highest one that, compared the lowest, it is more higher, as it were, than the second highest one. 313. 314. 11. If we have ranked some qualities of life, we can give them indicators with respect to their intensity. If we use numbers, we can assign 0 to one of them and 1, 2, 3, etc., to the others in one direction, 1, 2, 3, etc., in the other. Under certain conditions we might have a reason to assign 0 to the highest or the lowest quality of life and then proceed in only one direction. In this way we have created a basis for a scale of qualities of life. We can now assign to each additional quality of life a place on this scale. It can either coincide with a point on the scale or fall between 2 points. 12. The introduction of negative and positive numbers in the scale does not imply the introduction of opposite positive and negative quantities of quality of life, any more than the introduction of negative and positive temperatures implies the concept of negative and positive heat. 13. Furthermore, assigning numbers to the points of the scale does not fix the concept of multiples of the intensity of a quality of life. The index of 4 does not measure the double intensity of 2, in mineralogy the hardness of 4 is not twice the hardness of 2. 14. The comparability of qualities of life could be introduced from the start in a more general way, with limitations stated afterwards. For example, it could be stated that we can compare the qualities of life of the same person at different times or the qualities of life of different persons. In ordinary life we make all these comparisons, by attempts at empathy with our own past or with our neighbors. We say, for example, that we are feeling happier in one year than in an earlier one, that a child at play is happier than a man who had been shot in the stomach. In the present essay we try to show how far we can get with a minimum of assumptions. 3. The basis of life and the life situation. 15. So far we have considered qualities of life as such, just as we can consider colors as such, for example, by expressing something about their relations to each other. Yet we can also go on and investigate the connection between qualities of life and the state of the world. We shall pursue these considerations only as far as seems useful for our particular purpose. 16. The condition of the world in a period of time, in so far as it can in any way be connected with qualities of life, shall be called the basis of life for this period. 315. 17. We assume that qualities of life can be correlated with bases of life unambiguously. 18. One of the most important tasks of the theory of qualities of life is to investigate the connection between qualities of life and the bases of life. 19. The theory of qualities of life may also be called theory of happiness or felicitology. The traditional expression eubiotics is less commendable as it means instruction for a happy life, whereas the other names indicate a scientific investigation of happiness. 20. Making happiness the subject of special investigations does not mean that people act exclusively for the sake of happiness, nor that they should do so, nor does it mean that happiness plays a particularly important role in the structure of the world. It is only dealt with as a fact, as a maybug is dealt with by a zoologist, without claiming that maybugs are something especially important, or that maybugdom has to be promoted everywhere. This protest is necessary because so often discussions of happiness are offered together with advice and doctrines of salvation. The correctness of mere statements suffers accordingly, and the theory of happiness cannot be evaluated properly. The fact that results of a theory of happiness are applied to actions affects the theory of happiness as little as chemistry is affected by the use that is made of it for the rules of health. Looking at health, efficiency, and other facts exclusively as sources of happiness does not mean that on other occasions such facts could not come to the fore on their own, and that then perhaps happiness would appear only as a condition for something else. 21. In order to know the quality of life during a period, it is not necessary to know the complete basis of life. According to the view which is at present most widely accepted, it would suffice to know certain changes within the human body, generally those supposed to take place in the brain. We shall call the sum of those last conditions, which would just suffice to determine the quality of life unambiguously, the inner condition of the quality of life in question. It is not necessary to discuss its character more closely, as no further mention will be made of it. It was noted only to indicate that here seems to be material for further research. 22. What concerns us now is the dependence of the inner condition on the other component parts of the bases of life, which influence them more or less indirectly. As we do not intend to make minute investigations, we shall restrict ourselves to saying that the inner condition at 1. 316. Moment seems to be dependent on the inner condition of the previous moment and a number of further elements, among which may be mentioned the process of digestion, the state of nutrition, of the muscles, of the skin's warmth, and much else. We shall call the sum of these conditioning elements the condition of life. The relations between the individual elements need not always be discussed in detail. 23. In our rough observations we can extend the concept of the condition of life to a still further layer of influences. We can replace the state of digestion by the bread which is just being digested, the state of the skin's warmth by the dress that influences it directly, as elements of the condition of life in the wider sense. Then somebody's condition of life at a certain moment can be characterized, in terms of amount and in their sequence, of bread eaten, clothing used, work performed, the illness suffered, etc. 24. Besides these components of the condition of life, other things belong to the basis of life which influence the quality of life indirectly. We shall call them the external condition of a period. Here belong fields that produce bread grain, swamps that produce germs of disease, bread that is stored, houses ready to be used, and more such things. 25. Parts of the external condition are of interest to us as causes of life conditions. Yet parts of the condition of life itself can also become causes of conditions of life. This is true of the bread which, just eaten, counts as condition of life due to the pleasure it provides, but as a cause of conditions of life insofar as it enables humans to produce more bread. 26. As far as we can coordinate the happiness of a period to a fact, we want to call this fact pleasurable. If one basis of life causes a higher quality of life than another, it may be called more pleasurable. Observations on the pleasurableness of bases of life are offered, for example, by the theodicy's attempted demonstration that we live in the most pleasurable of all possible worlds. We can make such comparisons without dissecting the bases of life into its elements. It is sufficient to know that a quality of life is coordinated to a basis of life as an undissect whole. Certain dissections can be performed, however, and show the dependence of the level of the quality of life on certain facts. For economic efficiency 27. If two sequences, whose bases of life are equal except for one initial condition, show different levels of pleasurableness, then we shall 317. Call the initial condition, which causes the more pleasurable basis of life, more economically efficient for a certain subject. In the same sense we shall speak of uneconomic conditions and ones of equal economic efficiency. 28. Consider a person who can enjoy 2 pieces of ripe fruit in the days to come. In one case, the wind blows down the ripe fruit from the tree with the 2 fruits, in another case, it blows down the unripe fruit, which has to rot uneaten. Then we can say that the initial condition of the wind direction facing the same group of things was more economical in the first case than in the second. 29. We introduce the direction of the wind, so to speak, as an independent variable, assuming that the direction of the wind does not entail any essential differences for the rest of the initial basis of life. For if one starts from the supposition that everything is dependent on everything else, one has to suppose that a change in the direction of the wind also causes a change in the rest of the basis of life. If we could not introduce independent variables, then there would only be the different pleasurableness of total bases of life, but no economic efficiency of individual determining factors. 30. To be able to consider the economic efficiency, it is not necessary to dissect the structure of effects, any more than such dissections are necessary for considering pleasurableness, as briefly discussed above. We shall see that there are several ways in which the consideration of economic efficiency can be extended to include the structure of effects. 31. Our terms for the consideration of economic efficiency are so general that we can compare conditions of any kind with each other with respect to their economic efficiency. Further, human actions can be counted among these releasing conditions. Instead of the wind, people can take down at one time the ripe fruit first, at another time the unripe one first. We can then call the releasing conditions, which cause the ripe fruit to be taken down first, more efficient economically than the releasing conditions which cause the unripe fruit to be taken down first. More complicated processes may be involved. For example, people could either first bear privation and drain a swamp which causes disease, then cultivate the fields and finally be well fed and healthy, or else people could first cultivate the fields, then fall ill from marsh fever, and continue not only to be ill but also to get little yields from badly cultivated land. We could then say that the first sequence of actions is more economical than the second. 318. 32. Under certain circumstances we can find certain trains of thought in the shape of visions of the future, as premises for action. We can call these trains of thought more or less economical according to the intensity of quality of life which they could produce from the same given conditions. V. Economic Theory 33. Just as we can investigate single actions or ways of behavior with respect to their economic performance, we can also investigate whole groups of them, even whole orders of life. We can compare whole orders of life, that is the sum total of actions, measures, customs, habits, and the like, which are characteristic of individuals and peoples, as to their economic performance, without entering into the detailed structure of cause and effect. Insofar as we consider a group of actions or an order of life from the point of view of economic efficiency, we shall call it an economy. 34. The scientific treatment of economies, that is, of orders of life as the conditions of qualities of life, will be called economic theory, here we accept the traditional term and do not require a new one. 35. We have delimited the economy as the sum total of actions, measures, behaviors, etc., which can be considered as conditions for smaller and greater economic efficiency. These actions and ways of behavior are not assumed to be purposive and consciously goal-directed. Actions are treated as to their effects on qualities of life, be they purposive or not. 36. We can delimit the ensembles of actions, measures, and behaviors, the economies, in different ways. As regards the number of the persons involved, we can distinguish household economy, national economy, world economy. When we do agricultural economy, we consider a group of activities characterized by their field of action. Theoretical agricultural economics asks how the same fields, woods, human and animal forces can produce various components of conditions of life by applying different technical, biological, chemical, etc., methods, as when it asks what happens by changing the condition of the fields, the swamps, the woods, etc. Other economies can be delimited and their different methods compared in a similar way, the economy of hunting, of water, of robbery, etc. In a comprehensive economic theory, discussion of agricultural methods finds its place as much as that of methods of overall organization. Sometimes we shall disregard the technical methods and only study certain forms of economic organization for their economic performance, at other times disregard the latter and only study the former independently. 37. That robbery is illegal does not constitute an obstacle to its treatment in economic theory. It does not make sense that a city's commerce, home labor are seen to merit careful study in their effect on the conditions of life of the inhabitants, whereas the influence of smuggling is gladly neglected. Similar attitudes have contributed to the neglect of war as an economic activity on the part of economists. Instead, whenever war is at issue, its moral justification is discussed. 38. If we consider the different forms of economy, irrespectively of how we have delimited them, as in certain respects independent variables, and if we compare them as to their effects on the qualities of life, then we are engaged in comparative economic theory. This requires an adequate stock of suitable means of representation, so that economies of the most varied types can be treated according to the same principles of description. It is relatively easy to introduce trade with metal coins and trade with paper notes as independent variables and compare their effects on the qualities of life, but it is difficult to compare religious systems in their effects on the quality of life. 39. Comparative economic theory will in part be able to make use of very abstract models and schemas, which represent bases of life and perhaps also the intensity and distribution of qualities of life. The facts thus stated will lend themselves to being summarized in the form of tables which have the advantage of displaying simultaneous changes without bringing them into mutual dependence and of registering lacking data by empty places. Formulas will only be available to express the relations discerned after further advance of insight. These models and schemata are sometimes simplified representations of complete orders of life, sometimes merely of sections thereof. In the latter case it is easier to incorporate more details, but there is the danger that the dependence on facts which form part of another section will not always be sufficiently noted. 40. The creation of such models need not be restricted in any way. Models can be created in which individual elements are endowed with qualities which do not occur in real life or with real life qualities, but in connections and in relation to transfers that so. 319. 320. Far have not occurred in real life. Finally, models and schemas can try to represent the historically given life, or at least types which have occurred, but also can take account of processes which so far are alien to reality. While possible worlds are thus admitted, it is also advisable to see to it that the system of models contains some from which conclusions about real life can be drawn. 41. The grouping together of different forms of economy can be effected from different points of view. There is no reason to stick to one only. For example, results of the examination of economic efficiency could form the basis of one grouping, Those economic orders could form a group which allow a certain distribution of qualities of life, or only those economic orders in which certain intensities of quality of life could appear. Still other viewpoints could be considered. For instance, money economies could be juxtaposed to economies in kind, the latter being understood as moneyless economies. Here transitions of all kinds are possible. One could distinguish different stages of the economy in kind, from the household economy in kind to the national, even world economy in kind. Money economies for their part could be divided into those of mercantilism, liberalism, etc., each of which have certain peculiarities. Furthermore, peace economies and war economies could be juxtaposed. One could investigate whether war economies constitute distinct types of economies which are strongly differentiated from related peace orders. Similarly, trade economies and administrative economies can be juxtaposed, and certain group formations can combined with others. 6. Market economy and administrative economy. 42. The preceding remarks already allow us to demonstrate with a rough example how different economic forms can be compared on the basis of a uniform mode of description. In this case, the causes of transfers are the independent variables and are investigated for their economical efficiency. Whereas market economics must take account of a great number of individuals acting independently yet influencing each other to similar degrees, the theory of administrative economy. 321. Deals with an administration that exercises the power of executive decision. The actions of the central body determine those of the others without necessarily being determined by them. To what degree mutual influence is possible remains an open question. Mixed forms shall not be discussed here either. 43. In the market economy, of which there exist several varieties, people influence each other's actions exclusively by means of the higher and lower qualities of life that result from the processes of exchange. 44. In the administrative economy there are other influencing factors which are added to profit and loss as rewards and penalties. The resulting transfers may occasionally be the same as in the market economy. It could happen that due to the administrative center's actions, transfers took place in the same way as they would have done through the process of exchange. 45. However, the administrative economy can, by rewards and penalties, prompt the individuals to do things which they would not have done in an economy characterized by exchange, because without these rewards and penalties the consequences would have been different. For example, the administrative economy could enforce a transfer, the completion of which would not mean a lower quality of life for anybody, but a higher one for one individual. Such a transfer of course would not have taken place in the market economy. Consider two human beings, the first of whom owns a winter coat in a summer environment, whereas the second owns a summer coat in an autumn-like environment. The latter does equal service as a winter coat in the same environment, only an autumn coat would, for the second person, cause an higher quality of life in connection with all the other conditioning factors. In the market economy there is no way for the winter coat of the summer person and the summer coat of the autumn person to be exchanged, if these are the only objects of exchange. In an administrative economy the transfer would take place, if the general principle for exchange were accepted that those transfers will be executed which produce a higher quality of life for some and do not lower that of anybody else. 46. Of course, only the administrative economy is able to bring about transfers which some participants in the market economy fear would cause a lowering of their qualities of life. In an administrative economy new consequences due to certain rewards and penalties require consideration. This is, for instance, the case if in times of war foodstuffs are distributed equally, while the distribution of luxury articles is unequal. 322. In the free market economy, the distribution of scarce food is strongly influenced by money income. 47. We must also consider the case of a market economy where, as a consequence of the combination of free competition, credit, and other facts, a certain complex of conditions is formed which causes all participants to experience lower qualities of life than they would in an administrative economy which removes certain complexes of conditions. For instance, In the model of a monetary market economy, so-called general crises of overproduction can occur. All kinds of goods and workers are available, but in spite of this the entrepreneurs can, by the roundabout way of money, only sell by taking a loss, especially when credits are cancelled because of stagnant sales. The results are stagnation of production, dismissal of workers, bankruptcies of entrepreneurs, which in turn means a lowering of the quality of life in general. If a model of an administrative economy makes such things impossible by preventing reduction of total production, then it is more economical for the individuals involved. 48. It must be realized that institutions of administrative economy have always played a certain part, especially in the fields of tax, customs, and tariffs and of social welfare. Their role is discernible not only in matters of state, but also within factories, cartels, whenever rewards and penalties take effect. If a cartel beats outsiders by undercutting them, that is, with temporary losses for the cartel members, then in effect a measure characteristic of administrative economy is applied. 49. Typically, it has not been the institutions of market and administrative economy that have been juxtaposed, but rather the institutions of market and state economy. Measures characteristic of an administrative economy were considered instances of state socialism. As noted, however, measures of administrative economy can also be taken in a market economy. The expression state socialism is also infelicitous, since a measure can belong to administrative economy without being socialist. 50. The separate treatment of state economies, especially in the area of finance, is likely to come to an end. Already today we know of so many transitional phenomena between market and state economy, especially in the form of central bodies, that a separate treatment of state economies no longer seems to be justified scientifically. Why should price differentiation be described as a measure of state economy at one time, and a measure of market economy at another time? And are the penalties and rewards imposed on the workers by a factory different in character from similar measures imposed by a state administration? Need price differentiation according to income, affording relief for poorer circles, be treated differently in form from taxes imposed on the richer part of the population to provide assistance to the poorer part? 7. Theory of exchange and theory of economy. 51. The market economy as a structure of institutions and modes of behaviors was here juxtaposed to the structure of administrative economy as to its influence on the distribution of conditions of life. There is no difficulty to incorporate into our representation all those discussions of the question, for instance, of how the real wages of the workers depend on other factors in economy, because the real wage is part of the condition of life. The same is for instance true of attempts to establish a connection between working time and real wage. 52. On the other hand, the pure theory of exchange or of the market does not belong into the theory of economy proper insofar as it investigates on what prices depend or under which market conditions all exchange stops, or when, as it is sometimes put, an equilibrium has established itself. These discussions of the pure theory of exchange represent, however, extremely valuable auxiliary considerations for the theory of economy, for they serve to provide data for the detailed description of the influence of particular conditions and processes on the intensity and distribution of the qualities of life. A history of prices would accordingly not immediately belong in economic history, but a history of the conditions of life of the individual strata of the population would, if it is described as resulting from the order of life. 53. We think it very important to construct the theory of economy uniformly in such a way that even in the most minute investigation the connection with the basic questions is always preserved, in contrast to contemporary practice where discussions are collected under the heading economic sciences for which no common unifying concept can be found at all. As often happens in the early stages of a science, everything is collected that is auxiliary for a science and everything for which the science is auxiliary. In a similar way the theory of siege was occasionally still treated as part of mathematics in the 18th century. 323. 324. 54. We can study the transfers within the market economy whose economic efficiency we investigate, without studying the actions to which they owe their origin, but we can also try to deduce them from the actions and their guiding principles. We enter another layer of the problem if, for example, we assume that each person tries to select among the pictures of the future those which in each case bring forth the most economically efficient actions. 55. The desire to execute the most economical action can only be realized, however, if only one picture of the future appears as the most desirable. If several equally economical modes of actions are foreseen, it is impossible to decide for one of them solely on the basis of the considerations entertained so far, for nothing in them determines what happens if a person has to choose between two actions of the same economic efficiency. 56. Reality thus demonstrates to us two important possibilities. First, a type of reasoning, which has nothing to do with economic performance, provides a motive for action and causes a decision between the equally economical modes of action either by way of tossing a coin or something equivalent. We want to call such a supporting motive an auxiliary motive. 57. If, however, there is no auxiliary motive, then a less economical mode of behavior will result due to indecision. Even if the person is of the sort that comes to a decision after some time of hesitation, the hesitation itself marks the action of the person as less economical. Indecision does not necessarily come to an end in time. In principle, it can lead to the destruction of those who vacillate, as the example of the starfish shows. Set between two vessels, one with sea water, the other one with fresh water, it glides onto the sea water, but set between two vessels of sea water it remains undecided until it is dehydrated. 58. If a number of people confront each other in the marketplace, the behavior of each is determined by the prices conceivable for all things at a given moment. We can imagine that for each price system an individual is faced with the decision whether and to which degree he wants to act as buyer or seller. We must, however, realize that in each price system there can be several equally foreseeable possibilities for the individual, among which he has to choose by casting lots. Demand, therefore, would generally be an unambiguous function of all prices which are deemed given at the moment and of the result provided by casting a lot. 59. The theory of the market economy does not, however, deal exclusively with the pure theory of exchange, but also with the theory of the market in the widest sense, including long-term measures. Here the individual cannot be assumed to be equipped with full insight, if the model we create is to represent real life to some degree. Already on the stock exchange bargains can be made only if at least one of two participants misjudges the future development. Representing the credit system and the crises in particular requires that a great number of new assumptions are made concerning relations of cause and effect. But even certain simple price formations need new foundations. The price formation during a strike, for example, is based on the uncertainty of both parties about the outcome as well as on phenomena of fatigue. The curves of supply and demand change according to the length of time of the strike. But these are details which do not touch the position of the theory of the market and of prices within the theory of economy proper. When the changes mentioned are regarded as causes of changes in conditions of life, they belong directly to the theory of economy, otherwise they do so only indirectly as auxiliary considerations. 8. In-kind measurement and reality. 60. Let us now turn to applying the general considerations outlined to real life. Since we start with the qualities of life, it would be important to possess a survey of the qualities of life of individuals and of whole peoples in the form of an inventory of the qualities of life. This would give us a foundation in experience. Later on we could investigate on which basis of life these modes of life depend. 61. We are today far from being able to determine character and intensity of qualities of life sufficiently, and especially we cannot do this directly. All attempts, which appeared over time in the history of science and which sought to circumscribe the qualities of life of human beings and to arrange them according to character and intensity, have so far remained all too vague. The scales of qualities of life to be employed there are still lacking as well. We shall restrict ourselves, for the time being, to maintaining the possibility of such scales of qualities of life in principle. These could be based on biographies known generally in the literature. 325. 326. 62. Our chances are much better if we turn to compiling an inventory of conditions of life. With some expectation of success, we can attempt to assemble all conditions of life into certain larger groups and arrange them according to the pleasurableness of the qualities of life caused by them. We can, for example, state what food the individuals consume per year, what their housing conditions are, what and how much they read, what their experiences are in family life, how much they work, how often and how seriously they fall ill, how much time they spend walking, attending religious services, enjoying art, etc. We can even discover certain average biographies, deviations from which appear unimportant for rough investigations. In similar ways, we can also determine the conditions of life of whole groups of people by stating which proportion of them suffer from certain ailments, which proportion dies at a certain age, which proportion lives in certain homes, etc., finally even which proportion enjoys particular types of conditions of life. It is obvious that quantities which can be measured and determined clearly find more extensive treatment than the vaguer ones like religiosity, artistic activities, and the like. But one must beware of thinking that all those quantities which can be treated more easily are more important, or essentially different from the vague ones. Occupational prestige, for example, is as much a part of one's income as eating and drinking. 63. The basis for these surveys of conditions of life, which are of decisive significance for us, is provided by household descriptions and related data. Though works in these fields are usually oriented toward monetary calculations and mainly try, in the analysis of household budgets, to find out which proportion of the money income is distributed over different areas of conditions of life, they nevertheless provide much additional material, especially if some attention is given to real descriptions, to the fate of the family and similar things. The great theoretical significance of these household descriptions would thus finally become evident, having long been disregarded by the theorists as matters of social policy only and thus lacking adequate conceptual treatment. 64. It is household descriptions and similar representations that provide us with a considerable part of the conditions of life. In addition, data are needed which refer to the external conditions and to the shifts within the basis of life which have a different influence on the conditions of life depending on which rules of goods transfers are chosen. This is the task of calculation in kind, which tries to gather the conditions of life and the external conditions at each moment and view them in their connection with the preceding and subsequent ones. Calculation in kind could, for example, start by finding out which raw materials are available at a certain time and at which places, how much water power, how much and which kind of labor power, inventive power, stupidity, diligence, etc. This cluster changes into another at the next moment. Certain things are transformed, as food into human body, other things into machines, etc. If a whole people is the subject of the study, the movement of the raw materials can be followed through their various stages by taking account of the production, consumption, storage, import, and export. In a similar way, individual spheres, such as agriculture, industry, etc., can be distinguished and investigated for how much in terms of power and material enters into them, how many products, how much waste material, etc., leaves them to enter other spheres. What has been said before may be repeated: facts which do not lend themselves to being stated in amounts, as inventive power, etc., must not therefore be considered to be of absolutely indifferent character. If inventive power could be measured in horsepower like working power, it would be added to the other powers. The pure impossibility of such measurement must not induce us to overlook that the gift of invention can, for example, replace other powers in certain circumstances. 65. By calculation in kind we get purely empirical data without at first knowing anything about the conditions of transfer. We could imagine two peoples as models on whose identical initial conditions we let different influences take their effect in order to study how the external conditions and the conditions of life are changing from moment to moment. We could then perhaps state that, described up to a certain degree in terms of calculation in kind, one basis of life proves to be of better economic efficiency than the other for certain subjects involved. The next step of investigation would then have to relate these differences to the rules of goods transfer, whose application would then already be a matter of experience. 66. The calculation in kind requires a uniform structure of statistics as a whole along the lines here indicated. A universal statistics must be created which can assemble the totality of statistical data according to one scheme, that is, in a way that allows the individual surveys to be linked to each other. The first task would be to develop and coordinate statistics of production, consumption, utilization, and storage, as well as 327. 328. A number of other statistics which currently are bandied about without common rules and connecting links. Special attention must be given to the delimitation of the conditions of life. 67. In this way we would gradually return to the endeavors which assisted the start of economic theory, when economists generally were interested in finding out what the conditions of the wealth of the people are, which institutions increase it and which decrease it. This is not the place to demonstrate the gradual replacement of stress on the lively contribution of reality to theory by a methodology producing models which distinguished themselves more by their logical coherence than by their applicability to possible cases in real life. 9 Groups as objects of inquiry and the extension of comparability. 68. We have so far paid careful attention to representing the concepts of the theory of economy without violating the assumption that only those qualities of life can be compared with each other which the same individual may experience from some point onwards. We saw that we could also treat the simple questions of market economy in this way, according to certain theories, by making the quality of life of the economic agent independent of the qualities of life of others, so that it is unaffected by charity or envy and similar qualities. We will see that these latter qualities can also be taken account of in the representation of the orders of life, though certain extensions of the basic assumptions will then be required, but we are already faced with these when we introduce groups of people generally as objects of inquiries into economic performance. 69. So far we have, even when dealing with the qualities of life of groups of people, only ever spoken of the economic performance of given processes for single individuals. We can, however, also introduce the concept of sums of qualities of life of a group of people as a comparable quantity, without violating the assumption that only those qualities of life can be compared with each other which the same individual can experience starting from a given moment. Let us assume that a group of people is subjected to different institutions. If it is ascertained that in one case all participants have a higher quality of life than in another, we can say that the sum of the qualities of life of this group of people is higher than in the other, and that the institution which caused the higher sum has a better economic performance. 70. We saw that, for the definition of comparability of two sums of quality of life, it was sufficient to presuppose the comparability of the qualities of life of the same individual. There can be cases, however, where comparison is impossible under this presupposition. Consider a group of two people. The quality of life of one person is higher in the first case than in the second, whereas the quality of life of the other is lower in the first case than in the second. If we hold to our assumption that only qualities of life of the same individual from some point in time onwards can be compared, we are stuck, unless we allow the qualities of life of different individuals to compared in certain circumstances. For example, it might turn out that to each quality of life in the first case can be coordinated a lower quality in the second case, even though we cannot attribute the higher qualities of life in the first and the second case to the same individual. This would happen if the quality of life of one of them were higher in the first case than that of the other in the second case, and if also the quality of life of the other person were higher in the first case than that of the first mentioned in the second case. 71. But even this assumption concerning the comparability of the qualities of life of different individuals, one which many can accept only with hesitation, is of no help, if the qualities of life cannot be coordinated in such a way that to each quality in the first case corresponds a lower one or one of the same height in the second case. 72. We could suppose it possible, of course, that somebody experiences the qualities of life in the first and second case simultaneously by empathy, without their having a mutual influence on each other, and makes a comparison between them. In effect, this demand is made of every statesman who is supposed to have the total happiness of all in mind. Such comparisons can, if they succeed, form starting points for further considerations, but they cannot claim to be results of calculations. 73. Even though we cannot always extend the study of economic efficiency so that it relates to groups of people as references, it is still possible to do so in a great number of cases, in particular, in those that have great practical significance. For example, in the case discussed in 45, we can say that the efficiency of the administrative economy is better than that of the market economy with respect to the group of two persons. This example makes sufficiently clear how these two types of economy, as conditions for goods transfers, can be compared and that they deserve equal treatment. Needlessly to say, even in those cases. 329. 330. Where we cannot aggregate judgments about economic efficiency so that they relate to groups as reference, we can still issue scientifically valid statements about the efficiency of the order of life for each individual member of the group. We can then still compare the qualities of life which individuals or subgroups with a similar fate can experience in different circumstances from the same point onwards, and which distributions of qualities of life can result. 74. Since, in 70, we have dropped the assumption that only those qualities of life can be compared with each other which are experienced by the same individual within a given period, a number of further assumptions seem appropriate now. One could allow comparisons of qualities of life of different individuals in different periods of equal length, as well as of qualities of life of the same individual in separate periods of time of equal length. 75. The revisions of our assumptions hinted at above have a number of consequences. We can now speak of a sum of qualities of life whose duration is 3 times that of another or includes 3 times as many people. 3 dimensions of the qualities of life could be distinguished: duration, intensity, and the number of persons involved. It requires special thought how to compare qualities of life which differ from each other in all 3 dimensions. In any case, we can now focus on the concept of the sum of qualities of life of 2 groups of people which are different in size. This concept becomes important for the assessment of economic efficiency, for instance, when we consider a population that is subjected to different orders of life. Thus, if the population itself is the object of inquiry and if the orders of life have an influence on birth and death rates, then the population does not only consist of different individuals, but also their number may be different in the 2 cases. If one population consists of 3 times the number of individuals than another and the qualities of life are equally high for all, then the sum of the qualities of life of the one population could be said to be 3 times that of the other. 76. For the study of economic efficiency in earlier times, such sums of qualities of life were of considerable importance. Today we are more interested in the average of qualities of life. In the case at hand, we would say that though the sum of the qualities of life is 3 times that of the other, the average quality of life is the same. It can happen that the sum of qualities of life is greater whereas the average quality of life is lower. Sometimes it is possible to compare average qualities of life, but not the sums of qualities of life. For example, in our example this is the case if the qualities of life of the first group are equal among themselves, but are higher than the qualities of life of the second, which again are equal among themselves. The opposite case can also occur, that the sums, but not the averages of qualities of life, can be compared. Finally, there are cases in which neither the sums nor the averages can be compared. 77. In those cases in which we cannot compare the average qualities of life, we may, however, try to compare the average conditions of life with each other, as in the case of consumption statistics. But it must be stressed that to the average conditions of life there do not always correspond average qualities of life. Often the former are nothing but quantities for calculation. Of course, if there are no other ways left, such a last resort is welcome. Moreover, the very principles have not yet been clarified according to which averages of conditions of life can be compared. If one of the averages contains more food, clothing, etc., less work, less illness, etc., than the other, we may probably say that the corresponding quality of life is at least not lower than the other. However, if one contains more food, less housing, more work, less illness than another, then a new basis for the comparison of these average conditions of life is required. X. The assumption that the increases in qualities of life are comparable. 78. So far we have been able to take account of those increases in the quality of life which follow from the addition of new people or new periods. We saw that these increases can be measured, if it can be assumed that the intensity of the relevant qualities of life remains the same. It is possible therefore to say that a quality of life has 3 times the duration of another or covers 4 times as many people than another, the duration of time being subdividable at will, but not the coverage of people. In comparing sums of qualities of life, certain difficulties emerged that could be overcome by allowing all increases in intensity also to be comparable with each other. 79. Our statement in 10 that qualities of life can be so ordered that there obtains the relation more higher between different qualities of life, leads us to suppose that, starting from the same point, of 2 increases in quality one is larger than another, if at the starting point the 331, 332 sums of quality of life were the same and subsequently the one is higher than the other. More far-reaching than this is the claim that each increase of height is comparable to any other, even if the starting points are not the same. This would grant us the means of comparing all sums of qualities of life with each other. 80. For the assumption that increases in qualities of life are always comparable with each other has the consequence that they are also measurable. After all, we can always construe increases in qualities of life so that they are not of different but equal intensity. Then we can make up a larger distance by adding several smaller increases, a fact not always recognized by those who declare increases in height to be comparable but not measurable. 81. Yet another assumption has to be made in order to proceed from the measurability of increases in qualities of life to the measurability of qualities of life themselves. This requires that the initial quality of life, whose increase is under consideration, be declared equal to a certain increase. If this additional assumption is made, which may seem a matter of course to many, then we have introduced measurable qualities of life by the mediation of merely comparable increases of qualities of life. Many who agree with the assumption at issue are likely to wish to retreat from this consequence. 11. The comparability of increases and the study of economic performance. 82. That increases of intensity can be arranged in sequence, even if they do not have a common starting point, is important for the study of economic efficiency provided the corresponding changes in conditions of life can also be arranged in a sequence. Let us think of a child who likes to drink sugar water. The better the sweeter it is. Now, there may be the possibility for the child to drink sugar water prepared either with one or with several pieces of sugar. It is conceivable that the increase in quality of life resulting from the drinking of sugar water with 2 pieces of sugar instead of 1, can only be equaled again if the transition is made from sugar water with 2 pieces to one with 4 pieces of sugar, say. Then we can say, growing increases in conditions of life correspond to constant increases in quality of life, or vice versa, falling increases in quality of life correspond to constant increases in conditions of life. 83. Suppose the sugar water stays the same, but the heating is changed, there would be a certain result. But this does not mean that, if sugar water and heating were changed at the same time, the result in quality of life would correspond simply to the sum of the single resulting changes. It could be that the enjoyment of sugar water together with warmth would increase or decrease the quality of life more. Concerning some relations between conditions of life and quality of life, a certain independence may be assumed occasionally, but to construct the quality of life from independent aspects of the quality of life as food, clothing, etc., is in no way justified by experience. 84. Even though, in principle, the quality of life as an undissect whole is coordinated to the temporal course of the conditions of life, the question can still be asked, what the consequences would be if one constructed the quality of life from elements of independent aspects of the quality of life and made some more assumptions. These other assumptions might be that these aspects of the quality of life are coordinated to certain conditions of life which consist of parts of the same kind, that falling increases of quality correspond to equal increases in the conditions of life, that the parts of the conditions of life can be subdivided at will. If we make all these assumptions, then somebody who aimed at the highest possible quality of life in gradual approximation would act with the best economic efficiency if he would fix it such that the occurring increases were equal in all areas. We see how unrealistic the assumptions are which we would have to add to our deliberations in order to reach what many use as their starting point for the study of economic efficiency. The present essay intends to demonstrate that one can do without these assumptions which are especially characteristic of the doctrine of marginal utility. 12 Introduction of Positive and Negative Increases 85. By the deliberations just sketched, but also in other ways, one can arrive at negative and positive increases. Even if certain elements of the conditions of life can depress the quality of life, this does not mean that therefore there are negative parts of the quality of life. For this to be the case, it is necessary that we can combine independent parts of the quality of life which cancel each other in certain cases. Under certain 333, 334 conditions we can treat the negative part of the quality of life as displeasure, the positive ones as pleasure, and introduce for both the common name sensation. We prefer to use the name sensation to the name feeling, which seems loaded with meaning in psychology. We can treat qualities of life and dissect like sensations. 86. If in some cases pleasure and pain appear only in connection with each other, the person mentioned in 84 would aim for the groups of pleasure and pain to always increase equally with regard to the different aspects of quality of life. Some assume that differences between magnitudes of pleasure and pain can be calculated. We shall not investigate here whether this is so or not. 87. If it is our aim to compare descriptions of conditions of life of single individuals or of whole peoples with reference to their quality of life, then we tend to be especially inclined to try to construct the qualities of life out of single negative and positive elements. Nothing would be simpler, if we could coordinate certain positive figures to, say, the bread which is consumed, the living space that is occupied, etc., and likewise certain negative figures to effort of work, illness, and such. Yet there seems to be little chance of achieving algebraic sums in this way which would be practically usable, if to higher figures there always corresponded higher qualities of life. 13 Derivatives of Money Calculation 88. From 78 onwards we have dealt with certain types of considerations, not because we are of the opinion that in a foreseeable future they might be of any significance for the elaboration of theory of economy, but to show at least in rough outlines how, with the help of certain intermediate links, our earlier discussions can be connected with those views which for many represent the obvious basis of economic theory. It is understandable that one should search for a roughly adequate calculation of the quality and condition of life to be placed alongside the highly refined money calculation, which even operates with decimals. One was not inclined to believe how extraordinarily crude the basis is on which the money order is founded as a matter of fact. In addition, monetary calculation got people used to treating all magnitudes as sums and differences. In the following, a number of examples are intended to show how concepts of traditional economic theory can be interpreted as derivatives of the money calculation. 89. Cost accounting is connected with the assumptions given in 86. By contrast, we do not need the opposites of pleasure and pain at all and use the accounting of sensations by merely assuming that there are phenomena of higher and lower pleasure. Cost accounting, however, as far as it represents the view closest to ours, sees in the opposition of pleasure and pain the very essence of all economic accounting. Even if the mistake were avoided to add up pain and material expense together under cost, we would have to object if effects are seen as connected only with pleasure, causes only with pain. There may be work that is performed with pleasure, and results of work which cause pain. Should now the pleasure of work be added to utility, the pain of result to cost? Moreover, cause and effect cannot be isolated at all in the way demanded by the cost accounting. Often the cost accounting tries to treat the omission of measures of more uneconomical performance as a cost of the more economic ones. 90. Yet cost accounting becomes immediately understandable when it is regarded as a derivative of money calculation. Cost then corresponds to expenses, utility to income, the difference to either gain or loss. In the framework of money calculation, it is understandable that an action is declared to be efficient only if it provides a positive difference, because it is the character of money to remain unchanged if it is not used. However, real life often behaves differently from money. Sometimes it can be more economical to undertake something which according to cost accounting would cause a negative difference, namely, if in other cases the negative difference would be even larger. It is an error anyway to believe that the study of economic efficiency is linked to the opposites of pleasure and pain. If someone who would only be capable of pleasure were confronted with an unlimited quantity of all possible sorts of things, his thoughts about best economic performance would have to concern how to make the best use of his limited time of consumption in the most economical way. 91. Just as cost accounting can be considered a derivative of money calculation, the same seems to be true of the theory of economic factors which, disregarding the triad land, work, and capital for which we have no use, is usually based on the assumption that increases in the quality of life which are connected with some part. 335. 336. Of the condition of life, could be proportionally attributed to the contributing causes in a general way. Such procedure is reminiscent of the attempt to apportion the performance of a steam engine to boiler, piston, valves, etc. This is not to deny that it can make sense to find out the importance of alterations in these components. But the theory of factors becomes intelligible at once when we think of it as applied within money calculation and as charged with the task of establishing relations between money prices of parts of the condition of life with money prices of partial causes of the condition of life, or of investigating the distribution of money sums to profit-making enterprises. 92. The current concept of consumption, real income, is also understandable as derivative of money calculation. Given our own approach to economic efficiency, it seems appropriate to comprehend also work and illness under the concept which covers food, clothing, housing, theater visits, etc. These things, however, are not part of the concept of consumption and real income, which covers only what appears as a reflection of money income. Real income has little significance in our approach to the study of economic efficiency. Two people, for instance, who consume the same amounts of goods, have the same real income. Who consumes less, has a smaller real income. Suppose there are 3 workers, the first works 10 hours and receives 10 pieces of bread as wage, the second works only 8 hours and also receives 10 pieces of bread as wage, the third does not work at all and receives 9 pieces of bread. The first 2 obviously receive the same real income, the third a smaller one. But in terms of sums of quality of life, the third has probably the highest, the second a lower and the first the lowest one. This contradiction between real income and quality of life is not repaired if a real wage per time is introduced. Take the case that at a certain place a worker cannot work more than 4 hours, for which he receives a wage of 8 pieces of bread, at another place he can work 8 hours and receives 12 pieces of bread as wage. If the 8 pieces of bread are below the minimum of existence and 8 hours of work not a special strain, the first case would mean a lower quality of life though the real income per hour is greater. What can be said about the real income of the individual also applies to national income. 93. The concepts national income and national wealth are also derivatives of the money calculation, even if they are not expressed in money terms. Frequently national income is coordinated to national wealth in a similar way to how money revenue is coordinated to money wealth. By expressing national income and national wealth in kind, nothing is altered in the theoretical structure. We need the concept of the totality of conditions of life which is not identical with the national income during a period, nor is the concept of the basis of life at a certain moment identical with the national wealth at this moment. Among liabilities, national wealth recognizes foreign debt, but not swamps causing disease. Among assets, a quarry will figure, but not the power of invention. The computation of national wealth and national income in money terms is always a questionable affair from the viewpoint of our treatment of economic efficiency, since money prices stand only in an indirect relation to the quality of life and mainly serve to express the distribution of purchasing power and the money order as such. This becomes especially obvious where the free trade economy has been significantly curbed and price maxima and price differentials are applied. In a state, which has introduced a thorough grading of prices according to income, the money unit has no longer a uniform purchasing power. The purchasing power of a coin depends on the hand which holds it. How could stores of goods be expressed in money terms in such a state? Would it make sense to add incomes? This would require the creation and application of a well-constructed system of prices. 94. The above noted contradictions become especially obvious if we examine economic calculation in a war economy. Calculation in kind takes its start from the given fields, swamps, forests, wasteland, machines, stores of all kind, people, etc. We then describe the alteration of the conditions of life, how it would have happened in peacetime, by compiling the amounts of food, clothing, theater visits, frequency of illnesses, amount of work, etc., in their distribution over the groups of population and describe the final situation anew. In the same way we describe the alteration of the conditions of life in wartime. Finally, the total situation after the conclusion of the war will be established and compared with that which would have occurred if peace had prevailed all along. This final state has further significance as a cause for the conditions of life. To make an estimate of this, a number of deliberations of a more general nature about expectations of qualities of life are necessary. We shall disregard the discussion of the principle of judging single facts. 95. How could money calculation represent such outcomes? It is based on the formation of prices and, strictly speaking, can measure. 337. 338. The total outcome after the peace treaty only by the way in which the individuals, who form the price, judge the future development. Add to this that the money calculation can very well take account of a destroyed house in dollars and cents, but not of a destroyed existence. It is likely that just these discussions will provide a serious challenge to money calculation after this war. Another contributing factor for its decline will be that the future tendencies towards economy in kind will automatically push it aside, especially the in-kind calculation of the economic plan, which is likely to continue being important, will be effective in this direction. The role of money may well be considerably diminished, perhaps also its use as unit of calculation. Then the theory of money may be compared with the theory of food vouchers, and a time may arise when the science of monetary economy will be underestimated to the same degree to which we were inclined to overestimate it. 14 Summary and Prospects. 96. The purpose of the present essay is to look at practical measures, ways of behavior, groups of institutions and whole orders of life as conditions initiating qualities of life, and to compare their economic efficiency within a comprehensive theory of economy. The theory of economy can keep close to real life by looking at historically given forms and studying how things came about, how they might have come about, and what may come about in future under various conditions. However, it can also deal in an abstract constructive way with economic forms whose realization is out of the question. Both approaches have in common that, from a starting point, real or imagined, several possible developments are considered. 97. The introduction of a new conceptual structure and the new names here suggested are restricted to the most urgent changes. It would be a vain effort to create a completely new world of concepts and names. This would too easily lead to the slippery slope of perfectly adapted concepts and names which, in fields as little clarified as ours, often leads to absurdities. Each change of a more important concept means clearly a change of the whole structure of concepts, and this leads to a chain of new names. We can always only start from the state of concepts, which we find at hand, and can only work with the whole in view, since we cannot master the world by a chain of single insights following each other. We must rather try to catch hold of it by means of an intricate network of concepts and thoughts. To elaborate its meshes and make them equally usable everywhere is a chief task of the sciences. We cannot rid ourselves from the traditional structure of concepts in one go. Even its transformation is effected with the help of traditional concepts. 98. The choice of names, from this point of view, has the object of characterizing as many forms of economy as possible. Of the suggested names, the term war economy has already been accepted, and the currently suggested name administrative economy may be accepted too. The name theory of war economy, which belongs to the name war economy and was suggested roughly at the same time, and which expresses clearly the acceptance of war economy as a special discipline, has to overcome much greater opposition. Similarly, the expression theory of administrative economy may not be easily accepted. The expression theory of economy in kind also belongs to this group. It was stressed specifically to create a powerful opposite to theory of money economy. Just as the theory of economy in kind is the opposite of the theory of money economy, calculation in kind is the opposite of calculation in money. As far as it can be foreseen, the expression calculation in kind has some chance to be accepted. It is a characteristic of the names here chosen that they leave it undecided as far as possible whether their objects can be dissected into parts or whether they are indivisible wholes, whose details we cannot detach though we can describe them. It is in precisely the sense that the expressions quality of life, basis of life, condition of life, inner condition have been suggested here. We also discussed the divisibility of qualities of life as an extension of our approach, but the main argument rests on undivided qualities of life. Should the divisibility prove feasible, the remarks made here need by no means be revoked, but only augmented. 99. We have not created all these concepts as an artificial exercise of playful thinking, but in light of the urgent necessity to do justice, by analytic scrutiny, to everyday experiences and especially to the important events of the present time. That the margins of these concepts are often blurred need not worry us, as their centers are clearly enough recognizable. How some originally given complex is understood in this way is shown, for example, when a choice between two vocations is 339, 340 made. Then we have to take into account at the same time everything we can learn about the vocations in question, the probable working hours, the type of work, the possible accommodation and livelihood it affords, the probability of illness, distribution of holidays, chances to marry, social honor, and much else which cannot point it out at all in detail. We try to get a picture of the life connected with the one and the other vocation in all its manifoldness. Prepared by such considerations, we may enter the labor market and participate in the formation of prices whose clear simplicity does not show any of the complications of the preparatory thoughts, since it is based, partly, on the totality of facts, which is more enjoyable in one case than in another and which makes the demand for one vocation greater than for another. 100. The total theory of economy was deduced from one main concept, that of economic efficiency. It defines clearly the direction of each individual investigation which may be claimed to belong to the theory of economy in our sense. The pure theory of price was thus discarded and appears only as an auxiliary theory, insofar as it throws light on alterations in conditions of life, while the traditional theory of income, especially of real income, appears as a part of economic theory which requires much improvement. Historically, the type of economic theory promoted here can be regarded as related to all those approaches which put wealth, what one produces and consumes in the widest sense, into the center of their considerations. It is linked to all those scholars who simultaneously treat different forms of economy and to all those who as utopians treat of possible institutions. A small number of thinkers exerted their influence directly, and the results of their research were incorporated in our presentation, often after some transformation. The following may be mentioned especially: Aristotle, J.J. Beecher, Quesnay, Stoyart, Smith, Ricardo, Sismondi, Thanon, List, Roscher, Gosson, Stuart Mill, Karl Marx, Leon Walras, Karl Menger, Wilhelm Neurath, Johann von Komorzinski, Wilfried Pareto. 101. It need not be a matter of surprise that the concepts here presented require a high degree of abstraction, because that is characteristic of all conceptual structures. We know that a cartwright can push a lever under a wheel without having the thoughts of a physicist, but the conceptual basis is common to both. To show this common basis requires a great refinement of thinking. This has to be said with some apology because economics is often reproached for containing too few hard facts. That may be true of those parts of economic theory that 341 move away from real life but still claim importance when decisions in real life are taken. If, however, a theory is called unworldly because it deals with forms which have not occurred in history, then the present groundwork for a comparative economic theory bears the reproach gladly. Indeed, it has to do so if it wants to serve the active people of our time. Nothing is more damaging to agents than sticking only to the past and present in their thinking. Theory ought to consider the sensible possibilities of things to come and should hold ready for use all the equipment which may be needed to master the future. Someone who keeps exclusively to the present will soon only be capable to understand the past, especially in our era when developments which formerly occurred over decades now take only years. It may be the case that the time is right for us to overcome the one-sidedness of the traditional economic theory and allow market economy and administrative economy, money economy, and economy in kind to exist side by side. Perhaps the time has come for a newly reconstructed economic theory in which the different forms of economy are equal members of a higher plurality. It remains a further task to combine this economic theory with a comprehensive theory of happiness on the one hand, and, on the other, with a general theory of orders of life. Part 3. Socialization Theory. 11. A system of socialization *. Contents, I. Utopianism as Science 2. Fundamental concepts of economic science. 1. Quality of life and condition of life. 2. Order of life and basis of life. 3. Economics and efficiency. 4. The plasticity of the economy. 5. Economic science. 3. Socialization. 1. Its essence. 2. Distribution, exploitation, power. 3. Schematism. 4. Terminology. 5. Possibilities of socialization. 6. The economic plan as a substitute for profits. 4. Economic planning. 1. Universal statistics. 2. Types of life conditions. 3. Calculation in kind. V. Rationalization. 1. Performance, health, well-being. 2. Working methods. 3. Management. 4. Social engineering. 6. The institutions of socialization. 1. Centrally taken measures. 2. The central economic administration. 3. Associations and banks. 4. Accounting offices. 5. Economic councils. 6. Expert groups. 7. Socialization and social democracy. 1. Utopianism as science. Civil war is raging in Germany. Famine, disease, and murder are at work, the horsemen of the apocalypse. How could they be resisted? Only by our will and knowledge. This misery has befallen us not at least because we lacked clear aims. Marxists killed playful utopianism, thus saving the unity of the party and scientific rigor, but also paralyzing the resolve to think up new forms. The doctrine of historical necessity became quietism for many. What Marx said about active engagement in reconstruction was forgotten. As if conscious work on the order of society with a specific goal would be opposed to the realization that what is willed as well as the willing are necessary for development. In place of creative action, one pursued detailed analysis of the more accidental forms of the doctrine of surplus value and other parts of the Marxian edifice of ideas, the real impetus and force of which will only be appreciated by the future. The industrial proletariat and their allies found themselves with much political power in the November Revolution. What was lacking, however, was an idea. 345. 346. Of the economic future that could have guided their will. Dumb resistance and random destruction became the expression of unsatisfied proletarian longing and bitterness. These powerful forces can only become creative if socialization, the conscious realization of the new order of life, is based on an intellectual analysis, and if utopianism becomes effective as science, as social engineering. This essay seeks to delineate the possible directions of this development. It starts from the uncontroversial premise that in addition to other factors, one also has to take into account one's own will as an influence on the historically necessary development. How we think about historical events, this is itself conditioned historically, significantly affects these events, whereas astronomy cannot significantly affect the course of the stars. It is assumed of the views of socialization sketched here that socialization, as prophecy, has already begun to become a cause of its own realization. Of late, demands for the planned administrative economy, wages and taxes in kind, an economic plan and other things have been voiced more than once or even have begun to be put into practice. Among these proposals we find that of Crenold Neurath Schumann. Its main points will be analyzed here. This proposal concerns mainly the socialization of a state, e.g. Germany. Global socialization would require an additional consideration of other forms of economic order. In any case, it must be noted that an economic plan may be imposed on different structures of low-level economic institutions. In Germany, socialization should not be understood as a transformation of the individual firms, but rather as a transformation of the structure of the economy as a whole. The central order may be wholly socialist, while craftsmen and peasants are united by a system of cooperatives. Furthermore, some settlements may even govern themselves according to neo-communist principles, connected to the socialist superstructure through certain duties alone. Thus socialization may pave the way to a future economic tolerance through the cultivation of non-capitalist forms of life. Two fundamental concepts of economic theory. 1. Happiness and misery of the members of a human group directly depends upon, besides the personal characteristics of the people, housing, food, clothing, education, entertainment, work, illness, and other things. 2. It is due to conscious measures, institutions, and types of behavior, that fields, forests, swamps, rocks, humans, animals, machines and other things become the source of situations of life that give rise to more or less happiness, for instance, by cultivating the fields and growing cereals, by producing bread through the cooperation of miller and baker, or by trading cereals for cotton garments by trade. 3. To the extent to which we can capture this dependency of the quality of life on the order of life through calculations or schematizations, we shall call the order of life an economic order, or economy, and we shall say that one economic order is of higher efficiency than some other just in case the first allows for situations of life yielding more happiness than the second given the same basis of life. For we need not consider the economic orders merely as preconditions for higher or lower economic efficiency, but also as preconditions of different distributions of situations of life amongst the members of a certain group. The differing quantities of the components of a condition of life may be distributed in different ways over the members of a group, causing a changing distribution of the quality of life, the plasticity of the economy. In case I, the plasticity of the economy exhibits a regular distribution of the quality of life, while in case 2, there is a large class of people with a mediocre quality of life and two small classes with a higher or lower quality of life, respectively. The plasticity of the economy may exhibit a basic structure or lack a definite order altogether. 5. Economic theory examines economic orders as causes of economies of different efficiencies and different plasticities. It compares historically given as well as imagined orders of life with each other. When economic theory deals with the question what economic orders may be put into practice, it becomes part of social engineering. When it gives an outline of the future development, we shall call it economic prophecy, conditioning the events it predicts insofar as it influences action. 3. Socialization 1. While the order of life was accepted as fate in the past, it has now become to an ever higher extent the object of our conscious. 347. 348. Analytic will. Socialization, that is, the goal-directed realization of the socialist order of life, is the demand of the day. Here we shall be speaking of the socialization of the economy only, i.e. of a total socialization, and use the expressions socialization of a part of the economy, socialization of agriculture, of the press, of the medical services etc. only insofar as we are dealing with the incorporation of these elements into a socialist general plan. The misleading expression socialization of individual firms will be avoided. It is commonly used to label nationalizations, the takeover of a firm through its workers or the introduction of profit sharing. Many use these expressions in order to calm the people as if this could be achieved by words alone. Yet the people want to have a better life. They do not want to tolerate inherited or acquired privileges of property, they want to rule. Socialization is an organizational reconstruction and not, as some think, merely a legal operation through which private property is converted into common property. The latter would be of no help unless an administrative economy guided by a plan would be created as well. 2. Whoever is striving for the socialization of the economy thus has to ask, how will it alter the distribution of housing, food, clothing, education and entertainment, work, illness and hardship, i.e. the plasticity of the economy? How will it influence the exploitation of all resources, the economic efficiency? Will it still allow crises to occur and tolerate the waste of resources caused by numerous retail outlets and useless variation? How will it change the control over economic life, which, by the way, is not just demanded for the sake of a new distribution and use of resources by the people, but also in its own right? The most difficult problem is that of the exploitation of a given basis of life by the economic order. It has taken a long time until it was proven fairly convincingly that the traditional form of the market economy was unable to prevent depressions and the waste of resources of all kinds, but indeed caused them automatically. It had already been observed in Hellenic times that Egyptians destroyed papyrus plants to raise profits, and that the Dutch did something similar in analogous periods of the modern development. There is a long way, however, from such observations to comprehensive studies of the kind provided by Sismondi, Karl Marx, Henry George, Wilhelm Neurath, and others. The movement for socialization generally assumes as a premise that the traditional economic order is less efficient than a socialist one, that socialization will increase production in the interest of the workers. It seems that due to the aggressive demand of the masses, the new order is being realized more quickly than it is possible for the scientists to carry out this test of efficiency, which only a few are engaged with anyway. The problem of distribution, the question how an economic plan can be designed, is logically speaking of a much simpler character, but nevertheless it has seldom been examined. Popperlinkus and Ballot Atlanticus are the only ones who have actually carried out such a calculation for Germany. Theory and statistics of the distribution of the different situations of life are in a poor state, since the monetary calculus has put income at the focus of attention. The problem of power has been badly neglected. It concerns us here only in so far as the organization of power influences the workings of the economy. Only this neglect explains that the idea of councils has been put into effect in its most crude form, without a greater number of trained scientists attempting to think through the different possibilities. We do possess a few designs for rule by councils, but 349. 350. Except for the social engineer Rathenau, no one seems to have attempted to integrate these into an utopia. 3. Let us now ask what difference socialization would make. Instead of a free market economy, it will bring an administrative economy, i.e. a centrally made decision, to realize an economic plan, or at least its support. Instead of rule by the masters, As we have known it, it will bring rule by the community, and make the entire people the ruler of their fates. Instead of an economy of the masters, it will bring a collective economy. Instead of an economy that serves a privileged caste of masters, it will bring an economy that yields the same advantages to all. Socialization may thus be defined by the formula A1B1C1. Furthermore, socialization puts in place of underuse of resources the full use of resources. Socialization can be realized in a number of ways. Either, using the terminology of Tanis, in an order of society, an order that works with payment according to performance, contracts etc., or in an order of community, an order that adapts performance to the abilities and consumption to the demand that is formed through custom. Socialization can be based on the principle of society or on the principle of community. For instance, some order of the society might be in place but the principle of community be decisive for individual actions, as in the cooperatives which bring together the principle of community with an order of the society. In the process of socialization, we will also distinguish whether it is based on the further development of the existing institutions, the use of the civil servants presently in office, or instead on the elimination of the old-fashioned institutions. Then there is the question whether the socialization shall be striven for peacefully or by force. The form of society, the form of community and the form of guilds are the types of frameworks for humans' interaction that are at issue today. Each of these types can be adopted exclusively, but they can also be realized in combination. The following diagram distinguishes the individual orders of life and the presently existing movements for a collective economy far more conspicuously than is possible in reality and sketches how the three peaceful types may be combined. Restricting ourselves to combinations of the elementary phenomena A1, B, B1, C, C1, D, D1, E, E1, F, F1, G, G1, H, H1, we get 256 possible forms, of which only a small part will occupy us here, however. Our formulas. 351. Figure 2. Enable us to characterize briefly and precisely certain phenomena, in particular, they make it easier to see whether we capture all cases within a certain section. We need not be confused by rough distinctions and classifications, it is possible to refine them later. The conjunction of A1, B, C1, D1, E1, F1, for instance, would be represented by a patriarchal community, the conjunction of A1, B, C1, D1, E, F, by a socialist monarchy. Some forms are utterly irrelevant, for instance, A1, B1, C1, D1, E, F1, G, H1, i.e. a cooperative movement attempting a violent revolution. 352. We should not forget that the elementary pairs do not yield exhaustive classifications. For instance, it is impossible to say of each economy whether it is an economy of the masters or a collective economy, as numerous mixed forms are also possible. To be sure, each element of this pair may occur individually. A collective economy in the purest sense is well imaginable. By combining the classifications that are of interest today, we get the following. It is high time to sort out the terminology in this field. The distinction introduced by Tanis, already widely used nowadays, between order of society socialism and order of community communism, should be generally adopted. Considerable confusion is caused in thought and action by the fact that the violent form of socialism, widely referred to under the name of Bolshevism in Germany today, which aims at the elimination of outdated institutions, carries the name communism, just like the utterly peaceful movement that aims at establishing settlements in the spirit of a fraternal living together, far away from the big cities. If a change in meaning of the common terms should not be possible, a relabeling ought to be vigorously pursued in the interest of politics. Today we have almost reached the point that communist means something like a violent person. This is not just a consequence of purposive libel and incitement, but also of the disordered terminology. This confusion has been supported by the fact that the Bolshevik form of socialism is represented in Germany by the Communist Party of Germany, formerly the Spartakusbund. The communists of Tani's terminology are often also called anarchists. This name applies to all those that are of an anti-state conviction and is much too vague, however, since it comprises the wholly individualistic Stirner as well as the community-oriented Kropotkin. It is not the least because of this terminology that the Bolshevik socialists and the anarchist communists, or anarchist neo-communists, to be precise, have joined forces in Germany. They are also unified, of course, in that Bolshevism perceives socialism only as a transitory step to communism, in that none of them believes in the further development of the traditional forms of economic organization, and in that both equally met with the intolerance of the ruling classes. If there existed a far-reaching tolerance in the economic sphere, a peaceful kind of Bolshevism might develop that could exist together with other orders of life. For that, however, Bolshevism would have to abandon its own intolerance. 353. Figure 3. 354. 5. The program of socialization here discussed makes an attempt at a simultaneous realization of socialism, solidarism, and communism. It provides for cooperatives for peasants and craftsmen, for collectivist settlements on a communist basis, and for large-scale socialist production in agriculture and industry to exist side by side, in order to do justice to their different aspirations to realize a collective economy in their own way. The principles of organization may be summarized as follows. Essential for socialization is a distribution of the different situations of life according to an economic plan. This presupposes an exploitation of the basis of life as prescribed by the plan. That the flows of raw materials and resources occur according to a plan does not mean that that plan is known to everyone. It is conceivable that peasants, sitting on their plot of land, continue to produce in peace for their own needs, following the old custom, because their actions correspond to the new plan of the collective economy. The authorities do not have to pursue a centralist formation of the will. It is enough if deviations from the economic plan are avoided and deficiencies are compensated for. The total order is one of society, it is purposeful and rationalist, and such an order is not opposed to giving space to traditions and the principle of community in some areas. It is an important task for social engineering in a planned organization of society to integrate fully the structures of community and the structures of guilds. This problem seems to be solvable, since the simultaneous realization of all three movements is in accordance with the direction of development. Nothing would be further off the mark than to believe that in the socialist epoch what we have seen in the recent past would be intensified without bounds, the merely partial development of human potential, the prevalence of full specialization and the division of labor. That is not so. In fact, many energetic proponents of socialism in large production and of the division of labor only conceive of these measures as a transitional step towards a form of neo-communism. Moreover, the concern to conserve the already existing non-capitalist structures of small and medium scale and to create new non-urban communist settlements unifying commerce and agriculture is quite significant today and well suited to work for a future that will enhance the development of the whole human potential and the unification of labor in conscious denial of their opposites. If socialization wanted to destroy the culture of the peasants and the craftsmen and prevent neo-communism, it would not just encounter enormous resistance, but also pave the way to new conflicts, which modern social engineering had better prevent and avoid. Mere majority decisions will give way to an economic tolerance that can support several non-capitalist forms of economy simultaneously, just as in the United States settlements of Quakers are tolerated next to settlements of Mormons. The economic plans thus have to show how production and consumption of the manifold of smaller economic structures can be combined. 6. The economic plans would not only prevent the economic mistakes of the past but, importantly, would also describe the possibilities of the future. Just as estimates are required for a budget, so estimates for the macroeconomy will be required for a socialized economy. The general economic plans will have to replace net profits in regulating the economy. In a free market those enterprises were undertaken that yielded the highest money profits. The profits occurred automatically, as it were, and one obeyed the relevant demands like players obey an acknowledged rule of a game. At certain points of economic life, profits were disregarded in the common interest. On behalf of the state, schools, hospitals etc. were built that did not yield any profit. How mistaken it was to take profits as indicating efficiency may be seen from the fact that certain commodities widely needed were not produced at all, because the masses of the population did not have the money to buy these goods and were thus unable to produce this profit. Nonetheless, the production of these goods would have produced more happiness than not producing them, and so it would have been more efficient. But profits did not even secure the most efficient exploitation of the resources considering the different money incomes, since increases in profits could occasionally be achieved by the destruction of goods or restrictions of production. Profits lost all appearance of being justified as indicator of efficiency when the administrative economy was extended and, particularly during the war, prices and wages were fixed by state intervention. If the wages of the workers in the production of coal were set high, and the price of coal low, profits in the production of coal fell, without this implying anything at all about the acceptability of the production of coal from any perspective whatsoever. The extent of intervention of the state or large associations in the administrative economy is growing from day to day. Wages and prices of goods are no longer fought over in the market, but in commissions. The authorities. 355. 356. That determine wages and prices indirectly determine profits, i.e. the income of the entrepreneurs and of those having a share in the profits of the entrepreneurs. Since more and more frequently one can only reach conclusions about the relations of power involved from the fact that higher or lower profits are made, the decisions as to whether some specific production should be undertaken must be reached on another basis. We have to consider directly what different situations of life a certain basis of life will yield today and in the future in different cases. The happiness of all need not be decisive here, the happiness of a certain class may be, but only on the basis of an in-kind calculus including the whole of the economy and not on the basis of individual monetary calculations of individual firms. Applied administrative economy thus means centralized in-kind calculations based on an economic plan. It need not mean a collective economy, it need not mean a socialist distribution of the different situations of life. Whoever supports any kind of administrative economy, be it run by the state, by associations, or guilds, or some other kind of structures, inevitably paves the way for a planned economy and prepares the economic plan of socialism. The socialized economy always is an administrative economy following a plan. For economic planning 1. Socialization presumes a clear economic plan that renders apparent the efficiency and plasticity of the economy. For this a redesign of statistics is required. The statistics of the 18th century had become a means of rendering the nations happy under the influence of enlightened absolutism. The liberation movements and the economic liberalism that put an end to the authoritarian state undid these initial attempts at a universal statistics. Statistics was now understood as a means of suppression, indeed, it was considered a repressive mechanism itself, an interference with personal liberties. The statistics were disaggregated, so that today we only have individual surveys compiled by diverse institutions without a common structure or design. The best statistics often cannot be integrated with each other. Since a common approach is lacking, data about some areas have not been collected at all, even though this would have been simple. 2. We cannot directly capture the quality of life and we will therefore stick to the condition of life, i.e. housing, food, clothing, working hours, etc. These we have to classify as types of situations of life. For instance, we get several types of situations of life for the peasants of some area. The final outcome would be a topography of situations of life. The attempts by LE Play will now be pursued at a theoretically higher level. The condition of life will be dealt with in rigorous economic theory instead of in the logically unsatisfactory conglomerate of so-called social policy. 3. By employing an in-kind calculus, intended to supplement the common monetary calculus with its incomes, taxes, etc., and provide the basis for investigating the economy. It will be shown how certain quantities of mines, fields, forests, swamps, etc., and imported resources and machines, etc., yield certain quantities of coal, copper, flour, etc., which in turn become part of the conditions of life on the one hand and means of production on the other, such as raw materials or auxiliary inputs for machines, etc. Universal statistics will have to track the individual raw materials overall, by attempting to capture import, export, production, consumption, and stockpiling for all forms of raw materials. Further subsections would complete the picture. In a similar way, other tables would show what enters as raw material and auxiliary input into the individual processes of production, what is produced out of them, how fertilizer, seeds, machines, etc. enter agricultural production, how milk, butter, meat, fiber plants, etc. are gained from it. Whatever appears as increase in one table will figure as decrease in some other table, so that in the end a closed statistic system is reached. Where the collection of data is not possible for the moment, estimates have to take their place. In general, conjectural statistics ought to be developed further. In a closed statistical system, this technique can be used more easily and successfully than in individual cases. V. Rationalization 1. The economic plan shows how different situations of life arise on the basis of life, and for this it presumes technical knowledge of all sorts. We have to know the ability of a worker if we want to ascertain the yield of a piece of land. We have to know the effects of premiums and many other things. The structure and realization of economic plans may be split up under the following headings: technology of machines, technology of labor, management, social engineering. Socialization uses these technologies consciously and proceeds rationalistically, at times perhaps intentionally fostering anti-rational, traditional behavior in the interest of the general plan. The free market economy, aiming at profits, enhanced the development of machines and the technology of labor and management insofar as this improved the performance of the enterprises, i.e. lowered the cost of production. Whether the condition of life of the people improved for the economy as a whole was not an issue. Health and well-being of the workers were only considered by the employer insofar as they affected the quality of work. Measures of rationalizations within the individual firms could decrease the efficiency of the macroeconomy, as was the case at the beginning of the machine age, when the sudden introduction of machines led to dismissals as well as an increase in the working hours. The socialized economy takes health and well-being of the worker into account in exactly the same way it takes into account the final product that indirectly influences his condition of life. Any potential improvement of working methods is only considered for realization if it takes account of performance, health, and well-being. The research into working methods that is now developing, the scientific management of companies, the Taylor system, piecework pay, and all other means of technology will also be used by the socialized economy, but only in the common interest. It is not at all impossible to introduce these measures in certain areas of life and leave tradition and received customs intact in others, if there the elimination of the old would cause particular unhappiness or were to have other undesirable consequences. Yet there are no objections in principle against socialization employing the Taylor system and piecework pay, even if they do not increase profits. The working people decide for themselves whether they want to lay the bricks according to outdated rules or following scientific principles that take into account output, health, and well-being on equal terms, just as technology takes account of health in its subdiscipline of work hygiene. It is not of the essence of scientific management to investigate effects on the private economy. It is not in the nature of premiums and piecework pay to help only the entrepreneur. For instance, we could think up systems where the piecework pay decreases in such a way that the worker is no longer making more money if he moves away from the optimum for well-being and health. Premiums also may be paid if noisy works are not undertaken. If we seriously start to pursue socialization, the systems of premiums will have to be extended first of all, since this is the only way of protecting the industrious workers from the lazy ones, especially since in a socialized society the workers cannot be punished by being dismissed and rendered incomeless. It is only within certain branches of industry, for instance crafts and agriculture, that the system of premiums need not be applied, if one wished to foster the inclination to work without the carrot of material gain. In the distant future this may come to an end altogether, maybe if large-scale production and the division of labor have been widely eliminated. Attempting to do without premiums and piecework pay in the traditional large-scale production plants, however, is likely to worsen the condition of life of society at large. Premiums will have to be put in place of shares in the profits that until now were an important incentive for the executives. These are entirely new methods, the elaboration of which presumes an extension of the science of management. 2. Besides premiums and piecework pay, the principles for most efficient working methods will play a decisive role. The selection of the right movements and the right tools at the workplace will be accompanied by the selection of workers for certain jobs. Already today, every firm is able to choose appropriate people for its workforce in the interest of increasing its profits. Such a method even yields monopoly gains unless it is practiced by all firms. The profits realized through such a selection, which many firms share in part with the workers, are often praised as an achievement of the Taylor system. This ignores the fact that the sudden and general introduction of the Taylor system in the traditional structures and the selection of the most suitable workers does not imply an increase in wages, and that it would have an 359. 360. Equally disastrous effect as the introduction of the machine system a century ago. 3. The working people will be in favor of scientific management only if the economic order prevents its abuse. For the technology of work and management techniques to improve the condition of life, a corresponding increase in the pleasure of work needs to be achieved, i.e., a corresponding redistribution of talents across the different professions must be attempted. This requires social engineering beyond the bounds of the science of management and of working methods. 4. The question will no longer be how to select from a given group of workers those best suited for a given job. Instead, the question will be how to bring about a combination of people and jobs such that a maximum of happiness is achieved. Given a group of 100 people, there will always be 10 that are best suited to become coachmen. But one will have to ask whether automobiles should not be preferred to coaches generally if among the 100 people more will be found with an interest in metalworks and car driving than with an interest in woodworks and coach driving. Pursuit of a job or profession is itself part of the condition of life, and a good distribution of jobs and professions represents an increase in happiness just as an increase in production does. These examples should suffice to show how the rationalization of the economy strongly influences people, more than its general influence on efficiency, through changes in the distribution of situations of life initiated by the fundamental redistribution of labor tasks. Setting of industrial norms and types, as well as specialization, are part of social engineering, and their importance will be realized only if the majority of firms are involved. Their technical importance need not be considered here. It can hardly be denied today that the free market was in conflict with these endeavors. Already there are some who favor the setting up of an extensive structure of capitalist trusts, so that a standardization in technology can be realized that raises production. Obviously, a socialized economy may do the same thing. It requires special investigations how the capacity for innovation, general flexibility, and many other abilities, which allegedly only occur in the free market, may also be fostered in an administrative economy of a socialist nature. 6. The institutions of socialization. 1. The preceding discussion has sufficiently shown that the process of socialization requires an economic plan, the administration and management of which needs to be carried out by a central authority. Urgent problems of the day need to be solved. Strike fever endangers the body of society. Workers ask for more money. It is in opposition to economic thinking that those workers who are more aggressive, who work in important industries or are better organized, should receive higher wages than others. Besides the fact that these wage wars confuse the labor market, they start the spiral that knows no end: higher wages, higher prices, higher wages, higher prices. There is no point in explaining to an individual group of workers asking for more money that they ultimately just raise prices in the condition of life they are in now. The members of an individual group which receive an increase in pay before all others secure a larger share of the national product for themselves. Only if all workers simultaneously ask for a general system of pay can this argument have any effect. Hardship will soon force us to consider a general system that unifies all pay agreements and other wage settlements and coordinates them. As soon as such a general system of pay will have been approved, the simultaneous introduction of a general price system will become an absolute necessity. The workers will want to know right away what they will be able to buy for their wages. At the same time, these wages determine the price of the goods. Through the coordination of the general system of pay with the general price system, the life situation of the people will be determined in a rough form. It will also become clear then that nominal wages and nominal prices are irrelevant. The workers do not care whether they get commodities at low prices if they receive low wages or whether they get them at high prices if they receive high wages. Discussions will thus concentrate on in-kind wages, which may for convenience be computed in monetary terms. The economic plan and the in-kind calculus will be the basis of centralist investigations of wages and prices. High nominal wages and nominal prices are only of interest for payments of money dues, which weigh heavily upon people if wages and prices are low. In the same way the number of working hours will be set. The economic plan shows what condition of life will result given a 9, 8, 7, or 6-hour working day. 361. 362. The centralist distribution of the different situations of life requires a regulation of production, which in turn presupposes control over the flows of money and credit and, gradually, the assumption of full control over the use of money. The general duty to deposit shares in a bank safe and to conduct only cashless transactions are among the essential means of socialization. Some rationing of raw material and of many goods of everyday use will be permanent, even if with increases in production free choice will again become more common. The gradual displacement of the market with a system of distribution with as much free choice as possible is the final aim of every movement of socialization. 2. These and all other comprehensive measures and the control and development of all economic organizations need to be achieved through the agency of a central body which we shall call the Central Economic Administration. The current fragmentation of economic organizations into different areas of competence will be ridiculed by later generations and held responsible for our poor economic performance. The latter is due not in the least to eliminating the free market without creating a planned economy at the same time, but allowing an economy to develop that behaves randomly, where the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing and where neither of them knows what needs to be done. The elimination of the coercive economy and the development of the planned economy are pursued at the same time, such that different economic principles are followed in different areas. The Central Economic Administration must design the economic plan in accordance with all those institutions involved, ensure uniform enactment and must only allow differences that are compatible among themselves. The Central Economic Administration must also relate the domestic economy to foreign trade. The latter is more and more developing into trade by compensation which the Central Economic Administration must oversee, since the import of raw material will frequently be paid for through the export of the final products that it is used for. The Central Economic Administration also would have to organize research into working methods and promote the rationalization of the economy in general. 3. Wherever possible, the realization of the measures to be taken would be left to non-bureaucratic producers' associations that administer themselves. These associations are to be consulted in the course of determining the economic plan and have a vote in it. They may be of different kinds. Craftsmen and peasants may be grouped in cooperatives, which take responsibility for the raw materials and additional inputs and ensure that the final product will be available to all people and not just to the wealthy. Membership of some cooperatives could be compulsory so that a comprehensive system of cooperatives could be created to which all peasants or craftsmen need to belong, thus eliminating their competition with the big producers. Special organizations would have to encompass the big production plants. These can be construed along the lines of cartels and mixed firms. These associations would control primarily the regulation of production. The distribution would be carried out in conjunction with the central authorities. As socialization amounts to the disposal of end products according to the principles of a collective economy, the cooperatives of the craftsmen and the associations of industry would, just like the peasant cooperatives and the agricultural associations, be united in national associations that control the production from the raw material till the end product. For instance, the National Association for Construction Works would comprise the production of construction materials, the administration of building land, and the actual construction works. To what extent committees, commissions and individual commissars will be decisive here is of no importance in the present systematic inquiry. It also does not matter whether the individual firms are private or state-owned, as long as they observe the economic plan. These associations may be under the partial control of a group of banks, which would thus become a means to socialization. Special banks for socialization and compensation could perform special duties. More or less by themselves, banks would change from being central pillars of the institution of money to central institutions of the administration of goods. They would have to supply the branches of production with raw materials, auxiliary inputs etc. and ensure the supply of food and other goods to the workers. The tax system would also undergo fundamental changes and is likely to assume an in-kind structure through the mediation of the banks. 4. The system of associations and banks requires complementation through a system of statistical institutions, the accounting offices. 363. 364. Socialization can only be secured through a complete reconstruction of statistics. All collection of statistical data, whether initiated by towns, state authorities, associations, or trade unions, would have to be of a standardized structure. The accounting offices would have to be structured accordingly and cover the whole of society. They would have to be united in a center for calculation in kind that produces the topography of the different conditions of life, the flows of raw materials and energy for inclusion in the economic plan. 5. From the point of view of social engineering, the socialization could be carried out by a despotic ruler just as well as by a republic of councils. The suitability of these different constitutional forms from the political point of view depends on the historical circumstances. Wide parts of the population, especially the manual workers who demand a socialization, perceive in the current parliamentary apparatus an immortalization of the rule of the urban intelligentsia. Just as the last revolution overthrew the rule of the aristocracy and landowners by the urban intelligentsia that was close to capitalist thinking even in its non-capitalist quarters, the present revolution will overthrow the rule of the urban intelligentsia by the whole of the working people. This has little to do with the fight between democracy and non-democracy. Yet capitalist circles derived an advantage from the mobilization of democracy against the masses and the republic of councils they asked for. The masses could just as well ask for a perfect political democracy, which would put an end to the domination of the urban intelligentsia. It would merely have to be decreed, elections are to be held according to occupational groups and only members of the same occupation may be elected in such a way that they can be voted out at any time. Indirect elections in larger firms could be integrated into the system of proportional representation. It is obvious that in such a parliament, elected by all citizens, male and female, the capitalists would receive only a small number of votes. Whereas the demand for political councils must at least partly be considered insufficiently thought through, the demand for economic councils is of far more fundamental significance. Fundamental to the works councils is the idea of a constitutional firm. By themselves, works or factory councils are of relatively little significance for the process of socialization. Closely related to them, however, are the higher economic councils. The non-capitalist working people ask for guarantees that there will really be a socialization. Even a socialist majority in parliament could not ensure that every part of the economy must be under control. To ensure this is one of the main jobs of the economic councils, which will have many sub-organizations. The economic councils would constitute a hierarchy that culminates in a top workers' and farmers' control council which, together with the central economic administration, would exercise control over the whole of the economy. It is only through a hierarchy of such economic councils that the workers will be able to discipline themselves, since they will always resist and distrust external institutions. Whether the companies with the executive directors will be represented as a separate class in the higher councils cannot be decided here. This will be a matter of the balance of power. From the point of view of social engineering, their continuous employment is welcome, since this socialization plan aims to leave the management of the companies to individuals. Wherever possible, the entrepreneurs of today should be kept as managers and not become unemployed recipients of pensions as a result of rushed nationalizations. Their sons, of course, would not inherit this role. The Control Council would consist of the National Trade Councils, which would unite the next lower level of regional or local councils according to their industries. Representatives of the workers, male or female, elected at their place of work, who would counteract the tendency towards ossification that will also occur in the economic councils. These workers would return to their jobs after a while, to enjoy the reforms they supported. Representatives of non-capitalist organizations, trade unions, representatives of the unemployed and of war invalids need to be mentioned here. Representatives of the authorities and other public offices. 365. 366. Just below the national trade councils there would be the local trade councils, which would have to be elected by the factory councils of the different industries or immediately by the members of those occupations that do not elect work councils. It will be an important task of social engineering to join these specialist councils with the trade unions. If membership in the latter were made obligatory, they could even be united with the specialist councils. It is also conceivable to make the trade unions the bureaucratic apparatus of the trade councils, considered as bodies of economic representation. Socialization opens up a whole new sphere of activity for the trade unions. If it were impossible to find such new areas for them, their resistance against socialization would be provoked, for it tends to usurp their place. Since the socialist movement owes so much to the trade unions, which also command an excellent organization, there are many who want to assign new responsibilities to them. However, the unions also have strong enemies among those workers who want to see the economic fruits of the revolution. During the process of socialization, the works councils will have to assume the control of money and raw materials in the firms through nominated experts who ensure compliance with the regulations. The socialization would not gain if the works councils occupied a managing position. Nor could an increase in production be expected from such a role. To what extent that would be desirable for other reasons is a different question. The works councils often have a disorganizing influence on the economy and thus harm the interests of the working people. Often they also exhibit capitalist behavior by pushing for a distribution of the profits among the workers and some sort of profit sharing. All such individual measures are, like individual demands for pay, fundamentally non-socialist. According to socialist principles, the income of a worker can depend on his immediate success at his job or from the development of society, but never from the profits of a firm that still acts on the free market. It can be a socialist measure to pay the typesetter more because he managed to set more letters in an hour, but not because he set a book that had better sales on the market. Furthermore, in the process of socialization the profit of entire firms, indeed, of entire groups of firms, will become a set magnitude and will be used for purposes of calculation only. In short, particularly the higher councils serve the overall purpose of socialization, while the works councils do so only at the lower levels. Worker councils as the lowest political level require a different investigation altogether. 6. For the central economic administration and the economic councils to be able to accomplish their tasks, an organization of experts will be required. The more every individual is allowed a share of power, independently of his knowledge of the facts, the more attention has to be given to the systematic consultation of experts. It would be advisable to install a group of experts for every individual branch of the economy. they would have to be close to the existing universities, institutes, associations. These groups of experts would deal with the 5 following kinds of questions. Commercial issues. Some of these would concern the accounting procedures, which would be centralized under the guidance of representative trustees. Issues relating to working methods. Among these are psychological and physiological investigations that examine fatigue and nutrition. Technological issues. Management issues. Among these are all investigations into scientific management. Economic, statistic, and legal issues. Questions of social engineering extending beyond the individual firm also need to be considered. These should be treated by special section of the body of experts. 7. Socialization and social democracy. Socialization is demanded particularly by those who had to suffer most under capitalism, the factory workers. To bring about socialization, however, the factory workers have to unite with the craftsmen, farmers, civil servants, and the professionals to form an anti-capitalist bloc. The leaders of the factory proletariat mostly felt estranged from these groups of people. Furthermore, their emphasis on the slogan of class struggle often intensified, sometimes provoked, opposition between the factory workers and all other members of society, even the non-capitalists. 367. 368. Figure 5. No doubt it is a significant task to dissolve classes, but this can occur successfully only if education and organizational restructuring are also involved. For this, a social democracy requires a comprehensive system of socialization that attracts and satisfies people from all backgrounds. It was from the cooperation of all that Kropotkin expected the rise of a new era. The near future will decide whether the dissolution of the classes only occurs through a violent class struggle which, as the example of Russia shows, will lead to Bolshevism if consistently pursued in one direction. Breaking up the old mechanisms of the state invites resistance even of those mechanics that would be prepared to shape the socialist system. Whoever wants to achieve socialization with a minimum use of violence and as peacefully as possible, must consult the current generation of civil servants, teachers, judges, etc., as far as at all possible. In addition, the classes thus far neglected should be enabled to enter into the bureaucracy. If it has been possible to offer special hardship examinations, that is, early final year examinations for high school students about to be conscripted, and shortened university semesters for soldiers, then it is also possible to offer special hardship examinations and shortened semesters for proletarians. This first cohort of the proletariat should then enter the offices of the bureaucracy immediately. All other well-intended movements of people's universities, which only aim at raising the level of education, but do not confer any bureaucratic powers, have little immediate significance for socialization. The Social Democratic Party was surprised by the success of the political revolution. It was only gradually that individual leaders were forced by the masses to proceed from the socialization of appropriate firms to the limited planned economy. Unless they want to lose their positions of leadership, they will soon have to espouse the slogan of total socialization. It is no longer possible to counter the demands of the masses by pointing to the hardship of the present time. No worker can be made to believe that a planned administrative economy is less efficient than an unplanned free market economy. The elimination of the so-called surplus value, which many social democrats think has become insignificant today, does not represent the most pressing task, but rather the reorganization of the entire production in the interest of the working people, the elimination of the waste of resources and of useless variations. It is these that burden the working people more. 369. 370. Than any surplus value, only providing the entrepreneur with possible profits. The masses are driven by dark longings, the historical power of which is more forceful than certain inhibitions on the part of the leaders. It will not be long before the vague demands will give way to a clear program. Then an economic plan will rule in a society characterized by great diversity, a society that seeks to unite the operation of agriculture and industry and eliminate the differences between town and country. Social democracy will have moved from the historicism which rendered the movement strong and powerful in the past, to the utopianism, which signals a new era of consciously shaping the future in knowledge of the historical necessities. It is not difficult to link this new movement to the existing Marxist ways of thought and so to develop further the party tradition that has been of such a practical importance. Conceiving of the interpretations and explanations, the necessary restrictions and extensions that this requires, is no longer the task of science, strictly speaking, which points out possibilities and determines the facts of the past, present, and future. 1. 12. Total socialization of the two stages of the future to come. Contents, Introduction. Part I, Socialization and Economic Plan 1. Signs of the time. 2. Total socialization. 3. From underutilization to total utilization. 4. From the economy of the masters to the economy of community. 5. From market economy to administrative economy. 6. From net profit to the economic plan. 7. From monetary economy to economy in kind. 8. From the rule of the masters to the rule of the community. Part 2, The Organization of the Socialist Administrative Economy. 9. Foundations of the organization. 10. The Central Economic Administration. 11. The Economic Associations. 12. The Accounting Offices. 13. The Banking Concern. 14. The Economic Councils. 15. The Groups of Experts. Part 3, Socialization, Decline or Revitalization of our Civilization. 16. Prophecy, Utopia, and History. 17. The Economic Order and Historical Change. 18. Forms of Life. 19. Foreign Trade. 20. Domestic Economy. 21. The Stages of Socialization. 22. Economic Tolerance. 23. Intuitive Interpretations. Introduction. The sad confusion we can witness in Germany today is to a large measure the result of a lack of clear insight. The people of poets and thinkers, the exemplary organizer does not possess an effective economic program. That the adherents of a dying economic order have nothing to offer is not astonishing, of course, but the same is true also for the reformers. Leading social democrats, under the guise of upholding the scientific attitude, have ridiculed the demand for a comprehensive picture of the future state for so long, with very few exceptions, they have killed off any interest in socio-technical constructions. Those who in recent decades did seek to design the basic outlines of the 371, 372 future economic order, either for purposes of predicting the future or in order to contribute to the shaping of it, often have not been members and certainly were not the leaders of the Social Democratic Party. Developments seem to show clearly that those critics were right who predicted the decline of the free market economy and its replacement by an economy of giant organizations. If social democracy is not to lose its leading role, it must refashion its Erfurt program, which overemphasized large industrial plants and nationalization and hardly mentioned the planned economy of the future and the comprehensive organization that must sustain it. Perhaps the new program of the Social Democrats, which is in the process of being formulated, will seek a closer connection with the earlier one of Marx and Engels, which looked forward to the transformation of the capitalist system, not merely to its development like the Erfurt program, by means of measures like the communal plan and by unifying agriculture and industry through the gradual removal of the difference between town and country. The program of social democracy must become a program for society at large. The time is past when it could limit its efforts to uniting the factory workers. Socialist orders of various kinds can be designed, what matters is to find one which suits the historical situation so that it can be realized deliberately. Hopefully the new order will be established without a struggle between factory workers and other groups of the population. Such a conflict, which many people think unavoidable as the class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, strikes deep wounds into the working people and often creates enmities which make matters worse. It becomes ever clearer that the leaders of the industrial workers have to unite with all the others who have suffered from the traditional order: craftsmen, farmers, teachers, civil servants, medical doctors, technicians, in short, all those who a certain verbiage deemed bourgeois. Capitalism has taken advantage of these divisions and tried to enlist these non-capitalists, who partly suffered greatly, against the workers, who it also tries to split. As long as social democracy stresses its ideal of the large plant, it will have craftsmen and farmers as adversaries, as they cannot accept the ideal of large-scale organizations and economic planning unreservedly. The near future will probably see not so much the general expropriation of capitalists but rather the liquidation of capitalist privileges and a measure of submission to the will of the people in matters concerning the essentials of subsistence. Decisive historical conditions point this way. The only question is whether it will be brought about with upsets and distress or with intelligent foresight. Of all the attempted predictions of the future economic order which will at the same time transform the vague longings into clear intentions, Rathenau's is the most comprehensive. His conception of the guild organization, which has much in common with Wilhelm Neurath's theoretically elaborated pancartellism, is characterized by the traits of the giant industrial organizations. Yet his new economy does not satisfy the pressing demands of the broad masses and moreover contains a basic error. He believes he can operate the guild economy with net profit and money calculations, turned to communal use but without an economic plan. Still, the coming era would bring less suffering and more self-determination if representatives of all movements would follow Rathenau's example in creating visions for the future. Whereas in Rathenau's conception the economic plan is missing, the indisputable credit for having designed an economic plan and having moved the question of distribution into the very center of deliberation must be given to the two utopians Ballade Atlanticus and Popper Linkos. Their programs also tend to overemphasize the large plants, to the neglect of other large-scale organizations, and disregard traditions too much in order to be directly applicable. The programs proposed by Koski and others suffer from their long-standing neglect of socio-technical construction. Their visions are faint and they cannot satisfy the demand for a well-constructed theory nor the demands of the clamoring masses. The socialization program of Crenold Neurath Schumann was designed for immediate realization. It came from the camp of the Social Democrats and found approval among the independent socialists. It provides a place in the new economy for farmers and craftsmen through a cooperative system and for technicians, doctors etc. through new types of associations. It gives due consideration to the deeply felt needs of the working class by stressing the distribution of housing, food, clothing, education, and leisure, work and stress, according to social principles. It demands comprehensive organizations, central planning offices and the public control by all working people of production and consumption on the basis of an economic plan. In doing so, it prepares for an economy in kind. This program 373. 374. Stimulated the creation of the Saxon State Office for Communal Economy and the Bavarian Central Economic Administration. The only program that has been put into operation to a larger degree so far is Otto Bauer's, which has been developed theoretically in several respects. Up to now it lacks an economic plan and perhaps stresses expropriation too much, but it recognizes comprehensive organizations as bearers of an administrative economy. It will hardly be able to avoid the creation of a controlling institution in the form of higher economic councils. At present it is the only program of German social democracy that has been accepted as a government program. The socialization program of the Ministry for Economy of the German Reich has also been published recently. In recognition of the circumstances, Wissel and Moellendorff, who earlier on had been in favor of a liberal economic organization, have now adopted the standpoint of a centrally planned economy. They recognize higher economic councils, but still give freer play to entrepreneurs than can at the moment be allowed. Their program shows some features of an economy in kind, but still lacks the economic plan itself. If this program, which has much in common with Rathenau's, would be realized, an essential step towards socialization would have been taken. Some essential additions will have to be made, to be sure, before the broad masses will accept it. In due course all these endeavors to plan the economy for the community may be combined into a uniform movement, perhaps carried forward by the conditions of the world economy. The present publication seeks primarily to characterize the socialization movement in historical terms, as part of a powerful process of transformation. To do so in an easily intelligible way, we use slogans to characterize the transition from the old to the new order and broad outlines to characterize the structure of the socialist economy. More specific questions about socialization are dealt with popularly but in detail in Neurath and Schumann, Kannern wir heute sozialisieren. Among those who have influenced this essay are Ballad Atlanticus, Brazig, Erwin Hanslick, Kropotkin, Friedrich List, Eduard Meyer, Marx, Müller-Lehrer, Wilhelm Neurath, Popper Linkhaus, Rathenau, Ratzel, Schitz, Oswald Spengler, Tönnies, Turnau fr. Oth. Munich, July 1919. I-Socialization and Economic Plan 1. Signs of the time. Consider the most burning concerns of our day, without forgetting our weary routines. The World War broke out amidst delirium and deception. Power went to the military leaders and their party friends, to the producers of guns, shoes, and tinned food, to those well versed in the tricks and tracks which provide intermediate profits. The people bled and went hungry, then came the great collapse. Of inner unity there was no question in Germany, too deeply ingrained was the hatred against the rulers, too grotesque were the lies and irresponsibilities that were uncovered. What people in the know had recognized long ago as the essence of our and others' politics was now obvious to everybody. The bad conscience of the rulers at first left power to the leaders of the workers without any measure of resistance. In the Reich and in the federal states too, men came to power, some of whom had suffered greatly for socialism but all of whom, in general, lacked the belief that the time was ripe to bring it about. Educated in trade union work and used to quarreling about detailed issues of Marxism, they were not equipped to draw the outlines of a social structure, yet the time cried out for a powerful vision of the future that would inspire new feelings of community and new duties. Dumb dissatisfaction took over, riots and strikes perturbed Germany. Furious masses of workers longed for liberation from their long-born servitude, no one offered clarification. All sorts of people spoke of peace and orderliness and yet did not shy from using violence to halt a movement that only needed proper avenues to lead to the land of the future. Praise and glorification of the political victory last November did not help. The workers sensed that all the political gains were pointless unless they were followed by economic ones. Months were devoted to commission meetings, they ended without any decisive result. Under the strongest pressure from the masses, the government of the Reich decided in favor of socialization of those branches of the economy ripe for it. Coal and salt mining were sacrificed to the workers after long bargaining. Now they should keep quiet, for this is socialism. But what did it help them that they burnt nationalist coal instead of privately mined coal, that their corn had been fertilized with nationalist potash instead of private potash? The workers demanded socialization. It was the leaders' business to work out how. 375. 376. It could be effected. They in turn mostly referred to the Erfurt program, though they shrank from its radicalism. Socialization was identified with nationalization, the legal measure of expropriation was put in the limelight, the comprehensive form of organization which even the Erfurt program did not elaborate on continued to remain in the dark. Is it to be wondered that in such somber times the gates were opened widely to a stream of parables? Experiments should not be made on those who are dangerously ill. A defeated people needs rest. Only after there has been a general recovery can socialization be attempted. As if socialization would not bring recovery and liberate society from the damages which the free market economy inflicts. Warmongers who had started a world war, whose outcome could not have been foreseen, now presume to warn of experiments. Even the nationalist chord was struck and foreign instigators were accused of having started this fundamental upheaval, as if the suffering and disappointed working class needed their assistance to revolt. A new order of life is approaching, unconsciously furthered even by those who object to it and who form associations to prevent an economy of associations. Step by step the mass movement forces advances which a few thinkers argued for already in earlier times. We witness how a program for a new economic order is in the making, an order which we are approaching more quickly than many believe. Thoughtful persons cannot derive their confidence in the future from this longing alone, of course, but want to welcome the future as a consequence of the past, as a result that is integral to the historical development with its innumerable different strands, and recognize it as a phase of history that announces itself everywhere. Only when we see where we come from and where we are going will we be able to decipher the signs of the times, to separate the essential from the inessential and to judge the impact of individual occurrences. One such possible overview is presented below. 2. Total socialization. Socialism is approaching and we help it along by socialization. In general we shall speak of the socialization of the economic order, of the socialization of individual branches of the economy we shall speak only in so far as these branches are included in the comprehensive socialist plan. Far from us are those calming phrases about socialization of those branches of the economy ripe for it, indicating mere nationalization. How much of socialization would not have been found by comparison in Tsarist Russia, in the shareholders' France? Many people believe, because a total nationalization would submit the distribution of all products to the will of the people, that a partial nationalization would do so partially, but matters are otherwise. About the fate of the products nothing would as yet be decided. For instance, nothing prevents national coal, extracted by a socialized mine, from warming luxury homes, fueling luxury industries and being held back from the broad masses. The aim of socialization is to produce and distribute the final product socialistically. We shall never speak of socialization if a plant has been taken over by its workers, if an industrialist introduces profit sharing or a landowner divides his land for housing projects. What have such measures to do with the socialist organization of production and consumption? Socialization is concerned with the whole, it is always total socialization, however shallow or deep the impact of the overall measures is. If we control all plants and the production in the way the Hindenburg program did, if we distribute the products according to definite principles without any expropriation, then we have done more for socialism than by removing all industrialists, putting workers' councils in their place, but leaving the old order of production and market unchanged. What is more essential for socialism need not, however, be what appears more significant for the movement at the present moment. Even the most powerful leader cannot apportion the forces at will, but can only make connections between them and adapt them to the ideal proportion. Today there are mainly three powerful movements which can prepare the way for socialism. One demands power within the factories, one demands higher wages and a lower cost of living, the third demands political power for the working people without independent means. All three movements have to be transformed to a certain degree to be able to help bring about socialization. The political power gained would have to serve the centrally planned economy, the workers' councils would have to control the execution of the measures towards socialization initiated with a wider vision by economic councils at a higher level, and the demands for wage increases and price controls would have to be systematized so as to anticipate the distribution of the national product after socialist principles. 377. 378. Once these now separate movements would have received a higher blessing by integration into an overall program for socialization, they would presumably receive more systematic, theoretical attention than they have so far. Only the creation of a theory, that is, a doctrine attending to all realities and practical possibilities, can safeguard an undisturbed development which can call on a common stock of ordered experience. The sooner a historically and socio-technically founded theory of total socialization is achieved, the sooner deliberate construction will take the place of the disorderly, often so contradictory, violent revolutionary movement. The struggle so far, which pitted factory workers against factory workers and which united farmers, craftsmen, civil servants, teachers, doctors, students against them, have mainly been the result of a lack of insight into what socialization really means. 3. From underutilization to total utilization. The critics of the traditional economic order issued two severe indictments: that it accepts mass poverty side by side with massive wealth, and that it accepts crises, depressions, unemployment, and waste of all sorts of energy. The first fact is easily deduced from the distribution of power. It needs no explanation that the stronger party enforces such a distribution of living conditions which secures many comforts for itself without any work, whereas the weaker party must work long hours for little food and clothing. But it struck many thinkers of different persuasions as a pointless nightmare that, in the advanced money and market economy, entrepreneurs, intentionally or unintentionally, would create unemployment, close factories, and so counteract the full utilization of resources in the pursuit of profit. In its simplest form, such a procedure was used, for instance, in the Dutch colonies, where plantations of spices were burnt down in order to reap higher prices. With fewer goods on the market, the net profit was higher than with larger sales at considerably lower prices. The same thing happens, though in a less obvious way, when workers are dismissed and production is reduced in times of crises, even though the production tasks remain unfulfilled. The traditional economic order appears less economical than a socialist economy which would replace underutilization by total utilization. The lower degree of utilization of the traditional market economy has still other facets. The free market economy wastes energy which could serve the production of utility goods, for instance, when an excess number of shops are kept open with underoccupied staff. An abundance of material and energy is used in advertising of all sorts, from poster hoardings to crowds of commercial travelers flooding the land. In even greater measure, the underutilization characteristic of the traditional economic order manifests itself in a multiplicity of goods that is to nobody's advantage. To win the fight of competition, ever new forms of goods of restricted use are thrown on the market: penknives, suitcases, etc., in shocking numbers. The producers are not interested in the quality and durability of their goods but, on the contrary, in a quick change of fashions. This holds true not only for the articles of consumption of everyday life, but also for the means of production like machines and machine parts. An overabundance of different wedges, screws, etc., are in use, because the competing firms cannot agree on the much smaller number of technically necessary norms. In the same way, the great variety of motor cars and of other machines can be explained which could be replaced by a much smaller number of types. Instead of continuing to produce in each factory all sorts of machines and machine parts in small numbers in order to maintain competition, each factory could be given part orders and fewer types could be produced in greater number. Such specialization could mean large-scale saving of energy. Such technical uniformizations are a matter of course in a planned socialist economy. In it there is no concern for the profit of single establishments but only concern for the common interest. Socialism is more economical, its process of production purified and rational. To the technology of mechanized production, already in the late 19th century, the technology of labor and of management, better known as the Taylor system, was added. Now a type of social engineering will be joined to these technologies which looks at a people's economy as a whole as if it were one factory which should work more economically. Whereas in the past the profit of the entrepreneur conditioned the improvements of the working process, it is the efficiency of production, together with the health and comfort of the workers, that are decisive in socialist society. 4. From the economy of the masters to the economy of community. Total utilization of the economy does not mean that socialism has been established. Even a state that practices slavery can have total utilization of its resources. History teaches us that there is even a connection between absence of crises and slavery, since slave owners 379. 380. Cannot dismiss slaves as easily as a free entrepreneur can dismiss workers. In the traditional economic order, happiness and unhappiness, the quality of life, are distributed at random. When we survey this distribution, the physiognomy of the economy, we notice that those families continually have at their disposal the indispensable conditions of a pleasant quality of life, favorable conditions of life, who have succeeded in acquiring indirect rights in large enterprises as shareholders. For example, those who own shares of a large bank can mostly enjoy life quietly, a pleasant existence is secured for their grandsons, whereas the grandsons of great philosophers, artists, scholars, and technicians do not enjoy such privileges. Skillful manipulation of the money apparatus, if only on the stock market, in general secures the most favorable living conditions, whereas the great masses of menial and mental workers live their lives inadequately housed and shortened by illness and toil. It is the money men and all who are busy with making money as entrepreneurs, as directors, and their assistants, who receive most of the benefits of a people's economy. Socialism wants to get rid of the privilege of one group, it wants to replace the economy of the masters with an economy of community. It wants to distribute everything that pertains to living conditions, housing, food, clothing, education, leisure, work, and toil, not according to inherited or acquired privileges of ownership, but according to general principles, taking into account performance, age, health, gender, etc., of the individuals. In a socialist society, everybody has the security of a minimum of housing, food, clothing, education, and leisure, once the generally required minimum of work, apportioned in all kinds of degrees, has been contributed. Additions to the minimum can be envisaged as premiums for extra work or special care expended on the health and comfort of the environment. Such premiums would be payable in the form of extra entitlements for housing, food, clothing, etc. When economic conditions improve, minimum amounts and premiums can grow, working hours can decrease. A great variety of living conditions can be considered. Some smaller groups of individuals can be allowed self-sufficiency if they fulfill their contribution to the fulfillment of general social needs, particularly also for future production. 5. From market economy to administrative economy. The free market economy was planless in principle. Individuals who engaged in the economy aimed at a maximum of profit in the market. The collision of competing buyers and sellers, amongst whom the leaders in production, the entrepreneurs, and the banks played the decisive roles, was supposed to provide for the needs of all in the best way and with most favorable conditions. Criticism has shown that the economy of free competition, the market economy as it has developed over time, is neither economical nor does it serve socialist principles of distribution. The traditional economic order has subjugated ever-growing circles of people without ensuring that even their simplest needs are met. It allowed a desperate housing shortage to continue in Germany even though plenty of productive forces were available. Socialism tries to replace the planlessness which springs from the disconnected activities of individual entrepreneurs by an administrative economy according to a plan, by an economic order in which central institutions survey the entire economy in order to participate in decisions on work, production, and consumption. Socialism seeks to bring about a socialist administrative economy. Administrative economies of still different characters can be imagined, for instance, some which are based on trusts or cartels which would operate as directed by masters, while they would eliminate uneconomical features, they would secure additional income for a preferred group of individuals. 6. From net profit to the economic plan. In the free market economy, the individual entrepreneur decided to proceed with a particular sort of production if it promised higher net profits than others. How are decisions be taken in a socialized economy? Many believe that in a future economy of community the state or the associations will direct the economy according to a plan, but that in doing so they will base their decisions on some net profit, even though it no longer goes to a class of masters. Such profits would furnish the basis on which decisions are taken, say concerning whether the building of a canal or of additional housing is to be preferred. This is a fundamental error. We must be absolutely clear about this. Even if net profit survives, it can no longer affect decisions in an administrative economy, be it 381. 382. Socialist or not. In a free market economy, net profit results automatically, it can provide orientation for one's actions. In an administrative economy, the decisions about production, distribution, wages, and prices, about the entire distribution of living conditions, are decisions taken by the whole, be that the state or associations of the individual professions and branches of production, or associations of producers, workers, and consumers. It is quite conceivable that these decisions are also about sums of money or net profit, but these profits would only indicate where the power in the negotiations lies. They are the result of negotiations and could not even appear to be indications of profitability. What can one conclude if, for example, negotiations between associations result in high wages for coal miners and low coal prices and low wages for farm workers and high food prices? These net profits are, so to speak, indirect concessions of employers' income. Nevertheless, in an administrative economy, the decision can be taken to expand coal mining in spite of its low net profit and to restrict agricultural production in spite of its high profit. It can also be decided to distribute net profits in a different way, so that the association with higher net profit must subsidize the one with lower net profit, or in other ways. What is the basis for such decisions in an administrative economy? Certainly not considerations of creating or changing net profit, but considerations of the consequences of the production of coal and of agriculture. The administrative economy investigates what the production and distribution in the various possible cases are and which of the outcomes correspond best to the desired goal, be it a master-oriented or a community-oriented economy. In short, it bases its decisions on an economic plan. In the administrative economy, the plan is what net profit is in the market economy, the indicator of what is economical. Economic plans can also be devised for market economies, but within such an order they can have no effect on the decisions of the economic agents. 7. From monetary economy to economy in kind. The socialist administrative economy does not get rid of net profit alone. In the last resort, it also puts an end to money economy. In the traditional economy, money was not only a voucher for goods of all kinds, it was also the basis for any decisions about production. Money was the unit by which profits and profit expectation were measured, as well as means of production and income. What role could money play in an economic plan, which determines everyone's welfare in a direct way, not via exchange and vouchers? How could improvements in housing be measured in monetary terms, or even the effort expended on them? Some people will recoil from such considerations and be afraid of falling into a vacuum. Still, if we had to decide whether a school or a hospital should be built by public means, all along we have had to arrive at our decision not on the basis of net profit considerations, but by an immediate evaluation in terms of the consequences of these measures for people's health and education. In the future, growing crops will be decided in the light of people's nutritional needs in much the same way as building schools is decided in the light of educational needs. If no longer sums of money, but things themselves are taken as the basis for our decisions, then we cannot speak of monetary economy but only of economy in kind. It does not matter for this characterization whether money is still in use as vouchers for goods, or whether vouchers replace money entirely and entitle directly certain consumption goods, or whether money is still used in some capacity as a unit of calculation. This kind of monetary calculation can remain side by side with the calculation in kind of the economic plan. In such a case it is useful to speak of an economy in kind with reckoning in money. 8. From the rule of the masters to the rule of the community. Socialization means launching a planned administrative economy not only for, but also by society. It is conceivable that a community economy could be introduced by a despot or through a dictatorial bureaucracy. But comprehensive socialism aims at direct rule by the people over the economy, not only as a means for the realization of a socialist society, but also as an end in itself, as an expression of human dignity. In recent times the rule of the masters has been chiefly maintained by the dominance of entrepreneurs, of certain court circles and aristocrats, as well as the large landowners. Important support was given by non-capitalist groups who were accorded preferential treatment in virtue of their honor and education, army officers, civil servants, doctors, teachers, etc. Following old traditions, they exploited educational possibilities from which factory workers and farmers' sons were practically excluded. The urban intelligentsia exercised its power. 383. 384. Through parliament and bureaucracy, institutions which had previously been reserved for the aristocracy and landowners alone. Socialism tries to break these privileges. It tries to extend participation in ruling power to all, and especially to make educational facilities accessible to all on the basis of aptitude tests. It is characteristic of the rule of community that everywhere the common will, the will of the community formed in whatever way, expresses itself. It is not essential that every section of the community is autonomous, for this can lead to the dissolution of society. In the community-oriented economy, it is possible for certain individuals to lead industrial enterprises if they submit to an economic plan, but the right of inheritance will gradually be phased out. In future, managers of industrial concerns will be selected according to their ability. Perhaps the right of inheritance will survive longest for farm holdings where accommodation with the socialist planned economy is easiest. The question is whether forms of law can be found which secure the advantages of family continuity without giving rise to capitalist privileges. On the basis of the outlines just drawn of a possible, indeed very probable economic order of the future, quite different specific programs can be developed. 2. The organization of the socialist administrative economy. 9. Foundations of the organization. We know what the aim of socialization is: full utilization and community-oriented economy. We know how this is to be achieved, through the economic plan of an administrative economy, which under a common rule will bring about an economy in kind. How could such a socialist administrative economy be organized? For the conceivable future, an institution will have to be in charge of the work of experts and economic officials, which will function as the central economic administration for a certain economic area. Several such central economic administrations could be subordinated to economic institutions at yet higher levels. The organization of the entire production would best be effected through associations. Certain registrars' offices would have to provide statistical information. Especially for the period of transition, a banking concern with special banks for certain purposes would be considered useful. Economic councils serve the purposes of control of and influence on the economy. Groups of experts would assist them and the associations of production. 10. The central economic administration. The central economic administration has to create the unity which our present economy has been lacking all along. The central economic administration will form a center for all the offices and departments in the various ministries and other organizations and associations that deal with economic issues. Above all, the central economic administration has to devise the economic plan which will become the order of the day, in the same way as the financial plan was the order of the day towards the end of the 18th century. Then the secret of the financial economy, the secrecy of the monarchs, was broken. Now the secret of the political economy, the secrecy of the entrepreneurs, will be broken. The Center for Calculation in Kind will have to design a universal statistics which will comprehensively cover the foundations of the economy in their interrelationships and demonstrate their importance for the living conditions. For instance, a statistics of raw materials will have to be developed which charts the course of specific raw materials and what happens to them. 2 such charts can be applied to the case of metals. If necessary, new subheadings can be added. It is presupposed that, example, import and export statistics for raw materials are compiled as they were during the war. It is not enough to know what sorts of machinery are imported and exported. It is important to know at least approximately of what raw materials they are composed, how much of it is copper, aluminium, iron, etc. For instance, the heading transformation covers the extraction of copper from copper ore, but also keeps track of waste products. Estimates will play a large part in the calculations, just as statistics based on estimates won itself a place of honor in war economy. The probability of serious error is diminished by cross-checking the figures. Another group of statistics will have to show how raw materials and energy are distributed. Each branch of production has to be surveyed on its own. For statistical purposes one can form larger groupings such as industry, agriculture, mining, etc., but one can also devise more numerous subgroups. What is important is that the inputs and outputs agree so that 385. 386. The universal statistics can be developed as one comprehensive structure. Only then will the numerous individual statistics acquire sense and significance. So far they were compiled by different offices and lacked interrelation, not even the table headings agreed. Attempts to represent statistically the transfer of goods according to amounts and destinations can now be combined with production statistics. These can show quantitatively, via input charts, which raw materials things are made from, and, via output charts, what raw materials are good for what things. The ultimate aim of the economic plan, however, is the topography of living conditions, which shows the distribution of living conditions according to certain types. Calculations about how much meat, bread, living space is average per head of a population provide only inadequate information. Even the statistical accounting of living space and the consumption of bread and meat according to different groups of the population is of little use, since what matters is to determine whether bad housing conditions are compensated for by good food or aggravated by insufficient nourishment. The Center for Calculation in Kind will define types of living conditions and then show how many individuals each year fall under the various types if one economic plan is adopted and how many, if another plan is. The definition of such types of living conditions will be a most important task in the coming years, since the now liberated people will demand an account of what has been achieved. The types of conditions of life will have to consider the prospective course of life, that is, mortality, likelihood of illnesses, etc. It will be essential to know the changes between highs and lows in the living conditions that individuals can be expected to experience. Purely quantitative determinations will not suffice and need to be supplemented by descriptions. Along these lines, the Center for Calculation in Kind will show how food, housing, clothing, education, and leisure, work and toil are distributed among the population. It is on this information that the community economy of the future, for which the economic plan as a plan for the distribution of living conditions is fundamental, will be based. As the Center for Calculation in Kind works in the service of the economic plan and the socialist goal by devising an appropriate distribution of living conditions, so the Center for Rationalization works in the service of deliberate attempts to improve the economic efficiency and the health and comfort of the workers. For instance, it will be its task to examine the consequences of piecework on production and the workers in order to avoid its resulting in injury, as it does in the capitalist economy, and to ensure that it serves to protect the diligent against the lazy workers and to help improve productivity. The Center for Organization of the Central Economic Administration assists in starting the regional production associations and the central banking concern with their smaller organizations and in keeping them going. The Center for Organization will also have a leading role to play in the negotiations which prepare new connections throughout the new economy. The wage struggles of the traditional economy are about to come to an end. Soon it will no longer be a matter of better organized workers overtaking others and enforcing better working conditions for themselves in their wage negotiations. Soon the workers' associations will decide amongst themselves the wage levels and working conditions, since in the last resort the better paid workers are sustained by the worse paid. The result will be a general system of wages in which all wages and salaries, including those of directors and factory owners, will be agreed according to danger, risk, comfort, and exertion of work, locality and manner of work, age, etc. Alongside the general system of wages there will be a general system of prices, since the workers will want to know what their money wages mean in kind. The close link between the general systems of wages and prices constitutes a significant step towards the organization of provision in kind. Besides many other central tasks concerned with the internal economy, the Center for Organization will also have to ensure that import and export serve the general interest. This will, in ever-growing degree, be achieved through contracts fixing the amounts of goods to be imported and exported. In parallel with the Center for Organization, there will be a control center whose task it is to make it possible for the people themselves to check how far the use of money, raw materials, and energy corresponds to the general principles which were laid down by the legislative or other bodies. 11. The economic associations. The doctrine that there is a trend towards ever more comprehensive organizations has been confirmed. 387. 388. Fully, less so the doctrine that small businesses will be replaced by large-scale concerns. We can see even strong cultural forces at work against the latter, aiming instead for the unification of agriculture and industry, as well as the removal of the contrast between town and country. The economic plan requires the economy to be unified. This does not mean that all decision-making is centralized, as many social democrats wish. It is enough if a central body ensures that independent decisions by various economic groups will fit into the general plan and that certain changes are brought about in the interest of the general plan. For example, a cooperative of craftsmen can be allowed to continue alongside an industrial association. The only requirement is that each single craftsman belongs to an association that is concerned with the implementation of the economic plan. That association will control, example, whether the craftsmen's cooperative returns the products made under their own management from assigned raw materials to the people as a whole in accordance with the economic plan. Whereas the large organizations of craftsmen, farmers, etc., are indispensable due to their undeniable socio-technical merits, the question whether large units should replace the small ones in industry is of lesser importance and concerns production technique alone. It is in principle possible for a socialist administrative economy to be organized with small units in continued existence, but it is altogether impossible without the comprehensive organizations. There is much that speaks in favor of developing existing organizations and additional ones so as to obtain a consistent system of production associations of the most varied kinds which, subdivided into regional associations, could be allowed a considerable measure of self-administration. To assist the provision of living conditions, each regional association should contain, as far as possible, all stages of production. For instance, the regional association for building would have to encompass the production of building materials, the administration of building land, house building itself, and the distribution of housing units. There should be regional associations for public health, for art and recreation, for food, for clothing, etc. In each of these regional associations, nationalist plants, industry-wide organizations, craftsmen's cooperatives, etc., would be suitably combined. Former managers should continue to be employed wherever possible so as to prevent the sudden replacement of experts by unqualified personnel. The socialist apparatus of political power must secure the orientation towards an economy of community. A sufficient number of control posts must be spread throughout the structure of associations, and gradually people of the new order will be provided. In the country, farmers' cooperatives will be of decisive importance. Within them, the influence of servants and agricultural workers should be safeguarded. Large properties of land would either be organized separately and controlled by organs of the economy as a whole or be managed by the farmers' cooperatives. The regional associations as sketched here, with their cooperatives and groups of self-administrative bodies, in principle could absorb the existing cartels, cooperative associations, etc., and make use of the chambers of commerce for their regional economic centers within the new community-oriented economy. In order to counteract the capitalist tradition adequately, there is a need to ensure the assistance of economic councils which in the near future are the most reliable representatives of the common interest. There could be other formations besides the types of organization just mentioned, since for total socialization only the realization of an economic plan by a central body of a comprehensive organization is essential, but not the special shape of the smaller parts. For example, there could exist special settlements with their own economic constitution which by combining farming and crafts seek to develop new forms of community life. 12. The accounting offices. Total socialization, the total rule of the people over the economy, requires the economic plan, and with it the development of statistics, as a necessary precondition. Even before they begin their work, all bodies which make statistical investigations, administrations, cartels, trade unions, insurance companies, etc., should be required to report to the Central Economic Administration, which, in collaboration with its Center for Statistics, which is in charge of all statistical data collections, will fit the individual results into the universal statistics. Whereas the statistics of living conditions needs special preparation and development, the provision of production statistics and statistics concerning raw materials can be entrusted to uniformly organized local offices of accounting, which would be coordinated to the regional associations and work in close contact with the Center for Statistics. 389. 390. They would form intermediate links in the new self-administrative bodies. 13. The banking concern. Since the program of socialization, as sketched here, aims to make use of traditional organizations and functionaries, it will also assign important tasks to the banks. It is less important to socialize the banks, which many interpret as the requisitioning of accounts or some such. It is much more important to turn the banks into tools for total socialization. Banks could be charged with the control of the movement of money and credits in the public interest, which is a necessary condition for socialization. Above all, it will have to initiate the general introduction of a cashless clearing system and of the obligation to deposit any shares held. In addition, there will be other great organizational tasks that will fall to the banks according to the socialization program, be it the creation of large-scale associations, the fusion of different industrial enterprises, and the reorganization of production. Another task would be to supervise the interstate goods exchange. Further tasks for socialization and compensation banks cannot be discussed here. In any case, it will be clear from what has been said so far that for each economic area a banking concern has to be created within which the banks for socialization and compensation will be especially important. The more the economy in kind is going to replace the money economy, the more the banks will be concerned with the distribution of means of production in place of credits, and the more directly they will serve the movement of goods themselves and become an integral part of the developing stock-keeping economy. 14. The economic councils. The economic councils are of the utmost significance for the control of all measures of socialization. Workers have no confidence in bureaucracy. It reflects the spirit of the times that factory workers and workers in all occupations take an active part, but this cannot replace bureaucracy. The existing council movement has accorded an undue significance to the factory councils. For socialization, the power of the workers is decisive not within the factory, but within the people's economy as a whole. Economic councils of a higher order are the most competent executives of the control of socialization, for they do not pursue the local politics of individual firms or plants. It is essential for the idea of councils that their members are representatives of an occupational group and can be recalled. The frequently heard claim that the decisive significance of the council principle is the elimination of the owner's representatives reveals its weakness at once when we note that the percentage of representatives of the managers is exceedingly small. Due to their opposition to this numerically insignificant group, which could work alongside those of the workers and of others, the adherents of the idea of political councils expose themselves to the reproach that they are enemies of democracy, prompting even many factory workers to join anti-socialist circles. The reproach of being undemocratic has also been made against the economic councils, which have nothing to do with the political council movement. Yet the equality of representation on economic matters, which is often the capitalist employer's first concession, is by no means democratic itself. Let us stress that an effective representation of the proletariat through democratically elected councils is possible after all. The indirect election of higher councils can conform to the requirements of proportional representation, if everybody else is represented through suitable means. The workers in a factory elect a factory or works council. Very small businesses elect a common council for their group. The factory councils of the same branch of industry in an area elect a local trade council of about 20 members. For these trade councils, the workers of the same branch of industry who are not employed in factories can elect representatives as well. For occupations where there are no factories, there also will be trade councils which are elected only by members of this occupation. From these local trade councils, the regional trade councils are elected, coordinated to the regional associations which they have to control. Where necessary, district councils can be installed between the local and the regional councils. This council organization is responsible for economic discipline. It alone can secure the cohesion of the economy in troubled times like ours and prevent disruption through transgression of their duties by factory councils tending towards decentralization. If it is not the case that all workers together are responsible for the working of the economy, there would be no bar against strikes and riots, which are not encouraged in socialism since they tend to favor workers in establishments which are essential within the socialist economy. 391. 392. Representatives of the regional trade councils of all branches of the economy would form one group of the Workers' and Farmers' Control Council as part of the Central Economic Administration. A second group would be formed by additional male and female workers who would be seconded from their place of work for a certain period of time in order to counteract the tendency towards rigidity which even the council organization is not immune to. A third group would be composed of representatives of trade unions, cooperatives, etc., in short, of all non-capitalist organizations. A fourth group would represent administrative agencies and other public bodies. It is partly a question of power how far the economic councils have a controlling or executive influence. Socio-technically important tasks can be entrusted to the regional trade councils, but also to the local ones. These will make very significant contributions to the socialization in town and country when local associations have to be formed to decide the distribution of orders or the fusion of plants, for instance. In terms of the socialization program formulated here, the factory councils will have mainly controlling powers, since there are weighty socio-technical arguments against their functioning in a managerial capacity. Management is best entrusted to individuals who should be responsible to the higher councils. In the initial stages these will be the former directors and employers, but even later individuals who do not depend on their factory councils may be commissioned by the whole community. The trade councils can best be linked organizationally to the trade unions, which will gradually lose their old functions and will acquire new ones within the framework of socialization. How the trade unions could be expanded to include all of the working population as obligatory members will not be discussed here. 15. The groups of experts. The socialist administrative economy will open new fields of activity to experts of all kinds, especially engineers, doctors, and economists. Tackling the scientific management of the economy without any consideration of net profit will encourage an unexpected demand for psychologists, physiologists, and technical, managerial and social engineers. They will have to be distributed across the social structure with much foresight. A second circumstance also favors the increased significance of the experts, the general disillusion about the market economy. We do not believe any longer that in the free play of supply and demand the good commodity defeats the bad one. The individual customer is not an expert but is deceived by appearance and advertisements. Finding out that some furniture is faulty may take years, and then there is little one can do with this knowledge. This weakness of the consumer in the market has in recent decades led to the creation of public and private bodies for the examination of consumer goods. Often they were accorded the right to forbid forgeries and anything that produces harm. This already is a transgression on the part of the state in the eyes of the defenders of free competition. Such experts who pass judgment on the quality of goods and so aid the buying public will play an increasing role in the near future. Finally, the growing power of the working population itself will need experts to support its causes, a development seen in Russia where experts receive high wages in order for their cooperation to be secured. The experts will assist the economic councils in the control of factories and production associations. They will have to advance the socialization and the use of scientific management everywhere. For each branch of the economy 5 groups of experts will be needed. Experts of the commercial group will control accounting and assist commercial reorganization. A second group will address the problems of work, be it issues of the diet of the workers or issues pertaining to their psychology. In addition to groups for technical machine engineering and managerial engineering, a fifth group would deal with interconnections of a more comprehensive kind, as between different types of production, transport, and export. It need not be discussed here how deeply these groups of experts would be involved, whether permanently or only on request. 3. Socialization, decline or revitalization of our civilization. 16. Prophecy, utopia, and history. A distinction has to be made between conceiving of possible orders of life and forecasting their coming order. If we embark on predicting an order of life, then such a generally known prediction must itself be taken into account as effective, either as an inhibiting or stimulating cause. If the picture of the future which we design becomes a cause of its own realization, we can justifiably speak of the deliberate shaping of the 393. 394. Future. This does not contradict the idea of historical necessity. This becomes clear once we realize that designing visions of the future is itself historically conditioned just as much as the preparedness of the masses to be influenced by them. The social engineer who, emboldened by all the circumstances at work, embarks on the introduction of a new economic order must for that adhere no less to a strict conception of the necessity of the historical course of events than a quietist who waits for the future to develop on its own, from numerous random single movements. It took a long time until we refused to accept social orders as given. With their attractive descriptions, horror stories, and social poetry in the form of novels, the early utopians prepared people's emotions and their will to shape their lives deliberately. The economic order of the market was born under the influence of far-sighted thinkers. Purposefully, the traditional order with exhortations and prohibitions was removed and free competition was realized. It would be wrong to say that the Manchester doctrine of free competition, the doctrine of laissez-faire, was the cause of this fundamental change, but it would be equally wrong to say that this change, which in other fields was already afoot, was the cause of these doctrines. Instead, we must consider these doctrines, together with other circumstances, as cause of the total course of events. Put in most general terms, it should be accepted that it is the totality of phenomena at one point in time that is the cause of the totality of phenomena of a subsequent point in time. We must avoid looking at one section of this totality as the cause of another section, for instance, to think of the processes of production as causes of the religious, moral, or political phenomena. To be sure, these causes can be deemed to be of varying significance, just as we can appreciate the possibility of altering them. All these considerations about the role of individual causes in the system of causes start from conceiving several possibilities for the historical course of events. Whoever does not dare to do this is unable to say anything about the significance of these individual characteristics. However, this is not generally realized. Many believe that one can do strictly scientific work in, example, historical economics and demonstrate causal connections without having to consider possibilities as a utopian does. They believe that it is properly scientific to study what exists by historical and constructive methods, but that the prediction of future economic possibilities lies outside the field of science. Still, whoever wishes to demonstrate the necessity of the economic development from 1800 to 1850, that is, whoever regards a different development as impossible, must survey the possibilities of the future in the framework of the knowable. Meanwhile, those who restrict themselves, under the name of history, to the description and annotation of the interconnected events of the past, without bothering about necessity, would object to prophecy and utopia with little or no understanding at all. Not so the true scientific and truly rationalist attitude towards visions. Its adherents will always endeavor to advance prophecy and utopia from the stage of poetic imagination and vague graspings to the stage of methodical study. A truly rationalist attitude towards action, meanwhile, will try to make use of social engineering and connect insight and action. Unless we are badly mistaken, this kind of prediction will be typical for the coming era. Economic orders can only then be shown to be historical necessities in the past or the future if a system of possible economic orders is known where they can be compared with each other in many ways. Traditional economics has neglected the creation of such a system completely. Its subject matter was the economy of trade and exchange, and its analysis was regarded as the, not a, theory of economy. Moreover, the whole structure of concepts was exclusively adapted to the money economy. Often the construction of a concept was determined by the connection with money, though the latter was disregarded thereafter. Concepts like capital, commodity, national wealth, national income, factors of production are of this kind. They will disappear from science as soon as administrative economy will be treated on equal terms with the market economy, economy in kind on equal terms with money economy. We move towards a change in the economic order and at the same time towards a change in the structure of the concepts of economics. The essential progress will be that no longer a one-sided body of concepts will be replaced by another one, but that in principle the most varied economic orders can be treated by the same conceptual tools. Once we have come to appreciate in theoretical considerations configurations which are different from those we experience daily, then we shall have advanced, in the domain of the will, in social engineering, and along with it, in the field of knowledge, prophecy, utopia, and history. The age of historicism is over, the age of utopianism is just beginning. 395. 396. 17. The economic order and historical change. This is not the place to develop a system of possible economic orders, given certain definite conditions. We shall only speak of the historical sequences which are readily at hand. Changes in the structure of society that are basic for the economic order lead us to suggest a certain periodization suitable to comprehend the development of our own age and classical antiquity. The intention here is not to give a strict categorization but only to indicate a trend which has been confirmed by the forms of war economy and the present economic tendencies. We want to scrutinize two different cases of historical developments: the rise of ever new forms through the elaboration of certain features and the reappearance in a new embodiment of older forms thought to have been overcome. We must not disregard a future possibility as improbable just because it shows characteristics known to us from a distant past. Roughly then, we shall distinguish four phases, characterized by the dominant type of group formation, which apparently have been passed through in more than one area on Earth, at least in certain respects. Since we only seek to develop an overview of the seeming chaos of historical experience so as to better view to our own development, a tentative sketch may suffice. 18 Forms of life. Community life, based on tradition and custom, gains authority gradually by working via the emotive bonds in family and clan. The development of larger social groupings, particularly by subjugation, disturbs the sense of community and prepares for the unemotional form of state organization. The original community did not have a division of labor. Total human beings performed the necessary work in a small circle. The division of labor, arrived at on the basis of various considerations including physical aptitude, dissolved the old bonds. Crafts and towns developed. Members of the same occupations formed groups which copied the old community in guilds and similar associations, which were often of a religious and moral nature but also already recognized legal contracts. Guilds supported the partial humanity of craftsmanship, though on a traditional basis. After the phase of the guilds, especially in the modern development of Central Europe, came the phase of atomized society. For this stage contracts between individuals are characteristic as well as a deliberate and far-reaching division of labor. The individual, detached from family and guild, became part of a giant machine. Partial human beings, specialists, were the tools of society. There were no people who created or enjoyed what they did with their whole being. Already in the third phase the submission of the individual began, namely, under large organizations like cartels and trusts. These grew out of particularistic efforts for gain but now are gradually transforming themselves into organs of the common good. The collectivist society is in the making. Happiness of all is becoming a supreme law. The traditional economy of community of Phase 1, which had to give way to the economy of the masters, is being reinstated in Phase 4, as it were. The community rule of the New Age evokes memories of the old community rule. We saw in Part 2 above that within the framework of a deliberately devised economic plan it is possible for forms of economy of various kinds to coexist without being forced into competition: craft cooperatives, special settlements with shared work, industrial associations. In this way perhaps the intolerance of the market economy will be overcome, which destroyed everything that stood against laissez-faire and the wish of expansion for capitalist gain. Manchester liberalism, a total urban growth, treated community and guild movements with contempt. They in turn also considered only a single form of life as the correct one and opposed any deviation. Maybe economic tolerance will be introduced by intelligent social engineers deliberately, maybe it will come as a consequence of economic struggles which could be compared with religious struggles. The development in antiquity did not lead to the full development of the free market economy, it collapsed before that. In that period of collapse, for example in the time of Diocletian, some associational structures emerged which could be interpreted as starting points of a collectivist phase. Here we cannot discuss such anticipations or the influence of different phases on each other. In our auxiliary overview, construction, peoples and civilizations succeed each other in history. However, when the Phoenicians were already a trading nation, the Greeks still led their lives in a narrowly confined agricultural economy and Rome had not yet become a state. Once Greece had reached the money economy, officials from Rome came to be advised in economic matters and constitutional issues. 397. 398. 19. Foreign trade. The community-ruled economy in kind changed into the master-ruled money and market economy, often under the influence of foreign trade. The traders were the chief promoters of the new economic order. The trading voyages that led to the world economy did not strengthen the close links that existed between the members of a people through their participation in common work, but rather called for the credit granted to the far-traveling merchant. Traders were the first to leave the close-knit groups that formerly traded with others by barter. As soon as trade policy began, it was protectionist. Kings and city-states used markets and other opportunities to provide advantages for themselves and their citizens, either cheap goods or duties to be collected. Gradually international trade became an important part of state politics. Associations were formed to start productions in foreign lands by giving credit. In our own development, protectionism was followed by free trade, especially under the influence of England. The weaker became the servant of the stronger permanently. Development was prevented by free competition. In the second half of the 19th century, a period of protection through customs began and became increasingly strict. The events of the World War, in between phases 3 and 4, strengthened this protectionism even further. Trade relations between states themselves, from large-scale organization to large-scale organization, appear to develop. Export and import are ever more frequently determined quantitatively in advance. At this stage there is still preferential treatment of states, even if the home economy is thoroughly socialist. This is likely to be overcome only in a world economy without a market, with a kind of world economic plan and a kind of world wage and system. It may happen only in a more distant future, yet we must not think of it as worldwide state socialism, but rather as a system of different types of groups with considerable independence that are integrated into the economic plan. We can see how barter between small groups with administrative economy was superseded by international trade connections between individuals spread across the whole world, until a new barter economy between states with an administrative economy begins to recapitulate the old form on a higher level. Finally, Phase 4 will see victory for stateless world socialism. 20. Domestic economy. As in the case of foreign trade, a recurrence of old forms happens in the field of domestic economy, which is, after all, strongly influenced by foreign trade. At the beginning there was an administrative economy in kind of clans and families. This can become highly developed if the formation of an isolated state is possible, a fact which has been little noticed. The large storekeeping economy of the ancient Egyptian kings and princes, with their accounting facilities, their wages in kind and other institutions, was on a much higher level than the Greek money economy of the 4th century. This accounting system in kind was developed under Hellenism with its money economy to such a degree that one can speak of a gyro system in kind for grain, etc. If somebody had to deliver grain in southern Egypt, he could deliver it to an official store in northern Egypt and leave it to the state to decide from which store to issue it for use. Money economy therefore does not necessarily result from the shortcomings of economies in kind, as many believe, but mainly is due to the influence of trade connections in the world economy. Trade brought it about that certain things were used as international means of exchange and wealth for storage, and among these gold and silver were preferred in the end. For while the demand for iron tools and raw iron can reach a limit when the need of everyone is fulfilled, the wish to amass treasures proved to have no limit. Trade in treasures became the origin of the money economy. One looked for goods which are demanded by the rich and powerful, and by the poor as well. Handling of these international means of exchange, which gradually became the general means of exchange and valuation also in the domestic economy, caused alienation between the members of one people, though it brought about relationships between distant people, even with enemies. In countries with an original agrarian constitution, an obligation for sharing had developed. It seemed a matter of course that a farmer who borrows seed or a horse from another transfers part of the proceeds to the lender. If the harvest fails due to the weather, both share the loss, for everybody knows about the harvest. But affairs are different if a merchant goes to sea and takes along goods for trading. Who is to check the profit? The obligation to pay a fixed amount seems an obvious solution. Soon the merchant's obligations took the form of amounts of gold and silver, money obligations. Similarly, it became general custom to consider all debts in money terms. 399. 400. Whoever lends money to somebody else has the right to demand the money back at any time, together with an additional amount, the interest. Both is in conflict with the spirit of community. We saw that fixed obligations do not really fit a farming economy, nor does a fixed sum of money to be returned. Only a merchant who quickly gets rid of the goods which he bought for borrowed money can repay the money. That a money lender regards the return of the sum lent plus interest as natural is connected with the fact that money, left in a box, remains unaltered. The general spread of credit and interest destroyed the farmers and in many countries made town dwellers, merchants, and money lenders the masters. In the age of guilds, even later still, money business and trade is felt as something unnatural or immoral. The money market economy then set in, broke all fixed relationships, free competition made brother the enemy of brother, the guild and urban economy dissolved, the individual became master of the economy. In the modern development, especially in the machine age, this atomizing society was connected with free enterprise. Large-scale administrative economy, storekeeping economy, and the like continued to develop in the military field. Gradually, in our countries at the end of the 19th century, free enterprise began to create new associations, cartels, trusts, community-oriented politics also grew considerably. These great organizational forms lead to the socialist economy. At its start money will be kept as a unit for calculations, but later it will disappear and give way to the economic plan. Money will be dethroned, the administrative economy in kind will start its rule, at first restricted to states and then spread over the whole world economy. The dissolution of clans and guilds and the isolation of the individual reached their zenith in the 19th century. From now on the individual will more and more be incorporated into new associations which form his fate. Comprehensive organizations, but also new small ones, help shape life. The reappearance of the administrative economy in kind, however, will not mean the return to the restrictions imposed by traditional administrations. On the contrary, we witness how the deliberate engineering of machines is being supplemented by the deliberate design of factories and even of whole orders of life. Social engineering is the result of this development. What more the future holds in store we can only guess, if we take an even wider view. 21. The stages of socialization. In quick strides we have passed through the phases of economic development, strongly schematized to make visible certain connections. The origin of a global administrative economy in kind can have no analogies, of course, since there is only one Earth. Socialization will pass through several stages. How long the pre-socialization period will last in Germany is not yet clear. There are some indications that we will quickly advance to socialism, though hopefully not, as in Russia, by destroying existing organizations. The economic plan, the distribution of a fixed subsistence minimum under the control of the entire people can be created quickly, but former entrepreneurs may survive longer as quasi-hereditary managers of industrial establishments. But since we consider total planning and socialist distribution as the main objectives of total socialization, this fact need not cause anxiety. At the start the people will take over the existing organizations, the emotional patterns created by this order will serve socialist aims without being altered at once. Perhaps one day workers will be stimulated not by expected premiums but by pleasure in work, and reward and penalty will be replaced by public approval and disapproval and by community spirit. Let us not accept the widely shared opinion that socialism will accelerate the present trend towards large work establishments. We are witnessing growing resistance against metropolitan life and the soulless factory life. Life at work is considered a part of living conditions as much as consumption goods are. The longing for settlements of small groups, for a combination of agricultural and industrial work, as already demanded in the Communist Manifesto, seems to be a characteristic of our times. The next future but one will perhaps not be characterized by the rule of the Leviathan World Organization but much more by the enlivening activity of smaller groups and associations, combined into a unit on a higher level which, however, would be conciliatory and not despotic. Research into the technology of work and the occupations will liberate the worker and not put him in servitude as before. It will find out which forms of life are most appropriate for different types of human beings. 401. 402. 22. Economic tolerance. That the leveling power of the free market economy must be broken is the conviction of many who work for the introduction of the new civilization. Socialization can only then be of real duration if it respects human beings in their variety and does not enforce new subjugation. The idea of world revolution, often expressed, has a tyrannical trait. A tyranny, even a socialist tyranny, would soon be broken. Should China, India, Central Africa really get one and the same socialism? Each comparative study of different orders of life teaches us that it was the tendency to organize the economy in all civilizations after the same pattern which made the free market society so much hated. If socialism should bring liberation, it must be joined by tolerance. It must do justice to the differences in civilizations and fit each one into the economic plan and the administrative economy in its own way. Such a world program of socialism does not exist today. The Germans, the Russians, each believe that their brand of socialism is the only one that brings salvation. Should wise social engineering not be able to prevent a 30 years economic war, which anyway would end in tolerance? Today's socialism has many intolerant traits which impede victory in a country. Why could the peaceful movements for community-oriented economy not be united? Community economy, guild economy, social economy characterize certain periods, but they also exist side by side and give satisfaction to different types of human beings. If today a socialism which is based on large enterprises wants to dictate, it meets opposition from the cooperative movement and the community movement which wants to unite agriculture and industry in settlements. Their adherents must not be mixed up with those communists who are radical socialists or Bolsheviks. There are good prospects for social engineering, and it corresponds to the coming spirit of economic tolerance to attempt a unification of social movements, cooperative and guild movements, and those for new communities. It is possible to make socialism, guilds and cooperatives and the community movement, all part of an economic plan in an administrative economy. These peaceful movements are confronted by revolutionary ones, of which the Bolsheviks are most in the news. According to widely held views, we may define Bolshevism as that form of socialism which favors the large enterprise and works for change through force as a matter of principle, not using but eliminating traditional organizations, removing former officials. 3. The ensuing sharper class struggle, which is also fostered by the German social democracy, alienates a great number of non-capitalists, civil servants, doctors, technicians, etc., who would otherwise like to join the socialist movement. 23. Intuitive interpretations. What does this all mean for our hearts and feelings, pleasure or pain? It depends on the kind of happiness that we long for, whether what happens brings fulfillment or not. It depends on what we consider essential and what superficial. Some will speak of a regression into primitive times whenever they hear of the coming administrative economy in kind. They see in it the senility of a culture of great age, its return to a state of infancy. Others impatiently long for the moment which brings the manifoldness of the new order of life and the new, total human being. They are looking forward to the rediscovered paradise into which they, or at least their children and grandchildren, will enter with songs of victory, released from the capitalist fall from grace which held men in servitude for thousands of years. They view the market and money as a sickness from which we are beginning to recover. Some may seek to determine the cause of this painful development and ask whether we could have been spared it if states with planned economies had established world connections instead of individual traders who, traveling from one people to the other, created an isolating society, or whether perhaps the accidental shape of the surface of the earth favored the formation of islands of civilization and impeded wider contact between the states, and in this way gave rise to the development for social isolation. Others may even try to show that this island existence itself made the development of humankind possible, albeit accompanied by unavoidable suffering. Those who listen, detached from pleasure and pain, to the orchestra that is history, opening with community, bringing in society as its counterpoint and uniting both in a higher unity, may even admire this rhythm. We have reached spheres that clearly transcend what can be known by science, but most likely exercise an influence on science no less than on individual experience, which is, after all, guided by the most general ideas and sentiments. To be aware of all these influences is the duty of every social engineer who, without being swayed by love or hate, must think of all the possibilities that could be realized, and of which one may be realized by those who will to do so. 4. 13. Economic plan and calculation in kind on the socialist order of life and the human beings of the future. Contents. Introduction. I. The study of economic efficiency and the economic plan. The condition of life in the framework of Marxism. Economic efficiency. Relief maps of qualities of life and the inventory of conditions of life. Totalities of conditions of life and the economic plan. 2. The socialist administrative economy as moneyless economic order. 3. The economic plan and the human being of the future. Introduction. Socialism in practice, and we are speaking here only of this, will, according to Marxism, be brought about by the political victory of the proletariat. It will make use of all those organizations of late capitalism which prepare for central planning. The goal of socialist organization is pursued consciously so only in part. Groups of the international proletariat, moved by solidarity, can be very successful in the class struggle without having very clear ideas about the socialist aim or about the historical development. It is nevertheless an essential part of socialist development to raise people's consciousness and to continue the intellectual developments initiated in the bourgeois period, which often made individuals more isolated, but in the framework of a worldview which fulfills mankind as a whole. Such consciousness can also take the shape of social theories whose significance for the fate of the proletarian socialism we should neither overestimate nor underestimate. 405. 406. The labor movement is above all characterized by a sober matter-of-fact attitude which is clearly expressed in the work of political organization, in the building of a proletarian structure besides and apart from the bourgeois state. The distressed masses of humanity want to improve their condition as quickly as possible. The Marxist philosophy of history of proletarian socialism is hard though full of promise, its economic theory is free of sentimentality. And yet socialism is full of human warmth, not only the socialism of utopian dreams, but also the socialism put into practice in history. It is perfectly possible to use Marxism as the foundation and to give proper due to all that is human, everywhere, not only in the appendix. This frequent misconception arises because often questions of socialist teaching and education are linked with psychological issues, much less so, however, with questions of economic and social organization. Here we will discuss the conceptual foundations of the study of the economic efficiency of socialism with reference to Marx and Engels. At the same theme we will show how the results of this scientific investigation can satisfy the longing of a loving heart desiring to reach out beyond the personal. Superpersonal love has been cultivated by all peoples at all times, either within the dominant worldviews or independently of them. Attempts have been made to develop it beyond any temporal form as something universally human. Such a type of behavior is perhaps characteristic of human nature, and it would count against the reality of socialism if, at least tentatively, a place could not be found for such emotions and thoughts in the socialist age. We believe we can show that love, harmony, devotion to the suprapersonal do not merely find shelter somewhere in socialism, but are furthered by its organizational form and even develop most closely together with the economic plan and calculation in kind which we otherwise know only as cold institutions. In its effects as well as in the conscious formulation of its aims, the socialist labor movement has at all times been a cultural movement affecting the whole human being, a fight for liberation from capitalist dependence, for a better physical and mental life and for a free personality. Though daily work in the organization cannot always pay attention to the furthest aims and effects, a longing to fill political and organizational activities with emotional and intellectual life is clearly discernible in the socialistically minded labor youth whose development represents the hope of socialists. This tendency is especially significant because, to some extent, 407. It offers the possibility to harvest the fruits of socialism already today, to allow the men and women of today to develop emotionally and intellectually, to cultivate a deeply felt solidarity. There have always been cautious judges of human life who thought it objectionable to sacrifice too much of the present to a distant future. We cannot know how the goal might change on the way, and if each generation mainly serves the future, the present could be impoverished. It should therefore be important that the way itself can be of value to us and that it is justified not only by its goal. What the believer in proletarian socialism can be and do already today can be shown to be worthy of human endeavor, even if the future should prove to be different from what Marxists expect. Convinced socialists need not be deterred, however, from basing their modes of action and behavior on confidence in the victory of proletarian socialism, from which they draw so much stimulation for the present. One of the foundations of the labor movement is the unity of thinking and acting. Marxism in its theoretically developed form as well as in its emotional and intellectual effects, which are often not recognized as Marxist, is increasingly becoming the worldview of a new era. Marxism is always alive and living, and it is not bound to Marx, to whom it owes its name. It is perfectly possible for a Marxist to disagree with Marx on some points. If social and economic theory and the philosophy of history had reached a higher level of scientific development, we would no longer refer to the formulations given by Marx, but always in the spirit of Marxism simply approach the facts, just as other developed sciences do. In these social scientific fields we are still just beginning, however, and as the explorer of a new country Marx could not yet give his ideas the clarified formulation which, so to speak, secure them a life of their own. We always refer back to the work of this great thinker in its historical form, since he, like nobody after him, had the power to take into simultaneous account a multitude of relations and to comprehend them with special attention to their reality. Even though collaborators in the intellectual world of Marxism are in principle not tied to any views expressed by Marx, their trust in his work as a whole is so great that they pursue with greater confidence a thought that derives from their study of the world if they find it already in Marx. It is in this spirit that the connection with Marx and Engels has been given particularly weight here. Proletarian socialism appears here as a planned structure in which many thinkers and organizers collaborate. In a similar way, the whole of 408 life increasingly appears to us like a work of architecture from whose overall design individual action derives its meaning and significance. instead of, in isolation from the whole of life, from its correspondence or conflict with principles of some sort. This book aims at being a constituent part of the structure of proletarian socialism, that socialism which the proletariat consciously brings into reality, and is to be regarded as a building block which is useful only if it fits into the acting and thinking of the socialistically minded proletariat. This book intends to make statements about facts and not to express personal moods. Somebody may declare that everything said here is correct and still say no to the events here described. Such a person may be of the opinion that socialism in this form will be brought about by the proletariat, but condemn it. In spite of this, this work will perhaps contribute to winning for proletarian socialism those who really should belong to it, but who have more difficulty in finding their way to it because in its accidental shape it outwardly shows too little of the human qualities in which in fact it has always been rich. Admittedly, proletarian socialism has been recalcitrant in this respect. The experiences of the past make this understandable. The great leaders of socialism have sharply objected when the bourgeoisie, closely linked to capitalism, arranged petty devotional plays full of soul and spirit, while it allowed soul and spirit to wither in their capitalist order and made ineffectual the few people with true soul and spirit. Socialists have stressed repeatedly that one must first take care of earthly food, housing, and clothing before claiming the right to care for spiritual matters. Socialism takes care of food and drink, of housing and clothing, and therefore has a full right to care for education and leisure, art and science, improvement and inspiration, indeed anything concerned with spiritual matters. The day may not be far off when all who sincerely long for the flourishing of humanity in the forms which are possible today will declare their allegiance to the cause of the working class fighting currently for its physical and spiritual existence, and to its historical task, socialism. January 1925. The study of economic efficiency and the economic plan, the condition of life in the framework of Marxism. In its original version by Marx and Engels, Marxist economic theory was 409. Mainly concerned with three questions. 1. What is the condition of life of the proletariat in the bourgeois capitalist order? 2. How does the bourgeois capitalist order bring about this condition of life of the proletariat? 3. What historical processes condition the rise and fall of this order and the resulting distribution of conditions of life? These three questions can be answered in a very general form along the lines of Marxism, roughly like this. 1. The condition of life of the proletariat, a class appearing for the first time in the bourgeois capitalist order, is lower and less secure than that of corresponding groups of workers in the preceding economic order. There is a tendency for the condition of the proletariat, unless it defends itself through anti-capitalist organizations, to deteriorate more and more in comparison with the conditions of the ruling classes. It is expected that socialism, the economic order of the future, will have no class differences, therefore no proletariat, and presumably no misery. 2. The bourgeois capitalist order, particularly through the private ownership of means of production, continually produces unemployed and starving, as well as underemployed and miserable groups of workers as a reserve army, which exerts pressure on the rest of the workers, who as wage earners will accept much less favorable conditions of life than what they produce for the ruling classes. The depression of the condition of life of the proletariat is not caused by the surplus consumption of the ruling classes alone, but more than that by the misery of the reserve army, for this group has to be fed in the end by the whole of the working class. 3. The bourgeois capitalist order replaced the feudal order of guilds. It will be replaced by the socialist order of a classless society through the process of revolution. Together with the ever-growing proletariat which knows its aim, the ruling classes prepare unintentionally for the coming of the new order by promoting centralization and concentration in the interest of their profits. Marxism originally came about in the attempt to find a scientific approach to deal with the perfectly practical question of the century: is there a possibility of saving the proletariat from growing misery? This was the beginning of a comprehensive way of thinking and of conceptualizing issues which was particularly applicable to all economic. 410. Problems. We may elaborate the questions mentioned above as follows. 1. What complex of statements is it at all possible to make about conditions of life and distributions of the conditions of life, and what empirical conditions of life can be ascertained for definite groups, at definite places and time? 2. In what way do definite institutions of the orders of life determine the distributions and levels of conditions of life? 3. What historical circumstances determine the rise and fall of orders of life, including economic orders and the distribution of conditions of life connected with them? These groups of questions can be separated from each other in a purely logical way. It is, for example, possible to describe and compare the distributions of conditions of life of two economic orders, without entering into the question of how these orders are constructed or what circumstances determine these distributions of conditions of life, in much the same way that it is possible to ascertain and compare the performances of two engines without even knowing whether they are steam engines or electrical engines. In general, these distinctions are not made in scientific works dealing with other problems. However, it is sometimes advisable to make such distinctions for specific purposes. Here we will attempt to make the theory of conditions of life the center of our considerations so as to be able to improve economic theory. Though the concept condition of life played an essential role in the early period of Marxism, its applicability was not analyzed theoretically. That is understandable, for what was it that Marx and Engels wanted? They were men close to actual life. In the spirit of their philosophy of history and of their purposeful attitude, they wanted to work toward the transformation of the existing economic order, to shake up the traditional approach, and to prepare a new one. It was necessary to show the evils connected with capitalism. Question and answer could be formulated so roughly that it was possible to apply the concept condition of life without special preparatory investigations. Friedrich Engels gave the title The Condition of the Working Class in England to his first book, which he published in 1845, shortly after he had come to know Marx. The condition is the word used in the English introduction, dedicated to the working classes of Great Britain. Of the working class is the real basis and point of departure of all social movements of the present. 1. And Engels made an effort to show the condition of life of the proletariat as the precondition of its sorrows and joys, as he put it, in the fullness of real life. Engels' starting point was the condition of life of the weavers prior to the capitalist order of the factory system, so the workers vegetated throughout a passably comfortable existence, leading a righteous and peaceful life in all piety and probity, and their material position was far better than that of their successors. They did not need to overwork, they did no more than they chose to do, and yet earned what they needed. They had leisure for healthful work in garden or field, work which, in itself, was recreation for them. Such a condition of life, in which industrial and agricultural work is combined, can be found as an aim in the Communist Manifesto. Summing up, Engels maintained, they were comfortable in their silent vegetation, and but for the Industrial Revolution they would never have emerged from this existence, which, cosily romantic as it was nevertheless not worthy of human beings. 2. Here Engels abandoned mere reporting, which would have confined itself to statements about higher and lower conditions of life, by inserting a personal judgment, under the influence of his time, concerning what is worthy of human beings. But if we disregard such occasional remarks, we have in this work a perfectly consistent description of conditions of life such as can be incorporated into the framework of a scientific presentation. Engels then compared this condition of life of the former weavers with the condition of life of the factory proletariat, whose wages are hardly enough to keep body and soul together. He reported on the insufficiency of food, shelter, and clothing. They are deprived of all enjoyments except that of sexual indulgence and drunkenness, and if they surmount all this, they fall victims to want of work in a crisis loss. 3. To complete the description of life conditions, Engels added data on disease and mortality, and he did not forget criminality to round off the picture with a description of the whole mental and emotional existence. He expressly stressed that the condition of life of the proletariat was characterized not only by baseness but above all by insecurity. 411. 412. In this early work the question of why the beginning of the capitalist order of the factory system had to worsen the condition of life of the workers is only sketched in outline, but hints are also given as to how the proletariat will be induced to take its fate into its own hands in order to improve and secure its condition of life. Occasionally Engels made use of sharply characteristic figures, especially when he dealt with health issues. He did not seem to have felt a strong need to substantiate everything with figures, however, since the deterioration of conditions of life was obvious. In order to deal with the problem, the question of a greater or lesser decline was not to the point. It was sufficient to state that, in general, workers did not go hungry in the past, but that at present they often starved. The measure of bread consumed did not need to be given in kilograms. Marx was careful to avoid fantasies and wishful dreams and kept to immediate experience, or at least to trains of thought which could be based on the philosophy of history. In the center of his thinking therefore stood the investigation of the capitalist structure as the source of proletarian misery and of the historical counter-forces which would overcome capitalism. Continually and with much emotion, he too spoke of the condition of life of the proletariat, but no more than Engels did he tackle the question of how far the concept of condition of life can be used in the examination of socialist institutions, of which he gives only a hint. After having roughly established how unfavorable the condition of life was, the task was to show that it was a necessary result of the capitalist bourgeois order. Crises and the reserve army, which are decisive factors for the proletarian condition of life, are brought about by this order, not as accidental disturbances, but as essential phenomena. The unfavorable condition of life of the proletariat with its insecurity would not be overcome within capitalism, but by the overcoming of capitalism itself, which had to be understood historically. Remember how sharply Marx characterized the miserable condition of the workers, for example in the section Senior's Last Hour in Capital. He is even fiercer in the section The Greed for Surplus Labor. Manufacturer and Boyard. The periodicity with which miserable conditions of life and complete hopelessness follow each other, is closely described in The Strife Between Worker and Machine and in the section Repulsion and Attraction of Workers Through the Development of Machine Production. The uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and consequently the living conditions, of the workers becomes a normal state of affairs, owing to these periodic turns of the industrial cycle. Marx included everything that the worker experienced in the concept of condition of life. No wonder that a kind of plague of malnutrition broke out. These experiments were made at the cost not only of the food of the workers, with all their 5 senses they had to suffer. 4 statistical data on mortality among factory workers add to a picture that is already dreary enough. The necessity of suffering in the capitalist order is mainly revealed in the section Progressive Production of a Relative Surplus Population or Industrial Reserve Army. To the deterioration of living conditions of those workers who serve the ruling class directly is joined the deterioration of the conditions of life of those who as part of the reserve army exert the necessary pressure. The condemnation of one part of the working class to enforced idleness by the overwork of the other part, and vice versa, becomes a means of enriching the individual capitalists and accelerates at the same time the production of the industrial reserve army. Forms part of the active labor army, but with extremely irregular employment. Its conditions of life sink below the average normal level of the working class. 5 Here Marx arrived at the concept average normal level without, however, treating its general applicability. Yet what condition of life meant for him becomes especially clear when he spoke of the simultaneous maximum of working time and minimum of salary, of the sphere of pauperism as the lowest sediment of the relative surplus population, and when, by way of summary, he declared, accumulation of wealth at the one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the opposite pole, i.e., on the side of the class that produces its own product as capital. 6 When Marx spoke with such bitterness of the condition of life of the proletariat in the bourgeois capitalist order, he thought of the more favorable conditions of life of the working people in a socialist order, but without describing in detail the connections between the classless socialist order and the people's conditions of life. If we take Marxism to be a consistent approach, we have to elaborate it in such a way that it can incorporate all sorts of studies of conditions of life, We can start along the lines of the remarks just quoted from Marx and Engels. In the bourgeois capitalist order, the distribution of conditions of life does not figure in the decisions of individual members of the market. 413. 414. All the individuals try to get as favorable a condition of life for themselves as possible. It is different in the socialist order. In it, organized society deals with the distribution of conditions of life. Its decisions are made on the basis of the consideration of possible distributions of conditions of life. Here the distribution of conditions of life is not only an effect, but also a goal of human action. The theory of conditions of life has become necessary for the first time in our early socialist era. The more we approach socialism, the more we will have to face these problems. The more that organized workers have an influence on distribution of income, mainly through political action affecting trade contracts, tax laws, and other things which change the process of production, the more frequently must systematic thought be given to the problem of how far the reduction in income of one category of workers can be compensated by the reduction in income of another category of workers. In the highly developed and fully organized capitalism of the late capitalist or early socialist period, it already becomes apparent how closely the wages of individual categories of workers are interrelated. In the transition to socialism, all categories of workers would, so to speak, pay wages to each other and therefore be directly confronted with the question of how decreases here, increases there, have to be assessed, with a view to the total and general condition of the proletariat. Raising the wages of the agricultural workers may under certain circumstances decrease the wages of metal workers. Which distribution of conditions of life would be preferable? Economic efficiency. When Marx and Engels investigated the distribution and increase of conditions of life, they carried further in a certain sense the utilitarian thoughts that had developed in the 18th century on an individualistic basis by investigating the happiness and unhappiness of groups of people, speaking somewhat vaguely of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. In these individualistic considerations, which often leave the structure of the community entirely in the background, human beings are individuals living side by side. In contradistinction to capitalism, socialism takes people in their interconnections. In the socialist view, consciousness of enslavement and dependence belongs to the condition of life of a person just as much as poor food and housing. The feeling of freedom, the feeling of being part of a whole, cooperation in the total life of the community is also part of the condition of life. Socialism does not speak of a number of human beings, but of a human association. Inasmuch as Marxism and utilitarianism direct their attention to pleasure and suffering as something of central importance and particularly investigate the joy of human beings in its dependence upon social institutions, they represent a kind of continuation of ancient philosophy, predominantly of Epicureanism, which was persecuted by the Church for centuries. It is an indication of a deep affinity that Marx's doctoral thesis sought to clarify certain problems of the Epicurean philosophy of nature. The time may not be far away when modern social Epicureanism, supplemented by certain Stoic tendencies, will require a corresponding general philosophy for its completion, so that a close union of natural science, of theories of the world, orders of life and of happiness will once again be realized as it had been in antiquity, free from theology. Catholic theology did everything to fight the teaching of Epicurus, to obstruct its spread, to discredit its founder and adherents. His doctrine was basically untheological, as its intention was to eradicate the fear of the gods, to grasp and rule the world empirically and morally without reference to gods or divine interference. The attempts of isolated Catholic thinkers like Gassendi to salvage something of Epicurus for Catholic thought, were bound to miscarry for internal reasons. Marx expressed his opinion in his sarcastic manner: "It is as though one wanted to throw the habit of a Christian nun over the bright and flourishing body of the Greek Lais." For Marx, Epicurus was the greatest representative of Greek enlightenment, and he would have considered it an honor to be called a successor of Epicurus. 7. Up to the middle of the 19th century, in most philosophical circles sympathy for Epicureanism was considered as some sort of defect. Whereas the Epicurean of antiquity investigated the happiness of men as an effect of their individual actions, The socialist theory of orders of life, as a kind of social Epicureanism, deals with the happiness of human beings as an effect of social actions. What is the effect of different orders of life, of different measures, on the conditions of life of human beings and thereby on their happiness and unhappiness? In the Epicurean spirit, this is a question of Marxist economic research, which counts among the constituents of happiness and unhappiness along with the physical all mental and emotional experiences of a pleasant and unpleasant nature. This does not mean that a modern socialist 415. 416. Sees in happiness the highest goal, the purpose of life, but only that he looks for an answer to this question when he cooperates in the creation of an institution. What about the applicability of the concept of condition of life, and of the other concepts connected with it? Let us think of an isolated farmer with everything that surrounds him: fields, horses, meadows, mosquitoes, swamps, bacteria, rocks, cows, tools, chickens, living quarters, flies, clothes and all the other things which become important for the man by the way in which they interrelate and effect an increase or decrease of bread, meat, diseases, pleasure of the eye, emotions, etc. That is, we can ask the question of how this totality, which we have intentionally described without anticipatory classification, can within a definite period have a more or less pleasant effect on the farmer, depending how everything is interrelated, including the work the farmer has to perform. Should more oats be cultivated? On this depends an increase or decrease in the number of horses, and thereby also an increase or decrease in the amount of horse dung, as well as an increase or decrease in pulling capacity, which again is connected with the amounts of oats insofar as a certain number of horses is needed to harvest a certain amounts of oats. Depending on the time the man spends in cultivating more or less oats, or more or less grain, or more or less potatoes, more or less time will be left to him to drain a swamp which causes disease. In the initial situation we can think of the man once with a good deal of oats and corn, and many malaria germs, and then again with less corn, less oats, and less malaria germs. In the one case he will eat better and be more ill, in the other eat less well and be less ill. Between these two possibilities, and indeed others, he will have to choose. But we can try to imagine, by sympathetic feelings or by questioning, in which of these cases the farmer feels more comfortable, happier, better, in which he is better off. The pleasantness or unpleasantness of experience we propose to call quality of life, or just quality. We use this word which covers happiness as well as unhappiness, wealth as well as poverty. The being that experiences the quality of life we propose to call the subject of a quality of life. In our example this was the solitary farmer. As far as we can speak of a more pleasant, more pleasurable, happier quality of life we propose to call it higher. Several qualities of life can 417. Occasionally be arranged in a series according to their height. Two qualities of life can also be equally high. We cannot, however, say of one quality of life that it is twice or 4.5 times as high as another. Inasmuch as we consider some part of the world with all its constituents, its institutions as a conditioning factor of the quality of life, we propose to call it the basis of life. A basis of life which causes a higher quality of life in a subject we will call more favorable, that is, we will speak of equally favorable bases of life, of more favorable and less favorable ones. If the farmer, on the basis of certain deliberations, divides his work effort between the production of grain and the fight against malaria, the result of these deliberations plays the role of the initiating condition. One complex of decisions, measures, etc. can be compared with another with respect to the effect produced on the quality of life of the farmer. We propose to say of the initiating decision that it possesses a higher economic efficiency if, starting from the same situation, it produces the higher quality of life for the subject concerned, during a given period, since we cannot foresee the effects in an unlimited future. The economic efficiency of one decision and the measures resulting from it can be larger or smaller than the economic efficiency of another. The economic efficiency of two situations can also be equal. The totality of measures, institutions, employments of a person or a group, we propose to call the order of life. As far as we can recognize the order of life as an initiating condition within a study of economic efficiency, it may be called an economic order or, briefly, an economy. The sum of the characteristics of an economic order which are of significance for economic efficiency may be called the type of economy. The kind of relationships between human beings and the means of production, and among people themselves, belong here. Experience teaches us that we can isolate a part of the basis of life which, as it were, surrounds the subject of a quality of life like a shell, and which, if we assume complete knowledge, possibly determines the quality of life unequivocally. To know the quality of our farmer we need not take account of the fields, swamps, horses, etc. It is sufficient if we know what his food, clothing, home are like, what the situation is concerning malaria germs in his blood and the possibilities of taking a drive, reading books, listening to the radio, developing an awareness of his personality, of feeling powerful and capable, enlightened and 418. Enraptured. These conditioning factors, which we place as closely to the subject of quality of life as possible, we propose to call the condition of life of the subject of the quality of life. We speak of a higher condition of life, if it brings about a higher quality of life, and correspondingly of a lower condition of life. If we possessed complete knowledge of the central nervous system we would be able to penetrate to this innermost shell. Relief maps of qualities of life and the inventory of conditions of life. To achieve clarity about conceptual relations we started from a single individual, from one subject of a quality of life. Marxist discussions deal with groups of people, with classes within nations or with nations themselves. In particular, the measures which these groups of people take and which affect them as sensitive beings, are to be investigated. It becomes clear very soon that it is not possible without further investigation to say of some measure that it would be better economically than some other where a whole group is concerned, as we were able to say where economic efficiency for an individual was considered. Let us assume there are two farmers and two different policies or measures that are to be compared with each other. One question is, what happens if only the one measure is applied, and another, what happens if only the other measure is applied? Let us assume that under measure I the quality of life of each farmer is higher than under measure 2. Obviously then measure I has a better economic efficiency for the farmers A and B taken together. We see that the concept of a total quality of life of several persons is not meaningless in principle. But what is to be done if for a measure I is economically better than measure 2, but for B measure I is economically worse than measure 2? If we decide to admit the comparability of the qualities of life of several persons, then totals of qualities of life can be compared despite the relationship just mentioned. This would be so if we knew that measure I produces a higher quality of life in A than measure 2 in B, that measure 2 produces a higher quality of life in B than measure I in B, and that measure I produces a higher quality of life in B than measure 2 in A. Then evidently measure I for A and B together produces a higher quality of life than measure 2 for A and B together. But even the assumption of the comparability of all qualities of life, which in the eyes of many seems to be too far-reaching, does not always 419 lead to success. Let us assume it known that measure I produces a higher quality of life in A than measure 2 in B, that measure 2 produces a higher quality of life in B than measure 2 in A, and measure 2 produces a higher quality of life in A than measure I in B. Then it is impossible to say whether the total quality of life of the group consisting of A and B is greater under measure I or 2. This is the kind of problem that can arise if rising wages of agricultural workers are linked with falling wages of metal workers. We cannot therefore always compare totals of qualities of life with each other, and we have to resign ourselves in many cases to indicating only that the quality of life of certain people or groups of people decreases, that of others increases, under the impact of certain measures. Let us for example assume there is a human society or class consisting of 6 individuals. Each 2 of them always behave alike, they may form a class or a group within the class. In a certain situation the first pair may have the lowest quality of life, the second pair a higher one, the third pair a still higher one. In another situation the qualities of life of all three pairs are equally high, say as high as that of the middle pair. We can speak of relief maps of qualities of life, as it were. Let us think of a plane, with parts of the area accorded to the persons, with their qualities of life erected as prisms on top of these parts of the area. In the first case we would get a succession of steps, each step comprising two persons with their qualities. In the second case we would get a plane containing all six qualities, its height would correspond to the height of the middle step in the first case. The relief maps only need to show differences in height, the absolute height of the prisms does not matter. If the highest prisms were twice as high as the middle ones, their twice as high would have no meaning in our investigation. The steps can only be arranged according to a scale. A transition from these steps to a plane is described in the Communist Manifesto, where it says that the conditions of life within the ranks of the proletariat are more and more equal as there is no possibility of expressing the effects of measures on the quality of life of human groups under all circumstances in a uniform way, and of comparing the effects in one case with the effects in another by way of calculation. In general it is only possible to juxtapose relief maps of the qualities of life. Which of them is to be preferred has to be decided each time in the way we decide whether we prefer to eat this or that dish, whether we prefer this or that architectural plan. In a socialist 420 society, it is an organization representing the will of the whole that takes such a decision, not differently from the Crusoe-like figure of the farmer with whom we started. Power factors of all kinds will determine the decision, but there is no way to calculate what the economic efficiency of the totality of measures and institutions is. Now we know how to handle qualities of life, whenever they are given. Qualities of life of whole groups, however, are never given to us in an unmediated form, so we can only deduce them and try to discover them by empathy. There is no telepathic communication between people which could give us information directly. How did Engels compare the quality of life of English factory workers before and after the factory system? His basic assumption was that more work and less food, less clothing, and living in darker houses lowers the quality of life in general, especially as the cultural self-esteem of the workers had also been reduced. He did not assume that some newly developed religious feelings of blessedness could produce sufficient compensation. Engels therefore contented himself with stating these changes of the condition of life. For our concrete investigation, the relief map of qualities of life is therefore replaced by an inventory of conditions of life. So far too little attention has been given to the inventory of life in scientific research. Economic theory in particular took little interest in it and was mostly concerned with the effects of certain institutions and measures on shifts in commodity prices and incomes, but not with how the condition of life of the people as a whole changes. What has been said about national wealth and national income, moreover, does not stand up to serious criticism. So it happened that the description of conditions of life was sidelined as social policy, neglected as far as systematic treatment was concerned. Even as description of households, it was little valued theoretically and mainly elaborated in terms of household budgets. Such descriptions featured above all else things that could be bought for money. In general, even summaries concerning workload, morbidity, mortality, food, clothing, housing, educational possibilities, amusement, leisure time, etc., were missing. There can hardly be any doubt that in the development towards socialism such descriptions will acquire ever greater significance. What was begun by Le Play and others will be continued on a higher scientific level, incorporated into a comprehensive theory of the distribution of conditions of life. To master the data collected by an inventory of the conditions of life, we shall find ourselves obliged to define certain types of conditions of life and to declare certain conditions of life to be equally high which differ with respect to content. We may perhaps declare that the condition of life of a certain stratum of craftsmen is equal to that of a certain stratum of peasants. This is methodologically defensible, though of course a conventional element enters the investigation thereby. However, in this field this can never be entirely avoided. It is of great consequence if types can be created whose application allows insight into social interconnections essential for economic efficiency. In general, increases in food, clothing, living space, etc. are quoted as improvements in living conditions, though it should never be forgotten that with improvement in the condition of life, certain things are felt as deficiencies which on another level may hardly have been noticed. But it is not necessary always to look at the levels of the condition of life. We can imagine that a human society might declare that it would prefer to suffer equally due to unpleasant art, religious conflicts, restriction of power rather than due to hunger, lack of housing, etc. It would then be very important to learn from the descriptions of the conditions of life what, in each case, is the character of the restrictions that have to be taken into account. That descriptions of income are not sufficient is obvious. A man with an annuity and no work would then be put on a par with a working man with the same earnings, to say nothing of the fact that two categories of workers who earn the same but will not live equally long, have different conditions of life. We see that in the last resort we can only compare totalities of qualities of life of whole groups or classes with each other, as the effects of certain measures and institutions. What does this mean for real life? Totalities of conditions of life and the economic plan. We shall not deal with the development of the socialist order in detail. In the same way that important elements of the feudal and guild order have survived in the capitalist order, partly changed in their basic significance, capitalist, even feudal and guild, residues will remain in the socialist order after having undergone fundamental changes in function long before. Transactions of money and credit, restricted and controlled in many respects, will eventually cover everything like a transparent veil until 421. 422. Even this is torn. Let us think of a socialist order more or less established, the old residues much restricted, the forerunners of the remote future still not much in evidence. Then the organized whole will be obliged to survey the totality of conditions of life. The society has to be conceived as a single individual that organizes its economy according to a plan. In the well-known explanations of the fetishism of the commodity and its secret, Marx made some socio-technical remarks on the socialist order. Let us imagine an association of free men, working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single labor force. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are repeated here, but with the difference, that they are social instead of individual. All Robinson's products were exclusively the result of his own personal labor and they were therefore directly objects of utility for him personally. The total product of our imagined association is a social product. One part of this product serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another part is consumed by the members of the association as a means of subsistence. This part must therefore be divided amongst them. The way this division is made will vary with the particular kind of social organization and the corresponding level of social development attained by the producers. And then Marx went on to discuss the principles of distribution. As one of the different possibilities he mentioned the distribution of products in proportion to the work performed. We shall assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would in that case play a double part. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the correct proportion between the different functions of labor and the various needs of the association. On the other hand, labor time also serves as a measure of the part taken by each individual in the common labor, and of his share in the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers, both towards their labor and the products of their labor, are here transparent in their simplicity, in production as well as in distribution. 9. Marx saw no necessary connection between distribution of products and distribution of workload in the socialist economic order, but only a conventional one, based on the decision of the social whole proceeding according to a plan. The distribution of products to those who work is 423. Not based on any relationships of exchange among different work establishments, it is not based on an accounting system using a single unit of any kind, more on this later, but it is based on an economic plan which, when considering distribution of work, tries to assess the benefit for the whole that can be achieved by different possible combinations. This is a standpoint which fully corresponds to that which Marx took in The Poverty of Philosophy already in 1847. The time of production devoted to an article will be determined by the degree of social utility. 10. That is, the social whole considers different economic plans with various distributions of work and production and chooses that plan which brings the highest usefulness, the maximum in quality of life, to apply our terminology consistently. The number of economic plans to choose from can be restricted from the start by certain principles of distribution, for example by the principle of distribution that the qualities of life, or the conditions of life causing them, are related to the work performed, namely by assigning a greater amount of products for consumption to a greater expenditure of work effort. This can mean that each worker is given elements of the conditions of life, perhaps according to his free choice, such that work and the other elements of the condition of life together always produce the same quality of life. A man who works for 6 hours and reaches a quality of life of a certain level through 1 radio performance, 1 cinema visit and 2 excursions in a certain period would perhaps reach the same quality of life if he works 7 hours and has 2 opera performances, 1 excursion, and 2.5 pumpkins at his disposal. By corresponding allocations the same quality of life can be given to the man who works more and the man who works less. It can, however, also mean that the man who works beyond the average can reach a higher quality of life than the rest. Thus the man working 7 hours would exceed the quality of life of the man working 6 hours for 1 radio performance, 1 cinema visit, 2 excursions, and of the man working 7 hours for 2 opera performances, 1 excursion, 2.5 pumpkins, if, say, 10 theater performances, 16 bananas, and a philosophical lecture would be allocated to him. Such an allocation would be a kind of quality of life premium, for additional work. If by coincidence only one kind of constituent of the condition of life were used for compensation, something like this might result: 6 hours of work with 30 bananas produce the same quality of life as 7 hours of work with 50 bananas. If a premium of quality of life were wanted. 424. The man who works 7 hours would have to be granted, say, 60 bananas. The totality of the conditions of life as a result of measures, taken during a given period of the economy, is described by the economic plan. Just as the bourgeois state draws up a state budget, so a socialist society has to draw up an economic plan. Of course, an unlimited number of economic plans are possible, just as an unlimited number of state budgets are possible, but in practice the choice will be between a few characteristic examples. Though the state budget has its figures for income and expenditure and their difference, decisions are not taken with regard to such a monetary result. Rather it has to be considered that schools, hospitals, etc., have to be built as well. School education, which was to be expanded by the newly built schools, need not be expressed in terms of money, as school education is not an object of commerce. But there existed at least a survey of cost and income, expressed in terms of a unified money accounting. In the economic plan of a socialist society even this monetary unit is missing to which everything can be related. All the available constituents of the basis of life can be ascertained in exact numbers, even quantities of elements of the condition of life can be determined numerically, but such accounting in kind can never be reduced to one unit, and a surplus can never be found by calculation. One economic plan contains at the start a definite amount of buildings, animals, forests, machines, etc., and reserve stocks, and a definite amount of constituents of condition of life, homes, food, clothing, education, inspiration, working time, leisure time, morbidity, etc., as annual output, as well as a definite situation at the end which again contains buildings, machines, etc., and reserves. The other economic plan contains other quantities. And now the appointed organization, be it a parliament, a body with dictatorial powers or some other body must decide which economic plan should be put into operation, as already mentioned above. The execution may then be put into the hands of a central economic administration or some other office. It is perfectly possible to respect the wishes of particular groups of consumers for variety and free choice to a considerable degree, if the society as a whole agrees. It is impossible to operate the principle of socialism, by society for society in any way but by a uniform solution to the question of the totality of qualities of life and the measures that bring them about. From this it follows that, purely theoretically, only a socio-technological structure which is perfectly centralistic is conceivable for a working socialist economy. Marxist philosophical historical studies in general lead to the same result as shown, for example, in Hilferding's remarkable predictions of the general cartel and a future order without money. The concentration and centralization of the late capitalist epoch prepares just such administrative and economic centralization. By electrification, radio, trusts, the League of Nations, the way has been prepared for a psychological adaptation to an economic plan and its central administration. Gradually, also economic thinking will be transformed in this direction. In Russia it took relatively long before the idea of the economic plan began to be discussed. Real life had not yet forced it into existence. So all kinds of theories about economic calculation were put forward, which will never have counterparts in real life. Time and again the attempt was made to obtain comparable economic calculations by way of a kind of conventional index figures, especially in agriculture. Only the further development beyond state capitalism and socially controlled individualism to the collective socialism of the future will force this clarification on everybody. Until then the idea of the plan will only make an occasional appearance because, beside educational significance, it can have few practical consequences. Only at a later time will social engineers be helped by it to avoid mistakes. This is not the place to discuss in detail how in individual countries or in the whole world a social organization can come into being through which the idea of the economic plan can become historical reality. Of course, an economic plan which determines the totality of life for one or more years cannot be fixed in all details in advance. In many instances, it will serve much more like a framework within which specific measures are carried out. Changes during the time when the economic plan applies must be taken into account. Similarly, a state budget nowadays can admit alterations during the year in which it applies. But in each case it is a uniform total plan about which a decision is taken, a total plan which represents the multiplicity of the empirical abundance of experience to the executive body. The economic plan is a plan of production insofar as it provides information about the way in which resources of raw materials, land, work power, animal and human, are to be combined to get a definite result in the conditions of life. The economic plan is a plan of consumption insofar as it shares out parts of the conditions of life after it has been decided what is to be kept. 425. 426. In store. But it should be stressed right away that these two plans of production and consumption are interlocking all the time. For even though considered in terms of production the work achieved by men and steam engines have to be treated equally, the human effort expended, the displeasure and loss in leisure time incurred must also be taken into account in the plan of consumption or, to be more precise, in the plan of distribution of the conditions of life, that is of the qualities of life. But there is no necessary interconnection of the two plans in the way in which wages are connected with profit and production in the capitalist economic orders. In the socialist economic order two different economic plans can be almost identical in their plans of production but totally different in their plans of consumption if, for example, different principles of distribution are applied. The term consumption is better avoided. It is acceptable to say consumption of bread, but one cannot say consumption of enlightenment or consumption of love. Calculation in kind can be applied not only to the total economy but also to each work establishment, if only to make it possible to compare their ways of working. This is a technical calculation which operates as exactly as possible with units of the most varied kind. This also cannot be reduced to one single unit, although it has been tried again and again by some socialist thinkers, lately especially by Russians. Horsepower, amounts of raw materials, of lubricating oil, factory space, working hours, etc., have to appear side by side. In the socialist order, the economic efficiency of a single factory cannot be deduced from the accounts of the factory alone. This was also impossible in the capitalist order, but then the profitability of a factory was confused with its economic efficiency, because the question of how the operation of a factory may improve the totality of conditions of life of a society was not raised at all. The profitability of a factory can of course be assessed in isolation. It is only necessary to juxtapose expenditure and income in money terms, taking into account the definite situations at the beginning and at the end. But whether a certain factory is more efficient, is better for society under one kind of operation than under another, can only be decided by finding out which of the two fits into the better economic plan. For instance, a factory might be managed in the best technical way and increase its production, yet could still be uneconomical because the product is of no use. For example, if the factory that produces necessary complementary goods cannot produce enough. In the capitalist order, this is partly revealed by such products remaining unsold. 427. However, there is no such verdict of the market in the socialist economic order. In socialism there is only a decision on a total economic plan, based on careful calculations and questioning of groups of consumers, workers, etc., and from this follows the assessment of the economic efficiency of the individual establishment. The economy of a society can be compared with a gigantic building and the economic plan with an architectural blueprint. The man who wants to join in modeling an economy is a kind of architect who, for example, has to build a fortress in the battlefield. The means at his disposal are not bought. He cannot even provide a money account, which would in any case be meaningless with respect to the construction erected, but he has to consider how to combine the available workforce, stones, trees, spaces of ground to accomplish a whole series of results: protection against attacks, living quarters, accommodation for the sick, etc. He certainly has no unit with the help of which he could add what he has spent together into one sum to find out by subtraction what he has done well or badly. But that is basically what people ask of the economic architect when they impose on him the duty to use one general unit like money to design his work. The architect does not need a unit for his creation, nor does the body which organizes the economy. But the architect will determine as exactly as possible the size of the building components, of the volume of the constructed space and much else, in figures and measures, and the architect of the economy will behave in the same way. Most bourgeois theorists of the capitalist economic period, and some socialists under their influence too, have adhered tacitly or explicitly to the view that the market exercises sufficient judgment on the economic efficiency of the individual establishments. Falling profit is supposed to indicate that production is somehow not adapted to the total mechanism. For good measure, the purchasing power of the population and the needs of the population also have been mixed up here. It has been said that there was no need for books when in fact people could not afford enough money for books to make the profits of the entrepreneurs sufficiently large. Thus the widespread opinion came about that money calculation could serve as a basis for a judgment of economic efficiency, at least in the capitalist economic order. But even the most eager defenders of this point of view usually have to admit at some point or other that money calculation is not always the highest authority to pronounce judgment on social economic. 428. Efficiency. Thereby they concede that even for them there exists another highest authority according to whose judgment in certain cases money calculation cannot be used. Ludwig Mises is a very typical representative of the free trade economy, which could be called the economy of chaos by its opponents, just as an administrative economy is called the economy of coercion by its opponents. 11. In his book on the socialist economy, Mises has propounded the view that only money calculation based on one unit could form the basis of production. Money calculation discloses whether production should be undertaken or not. Nevertheless, we find this remarkable statement: if there is more of the monopolized commodity than can be placed at monopoly price, the monopolist must lock up or destroy so many surplus units that the remainder may attain the price needed. Thus the Dutch East India Company, which monopolized the European coffee market in the 17th century, destroyed some of its stocks. Other monopolists have done likewise. The Greek government, for instance, destroyed currants in order to raise the price. Economically, only one verdict on these proceedings is possible: they diminish the stock of wealth which serves to satisfy needs, they reduce welfare, they diminish riches. That goods which could have satisfied wants, and foodstuffs which could still the hunger of many, should be destroyed is a state of things which the outraged populace and the discerning economists unite, for once, in condemning. 12. This means, in this case of a destruction of commodities, Mises admits a concept of wealth separate from the money calculation, to which he appeals. But restriction of production often equals or approaches destruction of goods. The difference is not very large between the English fishing fleet throwing fish back into the sea, as Archenholz relates of the 18th century, and the modern English fishing fleet not sailing out at all, as the newspapers report. Ships remain idle, workers are condemned to unemployment, and nourishing fish does not get to the hungry whose purchasing power is not great enough or does not take a course of which the owners of means of production approve. Ludwig Mises maintains now with emphasis, even in monopolistic undertakings, however, destruction of economic goods is rare. The far-sighted monopolist does not produce goods for the incinerator. If he wishes to place fewer goods on the market, he takes steps to reduce his output. The problem of monopoly must be considered, not from the 429 point of view of the goods destroyed, but from that of production restricted. 13. Leaving aside that the rare cases can be of as much interest for a theoretician as the less rare ones, there is certainly no basic difference between destruction and restriction of production. Moreover, in actual economic life, if fishing for herrings is stopped, the unemployed fishermen are unable to enter other branches of production and the ships generally remain idle. Mises must concede, however, that even if perhaps these workers turn to road work for lower wages instead of catching fish, or if the ships are used for small pleasure cruises, there is underuse even though complete non-use is avoided. He arrives at the remarkable statement, but these, of course, are less important goods, which would not have been produced and consumed if the more pressing demands for a larger quantity of the monopolized commodity could have been satisfied. The difference between the values of these goods and the higher value of the quantity of monopoly goods not produced represents the loss in welfare which the monopoly has inflicted on the national economy. 14. We see that here Mises also arrives at a concept of wealth which obviously is divorced from money, since it is used to assess a money calculation, namely that of the monopolists. If, in the case of monopoly, according to Mises, there is a calculation of wealth by which one can judge money calculation, then it should always be available and allow judgment on all economic processes. Mises does not even reject all monopolies, and even less does he admit that there are many other reductions of wealth in the traditional economic order. Starting from the premise that the socialist economy would be one single gigantic monopoly economy, he states, here private profit and social productivity are at variance. A socialist society under such circumstances would act differently from a capitalist society. 15. But he suspects it would be naive to assume the socialist society would do what is absolutely good. We have no standard on which to base a valid decision between what is good and what is evil in this context. 16. Even though Mises did not apply this qualification when he discussed the decrease of wealth above, it may be conceded to him that there is no generally valid measure. What can still be maintained, however, is that the capitalist order produces a chain of events which is unpredictable, whereas in the socialist economy production and distribution can be decided according to a plan, and each decision, whether it increases or decreases wealth, can correspond in any case to the will of those concerned. 430. As a matter of fact, Mises, and other theorists who have similar views, have to admit that they themselves tentatively introduce a measurement of wealth, though somehow outside of their own theories, which serves them in comparing monopoly economy, economy of free competition, Socialist economy. Above we have tried to do so not only tentatively, but with greatest possible precision, and have shown that these decreases and increases of wealth cannot be found so easily, e.g. if certain groups of the population undergo improvements in their conditions of life and others simultaneously suffer a deterioration in theirs, but that a socialist economy can take decisions even if one final sum cannot be found. Even some socialists have agreed with Mises' thesis 17, without calculation with 1 unit, an economy is not possible. Socialism does not acknowledge calculation with 1 unit, it follows that socialism is impossible, and therefore they try to establish that in the socialist state there also can be such a calculation. For us it is essential that calculation in kind in the economic plan must be the moneyless basis of the socialist calculation of economic efficiency. To the socialist administrative economy as a moneyless economic order, the socialist administrative economy, in contradistinction to the free trade economy, does not recognize a commodity, does not know money. Marx quite consistently declared in his contribution to the critique of political economy that the wealth of bourgeois society, or, as he calls it even more precisely in Capital, the wealth of the societies in which the capitalist mode of production is the rule, is an immense accumulation of commodities. 18 For Marx and Engels, money as well as commodity are specifically capitalist categories. Socialism is planned production and planned distribution by a single economic personality, by society, whereas commodity and money presuppose a multiplicity of unorganized independent economic personalities. In the socialist society there is of course no cost accounting in the sense of capitalist cost accounting. One can only establish that the use of labor, of ores, etc., in connection with the formation of certain components of conditions of life is more economically efficient in one case than in another. But one cannot attach a negative sign to the labor expended and the ore used, nor a positive sign to the things produced to find out the difference. In the capitalist economic order the market itself determines the sum of the costs, as we indicated above. Who should determine the cost in the socialist economy? Whether I prefer 5 hours of work and the production of 5 amounts of foodstuff to 6 hours of work and the production of 7 amounts of foodstuff, can be decided in the socialist order only by free choice, by comparing one combination of work and product with the other. But I cannot compare the first amount of labor with the first quantity of product and the second amount of labor with the second quantity of products, and then juxtapose the two differences to find that one is larger than the other. In the capitalist order it is not the combinations of labor and product that are compared, but rather that labor is expressed in terms of money, product in terms of money, the situations at the start and at the end also in terms of money, and then it can be determined whether there was profit or loss. The profits of the two combinations are then compared, and the profit may be found to be larger in one case than in the other. Already in the partly centralist economy of late capitalism money calculation loses much of its autonomous character. Formerly it seemed at least as if the market as an external power determined cost, profits etc., as it were, automatically. But in the partly centralist economy of late capitalism the prices of raw materials and semi-finished products are determined arbitrarily to a great extent, for example by business concerns. Sharing general costs among the establishments of a concern is also based on conventions. If an article is sold cheaply to damage a competitor, losses are balanced by profits on the sales of another article. The low price of the first article may then possibly appear as a low cost for another concern in the economy which uses it as semi-finished product for further production. Certainly no firm will say, as a matter of principle the price of this article should be higher, and to find out whether production is rational we will replace it by the true price. Nothing like the true price exists anyhow. Price is the combined result of all market factors, and among these also belongs the intentional influence exerted on the price without regard to the momentary net profit. In roundabout ways, all speculations on the stock exchange affect the cost accounting of the capitalist order, which is unsuited to serve as a basis for achieving the efficiency of technical or economic scientific management. When some government supports the rate of exchange, this will express itself in the cost of many goods, and similarly so when certain exchange rates rise because a trust has ordered some large-scale manipulations on the stock exchange to do down an outsider. Money. 431. 432. Commodity, cost are parts of the inventory of the bourgeois capitalist order. It may be mentioned in passing that their functions are continually changing. In socialism, production can never be based on calculation with one unit of any kind, not even with the help of any kind of labor vouchers, even if the distribution of consumer goods is effected by means of labor vouchers, and some conventional arrangement is made so that a certain quantity of goods are given for a certain amount of labor vouchers. The use of labor, of machines, of raw material, of land for purposes of production could never be regulated with the help of labor vouchers in the way that it is done today with the help of money prices for work, machines, raw materials, and land. Labor vouchers as measure for distribution are far from representing a general denominator for the economy. Marx sharply rejected Gray's work money in his contribution to the critique of political economy. And in the critique of the Gotha program he noted, within the cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, producers do not exchange their products, just as little does the labor employed on the products appear here as the value of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, since now, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion, but directly as a component part of the total labor. 19. That is, for Marx there is no purchase as a basis of production in the socialist order, as is assumed by some guild socialists. Not only for the time of transition, they let the contrast between consumers and producers continue even into the socialist period. The more we grow into socialism and the more we approach the final, perhaps sudden phase of the radical change of the economic order, the more we must continue the eradication of the capitalist way of thinking that was begun by Marx. The approach of the new era reveals itself in the transformation of the totality of our emotions and ways of living. But the concepts of the economic theory of the capitalist era also have to be regarded as things that are historical. We must understand, for instance, that the Austrian theory of value with its many subtle insights is in the final analysis a money theory without money, for its concepts are derived from money concepts, even though its statements do not mention money anymore. It is characteristic of our era to recognize as obvious statements which make sense only in relation to money. Thus Wieser was able to invent a calculation of value according to which a greater amount of some consumed goods could, under certain 433 circumstances, have less value than a smaller amount, whereas it is immediately intuitive that a greater amount may under some circumstances have the same value as a smaller amount, but never that it may have less value. But as we have seen above, it does occur in the price formation of monopoly goods that a greater amount earns less money than a smaller amount when they are sold. This phenomenon of the institutions of free market and money, however, does not admit an interpretation in the theory of value such as Wieser has attempted. Only someone prejudiced by money calculation can make such claims which simply contradict all common sense. All of money-oriented thinking will gradually disappear, not just the contrast between buyer and seller. The distribution of conditions of life within socialism can be arranged in very different ways, and much freedom of choice is possible. There is no necessary connection between the work performance of the individual and what he receives. Instead, for example, needs might be regarded as the first concern. First of all, it is possible to determine how much labor was expended on an object only to a limited extent and under theoretically sharply defined conditions, and second, there are elements of the conditions of life among those to be distributed which are not the result of labor at all, but are simply available only in limited amounts. We need only think of bathing in a river, of staying in some region or at a certain spot. In socialism it may well happen that something that required no labor for its production is given as premium to somebody for their work, while somebody else receives for the same work a premium which required more labor than the recipient had performed. Distribution draws from a gigantic social reservoir in which some of the elements of conditions of life do not require any labor while other parts do. Of course, socialist society will choose from among the calculated economic plans the one that is considered the most favorable with respect to sorrows and joys, with respect to the quality of life. While the components labor effort, labor time, mortality, morbidity, are separately amenable to numerical calculation, there are, however, no naturally given units that could be combined into a single quantitative figure. Let us consider a simple example. A certain amount of bread can be produced in a year by some specified labor if economic plan I is used, and by another sort of labor if economic plan 2 is used. According to the 434 views expressed here, socialist society decides its plan on the basis of a total assessment which can be justified in figures. In case I, for example, workers engaged in heavy physical labor work for 4 hours and fall ill 6 times, in case 2 they work only 3 hours but fall ill 8 times, perhaps because less time is devoted to protective measures. How far does the shorter working time compensate for more frequent illness, say colds or bronchitis? The decision as to choose economic plan I or 2 should be made as much as possible on the basis of quantitative data, but it cannot be determined by calculation with one single unit. However, certain conventions can be introduced for purposes of distribution. For example, 1 hour of heavy work could be declared equal to 2 hours of light work, and frequency of illness could also be taken into account as an additional burden of work. After the introduction of such a conventional point system, the result may look like this. Economic plan I. Number of total workers points. Workers category I 10,660, workers category 2 5525, total 85. 435. If this conventional relationship of quantities were accepted, case 2 would be chosen, because it shows a lower burden. But now one has to check whether this convention leads to the same decision as the total assessment that was made before its introduction, in order to examine the suitability of the convention. It is certainly possible to regulate the distribution of consumer goods on the basis of such points. If bread were the only item of consumption, the workers with 10% more work points would get 10% more bread. But what should the procedure be if there are different kinds of consumer goods? Either each worker has to be allotted a definite number of things of each kind according to his number of work points, and here we entirely neglect the still more difficult distribution of certain services, or each individual receives the right to take consumer goods from the total pool according to the number of points of his labor vouchers. Obviously, each item of consumption has to be associated with a certain number of points. To prevent chaos in the socialist order, the sum of points accorded to the annual stocks of consumer goods must be equal to the sum of points at the disposal of the consumers. How can points be assigned to individual articles of consumption? If there were natural work units, and if it could be determined how many natural work units, in a socially necessary way, have been spent on each article of consumption, and if further it were possible to produce any amount of each article, then, under some additional conditions, each article could be assigned the number of points that represent its work effort. But besides consumer goods, the means of production also have to be produced, and the socially necessary work for this has to be deducted from the points which are available for consumption. Let us now assume that the distribution is done through free choice of the consumers in proportion to their work. Marx used such schemes. It is important to realize that they can be applied only if certain conditions are accepted. Economic plan I. Number of total workers points. Workers category I 5735, workers category 2 10440, total 75. 436. In the actual socialist economy of the future, some raw materials will be in short supply and thrift will necessary. If there is a great demand for articles made from these raw materials, either rationing will have to be introduced or the number of points for their distribution will have to be increased beyond the number representing the work spent on their production. Conversely, articles in little demand will be offered for fewer points than would the work spent for their production. But even if it were possible to make use of labor vouchers, in some form or other, for distribution, especially in the time of transition, This does not provide a reason for speaking of the existence of a money order in socialism, as is sometimes done, for these vouchers do not circulate, they are only certificates of supply and cannot help to evaluate production. The use of the term money here would be in contradiction to the usual scientific terminology and also to that of Marx. One cannot state that case more clearly than he did: these tokens are not money, they do not circulate. 20. Marx certainly did not believe that in socialist society a money order would serve to secure a rational plan of production and work and a rational distribution. Marx anticipated that in the first socialist period the capitalist way of thinking would still have an after effect, therefore he thought that in this period, stamped with the birthmarks of the old society, roughly the same principles of distribution would be used as are known from the capitalist period. The equal right which would then be applied would be bourgeois right, as he pointed out in his critique of the Gotha program. 21. The right of working people, and only work confers such rights, though invalids, the old, etc., are accepted from this. To receive consumer goods will in this period be in proportion to their work performance. Marx rejected claims for the undiminished proceeds of labor. As outlined above, consumer goods will be assigned certain figures, and for each work performance a certain sum of figures will be paid out. Marx thought of this period, whether it is short or long, or if it occurs at all, does not matter, as without money and without commodities. Marx regarded money and commodities as definite capitalist categories which are not carried over into the first transition period as capitalist residues. This position is perfectly understandable. Socialist economy was seen as planned in contrast to the capitalist economy, which is confused, chaotic, unruly. Marx always saw something essentially anarchic in capitalism. In The Poverty of Philosophy he notes that the anarchy of 437 production is the source of so much misery. 22. Because commodities are not ruled by men, but men are dominated by commodities and money. The historically determined removal of this economic order will, in Marx's analysis, also bring with it the removal of the conflicts which are connected with the unruliness of the money order and exploitation. In his descriptions of all these phenomena, which constitute the critical power of capital, Marx stressed several times that money circulation in a fully developed capitalist economy is not only a reflection of the circulation of commodities. He dealt with this in Volume 1, where mainly the circulation of commodities and formation of capital are described, but that, beyond this, it has something like a life of its own which brings about the horror of the crises. It is in any case remarkable that in certain quieter times something like a rule of irregularity establishes itself as a blindly acting law of the average, as Marx noted in Volume 3 of Capital. Marx saw the basis of crises mainly in the capitalist money order, which is why he repeatedly stressed money crises as a phase of every crisis. There is a contradiction immanent in the function of money as the means of payment. When the payments balance each other, money functions only nominally, as money of account, as a measure of value. But when actual payments have to be made, money does not come onto the scene as a circulating medium, in its merely transient form of an intermediary in the social metabolism, but as the incarnation of social labor, the independent presence of exchange value, the universal commodity. This contradiction bursts forth in that aspect of an industrial and commercial crisis which is known as a money crisis. Whenever there is a general disturbance of the mechanism, no matter what its cause, money suddenly and immediately changes over from its merely nominal shape, money of account, into hard cash. The bourgeois, drunk with prosperity and arrogantly certain of himself, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation. Commodities alone are money, he said. But now the opposite cry resounds over the markets of the world: only money is commodity. As the heart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. Hence money's form of appearance of money here is also a matter of indifference. Money which represents commodities long since withdrawn from circulation continues to circulate. Commodities circulate, but their equivalent in money does not appear until some future date. 23. Marx always stressed that only to a certain extent does money circulation represent commodity circulation. He continues the passage quoted accordingly, when the production of money has attained a certain 438 degree and volume of production of commodities, the function of money as means of payment reaches beyond the sphere of circulation of commodities. 24. In Volume 3 this is developed further in detail. In the way that even an accumulation of debts can appear as an accumulation of capital, we see the distortion involved in the credit system reach its culmination. These promissory notes, which were issued for a capital originally borrowed long since spent, these paper duplicates of annihilated capital function for their owners as capital insofar as they are saleable commodities and therefore can be transformed back into capital. Commodity capital largely loses its capacity to represent potential money capital to a great extent in times of crisis, and generally when business stagnates. The same is true of fictitious capital, the interest-bearing paper, in as much as this itself circulates as money capital on the stock exchange. This fictitious money capital is enormously reduced during crises. 25. The system of money and credit as main constituents of the capitalist order are in this way revealed as obstacles to production and supply, as uncontrollable formations of an anarchic nature, alien to humanity. The circulation of commodities differs from direct exchange of products not only in form, but in its essence. There develops a whole network of social connections of natural origin, entirely beyond the control of the human agents. 26. The money order, just like the whole capitalist order, is not amenable to reform, to control, to regulation according to a plan. To show this was one of the main tasks of Marx and the few theorists who regard money as incorrigible. The views of Karl Marx quoted here give special force to his total doctrine. The coming socialism is bound to capitalism by historical connections, but it does not need these capitalist residues for purposes of social engineering, and therefore will lose them. The socialist economic order separates itself as a whole from the capitalist economic order. There is a fissure between the two orders. Though things to come prepare themselves gradually, though capitalist centralization is very much a forerunner of socialist centralization, there will certainly be a jolt when the socialist order unfolds freely and at the same time new personalities are in power. That certain ways of thinking and institutional leftovers from the capitalist order will necessarily continue, as discussed above, does not alter the fact that the total structure is of a basically different kind. The contrast between the structures of socialism and capitalism will probably be sharper than that between capitalism and feudalism. Marxism expects less than the utopians do from the enlightenment of the masses about the character and aims of socialism. Above all, it counts on the organization of the working class as a political power which applies more or less force in removing certain groups of people from their ruling position, thereby allowing a new order to break through. After the necessary initial alterations, political change will probably happen with increasing speed, in the same way the transformation of the economic order, the overthrow of the market order, will probably occur fairly suddenly. The revolutionary spirit will not be confined to the struggle over the political order, for it will also spark the struggle over the economic order. But just at what point the transformations of the capitalist order, at what point the political preconditions make possible these sudden changes is an issue concerning which even people who on the whole share basic views can differ. Marxism does not tell us about how far the capitalist economic order can be forced forward in particular cases or how far instead pillars of the coming order can be built successfully. But the response to concrete questions of the day is quite different according to whether one believes that the money and market order of the capitalist period is compatible with the first period of socialism or whether one believes that already the first period has to be revolutionary in this respect from the very start. Though Marx's temperament was always characterized by a basic revolutionary mood, he frequently restrained it due to his personal experiences and historical and socio-technical reflections, concerning the overcoming of commodity and money circulation and of the whole money order. However, he always seems to have upheld this revolutionary mood. Thus we can understand why he declared time and again, the money order is an institution of capitalism, they will both end together. As we saw, the socialist order is, according to Marx, based on an economic plan which regulates production and distribution independently of each other, so that social utility is served best on the whole and that the total economy produces as many use values as possible. Engels, who generally deviates very little from Marx, has explained this in more detail, especially in his decisive polemic against Dühring. Dühring had put forward a socialism in which autonomous organizational parts of the whole economy, as representatives of society, exchange products with each other which have absorbed the same amount of work, using metal money as a basis. It was important for him to avoid a central distribution without money, which seemed to him 439. 440. Opposed to civilization. Along the lines of Marx's teachings, Engels tried to demonstrate that this attitude is self-contradictory and unsocialist, preserving capitalist thinking and behavior within socialism, in which Dühring actually had no confidence. In his anti-Dühring, Engels wrote, "For socialism, distribution will, as far as it is dominated by purely economic concerns, be regulated by the interests of production, and production will be furthered most by a way of distribution which allows all members of the society to develop, preserve, and exercise their abilities as completely as possible. Every society based on the production of commodities has this peculiarity, that the producers have lost control of their own social interrelations. Anarchy reigns in socialized production. But the transformation, either into joint stock companies, or into state ownership, does not do away with the capitalistic nature of the productive forces. Solution can only come about by society openly and directly taking possession of the productive forces which have outgrown all control except that of society as a whole. The social anarchy of production gives place to a social regulation of production upon a definite plan, according to the needs of the community and of each individual. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things, and by the conduct of processes of production. Exposition of the principal features of socialism is not at all in accordance with Herr Dühring's view. Let us pass on to his positive creations, the natural system of society. This system consists of a federation of economic communes. The economic commune itself, a community of persons linked together by their public right to dispose of a definite area of land and a group of productive establishments for use in common, jointly participating in its proceeds. How is this production carried on? Judging by all Herr Dühring has told us, precisely as in the past, except that the commune takes the place of the capitalists. How puerile is Herr Dühring's idea that society could take possession of all means of production in the aggregate without revolutionizing from top to bottom the old method of production. Labor is here exchanged for other labor on the basis of equal evaluation. Service and counter-service represent here real equality between quantities of labor. This exchange, however, does not take place between individuals, as the community is the owner of all means of production and consequently also of all products. On the one hand, it takes place between each economic commune and its individual members, and on the other between the various economic and trading communes themselves. As to how the level of this wage of the future is to be determined, Herr Dühring tells us only that here too, as in all other cases, there will be an exchange of equal labor for equal labor. For 6 hours of labor, therefore, a sum of money will be paid which also embodies in itself 6 hours of labor. Nevertheless, the universal principle of justice must not in any way be confounded with that crude leveling down which makes the bourgeois so indignantly oppose communism, and especially so the spontaneous communism of the workers. Let us now look how 441 works. Accumulation is completely forgotten. Even worse, as accumulation is a social necessity and the retention of money provides a convenient form of accumulation, the organization of the economic commune directly impels its members to accumulate privately, and thereby leads its own destruction. The exchange is effected through the medium of metallic money, and Herr Dühring is not a little proud of the world historical import of this reform. but in the trading between the commune and its members the money is not money at all. It serves as a mere labor certificate. It functions merely as Owen's labor money, that phantom which Herr Düring looks down upon so disdainfully, but nevertheless is himself compelled to introduce into his economics of the future. The exchange of labor for labor on the principle of equal valuation is the fundamental law of precisely commodity production, hence also of its highest form, capitalist production. By elevating this law to the basic law of his economic commune, Herr Düring converts the basic law of existing society into the basic law of his imaginary society. He wants existing society, but without its abuses. 27. Thus Engels. Early on in the career of Marxism he declared with complete clarity that a socialist economy is an administrative economy without money which takes decisions on the basis of an economic plan and which knows no exchange relationships, no money based on precious metals, nor any variation of it such as the labor money that individual socialists of all shades refer back to time and again. And yet even under very special circumstances it is not possible to work out a scheme which would demonstrate its applicability. It is clear that labor is an element of the plan of production and, as effort, of the plan of the conditions of life too, as far as it concerns the objects produced by labor that enter into distribution. 28. It is also clear that, after deductions of the labor used for investment, the labor expended can be distributed in the form of objects produced by labor, and not more. Yet it is quite inconceivable that any decision concerning the economy of the socialist society could be deduced from considering the labor expended. Until somebody will present a sketch of labor accounting, analogous to Popper-Linko's sketch of a method of accounting in kind, the claim cannot even be properly refuted, since denotationless words cannot be discussed properly. We merely tried to show that the study of economic performance, which starts from quantities measured with different units and ends up with quantities measured with different units, does in no way allow reduction to one common denominator, especially not to the common denominator of labor. Marx wanted to establish the role that is played by the dependence of the worker and his labor power on the capitalist order. For this purpose, 442. He showed with the help of a very simple scheme how the worker is ground down and broken, using premises of all kinds. This certainly does not mean that a scheme can again be constructed, with the worker and his labor as the basis, for consideration of the much more comprehensive problem of the distribution of conditions of life by the whole economy. Marx himself certainly never attempted it. Finally, one must consider that a study of economic efficiency must be so general that it can be applied to an economy which involves no labor at all. Its task might be to distribute a limited amount of things in the interest of the highest quality of life. An economy like this could start with private property. People have sources of food, clothing, homes, healing waters, etc., at their disposal, without expenditure of labor. Exchange relationships develop, there will be a market, money can be introduced, interest and much else. There will be exploitation and people who are exploited. Then socialism arrives. Private ownership in resources will be abolished, a central power will take over distribution. Now there will be several economic plans among which a choice can be made. Where could a system of labor accounting come in here? And what should the general denominator be here? Our own world stands between two worlds, one in which everything is produced by labor and another in which nothing is so produced. The very presuppositions of economic accounting must therefore admit other things beside labor. Note, moreover, that the utilities with which the measures of socialism are concerned, according to Marx and all people who shape real life, cannot be submitted to a calculation with a common denominator. To be sure, one must investigate types of calculation in kind more closely, such as those by Popper-Linko's and Ballot-Atlanticus. Popper-Linko's elaborated the idea of calculation in kind most consistently. However, by making it an integral part of an anti-Marxist argument he made it extremely difficult for Marxists to conceive of him as co-worker in the great structure of the world to come. Ballot-Atlanticus occasionally abandoned calculation in kind, Yet he joined forces with Marxism so that already early on his work enjoyed support from Karl Koski, who otherwise does not favor this way of thinking. It was entirely befitting the circumstances that the phenomena of the war economy stimulated an interest in Popperlinck's, that the experiences of the Russian Revolution rendered the idea of economic accounting more significant. Currently, however, a certain stagnation is noticeable, and it may take some time before more than just a few people will attempt to conceive of socialist economic accounting in more concrete terms. Only then will it be generally realized that, in terms of social engineering, a type of socialism is not even conceivable that retains circulation of money, calculation in money and exchange of products. The path to socialism leads via capitalist institutions, concentration of industrial establishments and banks, within which the working class attains decisive influence, getting the upper hand over the entrepreneurs here and there, until the moment, perhaps of longer duration, when the last revolutionary impulse breaks the political power of the bourgeois classes and puts an end to entrepreneurship as an institution. But the abolition of entrepreneurs is not sufficient to bring about a social or community economy. The aim of Engels' polemics against Dühring was precisely to show that if, after socialization, the individual economic establishments retain far-reaching autonomous rights and exchange commodities and money between themselves, this will amount to engaging in capitalist economic practices. The capitalism of individuals would then be replaced by capitalism of groups, as Kurt Eisner called it when he wanted to characterize that part of the factory council movement which intended to combine individual businesses after socialization in a manner similar to that suggested by Dühring. Socialism is centralism and will succeed as such. But it is misleading to give the name planned economy to economies featuring large centers such as those of Wissel and Moellendorf, or to a war economy that has no economic plan, Lucas and non-Lussendig. Though the war economy realized some parts of an economic plan and partly restricted the capitalist order, in the last resort it still served the ruling classes who removed these restrictions after the war. Once there is clarity within the labor movement about the character of the socialist economy in the sense of Marx and Engels, intense attention to statistics will become an unavoidable necessity, if only for purposes of decisive criticism of the capitalist order. With the help of a sufficient number of statistical estimates one could show what distribution of conditions of life and what creation of means of production are brought about in the capitalist order, and what a socialist order could have accomplished with such material. For the time being, little time and energy is left for these questions, given the urgent necessity for organized labor to take hold of capitalist positions on the way to socialism. Institutions of communal economy must be created, guilds. 443. 444. Organized, workers' banks founded, cooperatives developed. Among the demands of the day, thinking about the coming socialism and its preparation is given little space. The labor movement will have to recognize its importance already, because it may have to face the danger that successes within the capitalist economic organization may unconsciously divert the thinking of many members onto capitalist tracks. When socialist fighters have to take on the for them so unenjoyable task of running the capitalist machinery that was taken over by the workers, they serve the working class as faithfully as at another post, but it is possible that in doing so they give less thought to socialist organization and automatically use the categories of capitalist economic thought. The labor movement can take countermeasures by having economic plans worked out already now, by starting to prepare a universal statistics, thereby being able also to criticize the capitalist order. The automatism of the market order for private entrepreneurs, even for nationalist autonomous economic enterprises in a capitalist order, must be paralleled by the economic plan, by calculation in kind for the socialist society. Society must know from which conditions it starts at a certain moment and what it can undertake. Many of the factors concerned and their connections can be expressed in terms of statistics. For example, we can show the amounts of raw materials that enter a total economy, how they are employed in production with the help of machines, animals, and human labor, and then move on to the particular branches of the economy, only to enter circulation again either as means of production or as conditions of the life of human beings, or to be discarded as useless waste. In the case of agriculture, its input chart would show us the amounts of artificial fertilizer, machines, human workforce, etc. that enter into this branch of the economy, and its output chart what we get in terms of meat, milk, fodder, etc. But also smaller sections of the economy can be depicted in this way. We can, for example, show the input and output of fat for a whole country. A major difficulty here is that up to now different statistics could not always be linked to each other, because they were not made according to a uniform plan and uniform principles, and because statistical inquiries were undertaken without common standards by the most diverse bodies, by cartels, public offices, insurance companies, hospitals, trade unions, scientific bodies. Often minor alterations would have sufficed to make the linkage of inquiries possible. But what can we do if, for example, in production statistics iron tables are featured as iron products, but in import and export statistics they are classed together with wooden tables? Sometimes the original data could still be incorporated within a uniform scheme, but their statistical transformations make such interrelations largely impossible. What can we do if in one statistical table men are classed in groups of 3 years, in another of 5 years? The idea has not yet been commonly accepted that each individual statistical table has to form part of one great universal statistical survey. The last attempt at such universal statistics was made in the 18th century with its enlightened absolutism. The absolute ruler wanted to know how matters were with the population and the trades in order to be able to influence them systematically in the interest of the whole. The French Revolution and liberalism cut back the power of the state and put the free market society in its place. Soon, any central intervention in production was rejected. Moreover, any kind of statistical inquiry was thought to imply a deprivation of freedom. Secrecy of production is the basis of free competition. Socialist centralism, which grows from democratic foundations, will do away with this obfuscation. It no longer admits any secrets of production but demands full statistical clarification. It will probably not be long before the central bodies of the labor movement either create such a type of statistics or support its development for the benefit of movement. As long as statistics are in the hands of the opponent, the labor movement is lacking an important tool for reconstruction. Outright forgeries are less of a danger than the very neglect of certain inquiries such that certain problems are not treated at all. Above all, the labor movement needs a statistics of the conditions of life. Its object should not be to establish total consumption or average consumption, these are of little significance, but the standard of life 29 of the main social groups and classes. In the course of this a number of difficult questions will have to be faced, as shown above. As soon as there is no money accounting and therefore no balance sheet for individual establishments, their technical efficiency must be examined according to its significance for the total economy. That is only possible with reference to the economic plan. It has been shown in the form of impressive sketches, mainly by Popper-Lincos and Ballot Atlanticus, how such an economic plan, or more. 445. 446. Correctly, how a whole group of such economic plans has to be designed such that from it the efficiency of individual establishments can be deduced. It is important that these two attempts exist, because they show us how something like this can be done at all. Chemical factories are accustomed to prepare similar accounts about the chemicals they use and the chemicals they produce. It can be expected that technicians, in particular, will elaborate methods of calculation in kind, as soon as they have grasped the nature of these problems, and that they will help us to estimate the performance of individual establishments as the basis for the study of economic efficiency. This is not a question of precision. If money accounting has so far been exact, it has been so only insofar as sums could be stated down to the third decimal place. It has remained open, however, whether these exact figures give an exact representation of economic reality. Could one be sure whether when the figure for a sum of money was greater the wealth was greater too? Is it not rather the case that increases in wealth are measured in terms of money, like potatoes being weighed on an apothecary's scales, which is exact to 1/100th of a milligram but allows mistakes of 100 grams and more? The present task is to create the foundations for such studies of moneyless economics. This is not easy. Yet rough estimates often suffice, as can be seen in the organization of whole areas of life which also know no individual balance sheets in terms of common units of calculation. Think of the administration of public health, of security, of education. The performance of a school cannot be expressed by the balance account of this individual school. In a socialist economy, an individual factory resembles an individual school, hospital, court of law. Whether a hospital achieves good or bad results in healing people can be estimated approximately. To assess its effect within the whole system of public health is much more difficult. The theoretical investigation of such a possibility will only then become more common when a serious approach is made to the question of how an order without money can become the historical successor of our capitalist order. Scientific research has paid hardly any attention to this field. A rare exception is the investigation by A.W. Cohn, Can Money Be Abolished? Developing the socialist doctrine in this direction would also represent an extension of the structure of the thought of Marx and Engels. There are enough connecting points for proceeding in this way. Marx and Engels thought of socialism as moneyless, without circulation of commodities and without profit and loss accounting. There can be no doubt, the concepts of the capitalist order, even if stripped of their money character, still contain it in their structure. Overcoming capitalist thinking as a general phenomenon presupposes a comprehensive process. It is highly probable that socialism as an economic order will have succeeded first, so that socialists will be produced by the socialist order, and not the socialist order by socialists, which, by the way, would be in perfect harmony with the basic idea of Marxism. The scientific anticipation of such conceptual developments is possible only to a limited degree, because we cannot foresee historical reality in its fullness. It is therefore only with hesitation and with some reservations that we may apply theoretical considerations of the possibilities of an order without money to the reality that is to come. To be sure, an active person must struggle through to one resolute decision, however much his deliberations and thought might lead him to conceive all sorts of possibilities and to indecisive behavior. Thinking takes many lines, action only one. By deciding on one among several courses of action, one among the theoretical possibilities has been chosen and thereby also its further consequences. If someone expects the socialist order from the course of history and acts accordingly, he will have to put up with an order free of money, as Marx and Engels have done. To summarize, the theory of the socialist economy knows only one economic actor, society, who organizes production and distributes the conditions of life according to socialist principles, on the basis of an economic plan, without using profit and loss accounting, without circulation of money, be it metal or labor money, without using a common unit of calculation at all. 3. The economic plan and the human being of the future. The Marxist conception claims, Marxism is not only a way of thinking about the transformation of the capitalist into the socialist order, but in addition it is the thinking that will dominate this coming socialist order. Marxism appears, so to speak, as the content of the new consciousness as it develops chiefly in the socialist proletariat. Marx and Engels did not try to introduce new ideas into the proletariat, but rather to formulate clearly the strong and powerful ideas and moods already existing in it, to comprehend their consequences and then work in the spirit of proletarian development. 447. 448. In this sense, Marxism embraces all that is alive in the socialist proletariat, the clear and the not so clear ideas, views, and feelings, insofar as these can develop into one coherent whole. Therefore, we understand Marxism to be the entire worldview and emotional attitude of the socialist proletariat, as far as it can become the general worldview and emotional attitude of the era that is just dawning, just as, to a similar extent, Catholicism was the general worldview and emotional attitude of the European Middle Ages. To be active in the spirit of Marxism therefore means to express, or help to create, views and feelings which are fit to exist in the socialist reality. The Marxist worldview as a whole will also be shared by non-socialists, just as medieval Catholic thinking could also be found in non-Christians. Our preceding discussion has shown how the idea of an economic plan and of calculation in kind are rooted in Marxism and how they will become a necessary part of economic organization and economic thinking in proletarian socialism. The claim that a certain form of organization will someday be dominant means that the whole of human conduct will change in accord with it, for the totality of feelings, inclinations, fantasies, institutions, and measures form one gigantic structure. Already today we can throw light on some of their interconnections, or at least vaguely anticipate them. It seems easiest for us today to predict the further development of the organization of production, because it comes about through the familiar behavior of human groups and less through the decisions of individual leading personalities, whose actions are, of course, closely connected with the historical situation as a whole. From the development of the organization of production a variety of tentative inferences can be drawn about the development of human thinking and feeling. Let us consider an informative example. In Russia we saw the urban industrial workers in alliance with a mass of small peasants against the former ruling classes. Whereas the industrial workers had been trained in centralism and solidarity by the large-scale organizations of late capitalism, the peasants could not achieve more than some narrowly defined communitarian feelings. And still some serious Marxists in Russia hope that the small peasants, who smashed the feudal land ownership and thereby put themselves in permanent opposition to czarist powers, would gradually adapt themselves organizationally and emotionally to the new order, although many concessions were made to their economic individualism. Marxists had little hope for propaganda except in individual cases, unless the conditions of life and production are changed at the same time. But a decisive influence is expected when great areas of electrification have been created. Where peat, coal, and other sources are available, large power stations are being built which provide electricity for the surrounding rural areas. The peasants who after the end of feudalism entered a kind of bourgeois freedom are now getting accustomed to using electricity to light their sheds, to drive their machines and to use it in their households, just as we in Central Europe know it from alpine villages. It does not take long until all who are connected to an electricity grid want certain institutions changed, demand something new, and are thrown together for this purpose. Though at first the peasant continues his individual farming, he already uses centrally produced power, learns to participate in this organization and gradually feels part of the social power that produces electricity. And without being aware of it, his feeling and thinking undergo a deep transformation. The person, whose previous horizon was the narrow village community and who had learned a kind of individualism of production since the village community, had declined, now becomes a member of a gigantic structure of planned economy. In Russian socialist circles it is hoped that in the Russian small peasant, simultaneously with adapting to the economic apparatus of the state, there will develop the new socialist human being, as a consequence of a change in the organization of production in which he has not even much participated. Even opponents of Marxism will hardly be able to deny that the situation exists psychologically as described here, and that it makes sense to say that through the introduction of electricity the Russian peasants were brought closer to socialism in their attitudes. It is obvious that the peasants become dependent on those socialist powers which build the power stations and introduce electricity on their farms. This example shows what it means when first an organization of production can change, and in consequence also thinking, feeling and conduct. It is obvious that also the peasants' ideas of justice and much else will change in this way. Electricity has a much more socializing effect than steam. For example, central steam engines can at most create gigantic factories in one place, whereas electricity can technically integrate large regions. The interconnection of steam centers through combines is much looser than the interlinking network of places of production through a single. 449. 450. Center of electricity. For adequately prepared people, the electric power station becomes a kind of symbol for the centralization of the planned socialist economy in general. Just as the central electric power station looks after the small factories of its grid, so the socialist society looks after its members. Such concrete symbols are often of decisive importance for people of a simpler sort. It is somehow revealing that, as Trotsky relates, apart from the revolutionary first names Oktoberna, 9LJ, we also now find REM, our revolution, electrification, mir. People who conclude from certain indications that electrification will grow can also perhaps add in anticipation that the possibility of socialism will thereby grow, that is, socialism as organization and socialism as an emotional intellectual phenomenon. After all, the new era is significant as a bringer of organizations and new human beings. If in spinning such ideas we allow our imagination free rein, we could perhaps think that the economic order of anarchism will be historically necessary in some more distant future. Its precondition would be an organizational form of production which would make it possible for small groups, unconnected to others, to transform cosmic energies. For example, an invention might be made which would allow the production of food, heat, etc., with the help of an apparatus easily be built by everyone. If such an invention were made, then those people who hate large authoritarian organizations could live life fully and could fulfill their longing to join congenial friends in a common existence. Such small communities could create highly differentiated ways of life, and the emotional and intellectual understanding between the groups might become difficult. Whoever wanted to introduce such anarchism before its historical conditions have come about, however, would be a romantic utopian as Fourier was. In the classless socialist era there will be a deeper interest in organizations of production also for emotional reasons, in the sense outlined previously. The bourgeois era has always stressed, sometimes with true but more often with false enthusiasm, that what matters are soul and spirit, yet has successfully traded in dollars and gunpowder. The proletarian era will for a long time remain suspicious of such enthusiasm. It will strive to be more sober, first, by planned organization, to feed people, to clothe and educate them, to give pleasure through art, to promote happiness in the ordinary sense, and only thereafter to save souls. But maybe thereby it will create something much more sincere and soulful than the bourgeois era, which tended to show off its soul as if on a silver plate. If the distribution of characteristics among human beings were stable, so that among 1,000 people there would always be a definite number with certain inherited qualities, the following would result. Through the transformation of economic and social orders, the gene pool of innate qualities does not change, except for certain effects of increased or decreased alcoholism, syphilis, and tuberculosis. On the whole, it can therefore be expected that socialism will have to deal with as many kind-hearted and as many coarse people as capitalism as far as innate preconditions are concerned. As many people will probably be inclined towards cruelty under socialism as now. Nevertheless, the coming of socialism means an important transformation affecting all parts of the new order. An attempt will be made here to demonstrate, in approximation, the general human implications of the socialist economic plan, not only as an institution that produces and distributes housing, food, clothing, education, amusements, mental development, enlightenment, and much else. Beyond that, it will also have emotional significance and produce feelings such as were known in the Middle Ages, when people spoke of the kingdom of God and its reflection on earth. As there were people in the Middle Ages who were deeply moved by the giant organization of the church, of feudalism, so there will be people in socialism who will be deeply moved by the giant organization of their time. Even today there are people who demand such emotions which capitalism gives little occasion for. Let us therefore assume that inherited innate qualities remain unchanged in socialism, that the victorious proletariat with the support of the crumbling bourgeoisie takes power and, after all sorts of mistakes, enthusiastic experiments, and torments, at last forms a classless society which develops production and distribution, on the basis of an economic plan, using the large organizations at hand. What happens to the human situation? Capitalism, which tolerated only few anachronisms, as in the field of public administration, had the peculiarity of forcing even people of a loving disposition to behave in an unloving way. A factory owner was forced to dismiss workers in times of war, under pressure from the credit banks, in order to avoid bankruptcy. A stock market operator, who wanted to provide for his family, could only gain by the loss of somebody else, even if his conscience rebelled. Socialism is fundamentally constituted so that it does not force a loving. 451. 452. Person to behave unlovingly, rather, it incorporates unloving people so that by premiums and threats of punishment it makes them behave as a loving person would naturally behave. In the socialist economic order, a premium may be given for catching as many herrings as possible. The commander of the herring fleet may be an unloving person who is not interested at all in whether people go hungry or not. Only the premium for a greater catch may induce him to do his best. But it would not happen in the socialist economy that a premium would be awarded for decreasing the catch of herrings, as happens in capitalism in certain circumstances. In this way the number of kindly persons will not be changed, however the number of actions would grow of which a kindly person could approve for their effect on the happiness of people. For him there remains the final blemish, that these actions were not done out of love. Yet even though the inherited innate dispositions towards kindly behavior would not increase, all impulses of that sort would have freer play than today when in the capitalist sphere all loving behavior on a large scale is marked as impractical and uncommercial. The basis of the idea of socialist organization is a type of action that increases happiness, not a definite way of thinking. That is why much hypocrisy will be avoided. There is much more of it in religious periods, because their ceremonies express a definite view about God and divine things, which prompts many people to lie to themselves and to others. In the socialist period, inner emotional development will be much more detached from outer action. How to respond to the socialist organization, the economic plan, is left to each individual, whether he sees in them just an institution or whether he feels that they have for him some deeper emotional significance, such that he can approve of them as a kind-hearted person. Such approval would enhance his quality of life. Since today the pressure of the capitalist order, due to its essential character, is towards loveless hard-heartedness, the loving inclination of individuals for socialist community has a greater impact on the introduction of the new era than it will have on its preservation after the victory of a socialism within which there are no counter-tendencies. On the other hand, such loving attitudes, and any direct emotional acceptance of the coming order of life, will be important for the architecture of life in general, because theological influences will have little social significance even though they may remain valid for individuals. In times in which belief in the direct intervention of God, or in the magical effects of certain actions, is strong, purely moral motivation. 453. Can decline, fear of and hope in God and magical powers then have a stronger effect. It is certainly no accident that times of strong faith in the effective powers administered by the priests are more tolerant towards immoral priests and monks than times in which miracles and magic deeds play a smaller role. Then it is much more frequently demanded of a priest that he give a moral example so that he can exert his authority. As the era of Marxism with its social Epicureanism will have less religious support than the corresponding era of Catholicism, it can be expected that the powers shaping the community will foster respect for the order of life itself. By this alone, individual commandments and prohibitions will be pushed into the background. They had been highly valued, especially for their divine origin, and were continued to be taught by a theologizing philosophy to which Kant to a considerable extent belongs. From the architecture of life of a society follows what is championed and valued, from the architecture of personal life, how individual actions have to be understood. Of course, external actions will be regulated by laws which will perhaps already be expounded more clearly than those of our own era. The totality of the actions of all members of the society in the service of happiness will be the greatest concern of the socialists, and much less the actions and convictions of single individuals to which the era of Catholicism paid so much attention. This totality of actions is at the center of the socialist doctrine of the order of life. In the medieval order the religious person could accept existence as it was, could interpret the hierarchy, the feudal system, as a divine order, could regard the aristocrat as father to the peasants. If the aristocrat was hard and exploited them, he sinned against God. It was not contrary to the idea of feudalism to demand care for the peasants, it was not contrary to the rules of the guilds to demand care for the apprentices. And even if people were as brutal and heartless as in the capitalist bourgeois order, the order was on the whole reconcilable with a religious conception of true humanity. In the capitalist bourgeois period, however, only the scientific or organizational brain could find gratification, namely, the ambitious man who seeks advantage over others, who wants to be the best inventor, the best constructor, the most intelligent thinker, the most successful monopolist and magnate. What corresponded most to the idea of this era was the personality as independent power in itself, the fully flourishing personality true to its own conviction. What unites and joins people? 454. Together had its effect mostly outside the life of capitalism, belonging, as it were, to the eternal stock of human community which never disappears. In the socialist period, the kind-hearted person can to some extent feel at home. Their love is no longer condemned to play a role outside the life of society, as a private matter so to speak. Someone who is kind and loving can give full expression to this characteristic. Its conscious awareness puts the era of proletarian socialism in clear opposition to the medieval period and closer to the capitalist bourgeois period, whereas the community spirit finds itself again as a formative power to a degree similar to that of the Catholic Middle Ages, but on a higher level. For the organization of the socialist society is not something that comes to people from outside only. Solidarity is a community-forming force coming from within. People's inner life changes so that it can support the organization which on its own would have an empty and questionable existence with little chance of a long duration. The idea of the economic plan has to be understood not only as a matter of social engineering, but also a matter of emotional concern. Whereas in the medieval world the imaginative fantasy of the religious person created a kingdom of heaven, which could at least be linked to real life as a dream, the imagination of the socialist person who loves humanity can create a dream of a loving community on earth, for which there are enough starting points in actual life. It need not be a game of merely romantic longing, as true charity had been in capitalism, mostly a matter alien to reality. A socialist of the actual future, full of charity, could dream of the most loving communion of human beings with the same inner intensity as a mystic dreamt of union with God, and he would try to bring to life as much of it as he and other people of the same loving disposition can. And in anticipation we can perhaps try to draw a picture of a socialist community of life. To do this we have only the words and pictures of our own and earlier times. Let us imagine a village of loving community which in later times may become a symbol or goal, a regulative vision, an instance of control for the hard, factual and sober measures which have been decided and whose implementation has been authorized. People live in this village in an association which could embrace the whole of mankind. Houses are built, the soil is tilled, there are herds to be tended, horses to be showed. People form and create a whole. They all agree that everyone in whatever position should live fully and develop as human beings. To this end they sit together in council and think about their plan. There is a mentally handicapped boy in the village. What to do to give him his share of human dignity? He may look after the geese. In the capitalist order all the children would have been subjected to qualification tests to find out who is best suited to look after the geese. Let us assume that under the best child only 5 out of 100 geese would be lost in a year, but the handicapped boy would lose 10. The socialists could nevertheless say, the 5 additional geese that the handicapped boy lost are sacrificed for his humanity. They make it possible for him to be a member of the community, and he is not pushed aside to go to the dogs. They could say the same even if it were cheaper to let the boy vegetate in a home, without occupation. And if the problem is to fill the post of the village blacksmith, the socialists would proceed like this: there is a strong young man who had the misfortune of a tree falling on his foot when trees were cut down. Since then he has a limp and cannot be used in ordinary work. But his strong arms enable him to become a blacksmith. Let him become the blacksmith then, even if the result of the selection test would be that he was only the 3rd best qualified. Let the 2 better ones go to cut trees. In the capitalist order those less suited are pushed into the reserve army and there depress the wage level by being prepared to do lowly work cheaply. And if there is a woman with an untruthful imagination, would one not try to occupy her in telling fairy tales instead of eliminating her as a criminal? And if there are young and old construction workers, would it not be in harmony with socialist thought if the completion of older building projects is given to the older men who are familiar with old customs and methods, and let the younger men who are keen on new things do the new houses on newly reclaimed ground? In times of capitalist free competition, the older ones had to compete with the younger, and force themselves into younger ways, while valuable traditions were perhaps lost, unless the youth was compelled to assume old-fashioned ways. Never rest, always compete. And in school, will the children be seated according to performance? Will there be beauty competitions? Excessive sporting events? Certainly not. Such behavior is competition through and through. It means humiliation for many. It is a perfect application of the principle of the whole bourgeois order: the last is bitten by the dogs. If the great plan which socialists create embraces all that is human, they will try to put all persons in places where they can develop without. 455. 456. Competition as much as possible. Wherever competition is unavoidable, it will be under equal conditions for all. The child who is slow to understand and has less good examination results, may be very conscientious. He may be good at keeping the classroom in order, opening and shutting the windows, looking after teaching aids, and he would be an integrated part of the whole in the same way as and not less than the less disciplined child who is brilliant in addition and multiplication. Why should a child who can tell the others funny stories for this reason be less well esteemed than a child who can draw well? There will certainly always be sorrow and sadness. For example, if a person feels less richly endowed than he or she wished, part of mankind is born to suffer, but the social order should not add to the unavoidable. Certainly it will not be easy to select one man from among those with lame feet to fill the single post of blacksmith, and then think of something else for the rest. But in the village of loving community it is perfectly conceivable also to create more posts, because there are more people of a certain kind. More people could live in wooden houses than in stone houses, because there are so many people who are specially suited for working wood. In the village of loving community there is no fixed scheme of occupations and production for which the suitable people will have to be found. Occupations and people belong together, and occupations also exist for the sake of the people. The pleasure an occupations gives, the pride of being a useful member of the community, is also decisive in the choice of activity, not just the aim of producing as much bread, housing, clothing, education, amusement, enlightenment as possible. The Taylor system in its purest form would aim at the latter, without taking into consideration that in the manner of production an essential part of human fate is bound up. It can happen in the village of loving community that people to whom socialist ways are alien are incorporated in such a manner that they have less to do with it. In the capitalist order, anyone who does not persevere in the competitive struggle will perish. The person who is patriarchally inclined and seeks protection, the person who needs a change of occupation, who excels working for 6 hours but cannot work normally for 8 hours at a time, all these perish or are employed far below their capacities. They appear to be good for nothings. Certain dreamers with a slow and quiet nature are ridiculed, people who might have enjoyed special esteem and honor in the Middle Ages. The socialist people in the village of loving community can take such peculiarities into consideration, because it is characteristic of socialism to order life not for competition, but on the basis of a uniform and lucid plan. Separation is necessary only for those who cannot adapt even to an order of any kind specially created for them, the proper criminals, who are perhaps to be regarded as of an unsound mind, and those who are unable to assess their own capabilities, megalomaniacs, or over-defensives, in short, those who suffer from insanity, from disorders of conduct. As mentioned before, the time to come will not have to do with villages, nor with such narrowly circumscribed problems, but with giant organizations, with a giant complex of associations in many layers. All the same, for kind-hearted people it can appear to have at least in principle something in common with this village, though the people in charge of management will mainly be those who are to represent the masses in requiring satisfaction of their needs. the variety of desires will also have their effect organizationally. As a counterpart to the handicapped little boy with his geese, there will be settlements for epileptics, with production equipment that is especially adapted to them. Language also, the world of concepts, poetry, will probably deal anew with such organizations, with such groups of people. Above we discussed individuals in their places because we are today not yet able to carry out such thought experiments and, even if we could, would hardly find any understanding. The essential thing is that a hard and quite unsentimental reality actually may be able to produce results which will be in harmony with loving kindness. Stories and essays of the socialist age may have subjects like the village of loving community. Such things may seem unsuited to moving people emotionally in an age like ours, which followed one with a fantastic variety of God-centered theologizing. A radical transformation of our social and economic order will probably have to occur first before this kind of imagination can take effect, side by side, of course, with all sorts of differently oriented mental attitudes which may encompass extreme religious inclinations as a natural reaction. According to some experts, we have to expect that the style of Gothic buildings with their miraculous ramifications, their significant variety and their enormous height will probably be replaced by an architectural style that is more plain and simple, clear and earthly, something more like that of antiquity. Just as a certain architectural style will belong to the age of socialism, so will a certain way of describing orders of life which may sound to us today dull. 457. 458. And trivial. Similarly, the best writings on life by Stoics and Epicureans may seem to us trifling compared to a sermon by Meister Eckhart, and yet they deal much more with the shaping of people's actual communal life. An age that will not so much value single houses and their multiplicity of detail, but much more the great sweep of streets and squares, entire districts of planned towns and cultural regions encompassing whole countries, will also perhaps see the greater sweep in the order of life and then try to state its problems more simply. The philosophers of the 18th century Enlightenment would be regarded as timid pioneers insofar as they once again took earthly existence naively, with the great sweep that will belong to socialism still missing. But at least in one ancient and traditional society, China, we see the role that is played by the doctrines and stories of Confucius and his school, which are on the whole untheological and concerned with the architecture of living together. This role is probably much greater than that which the writings of philosophers played in antiquity. We could imagine a great literature of socialism which spreads a similar mood of affirmation and rejection. But the socialism of real life which develops its thinking along the lines of Marxism also allows scope for thinkers who, beyond affirmation and rejection, experience existence as historically given and take the transition from capitalism to socialism, from socialism to what follows, as something which, viewed historically, shows a course of development that is open to meaningful understanding. It could be in keeping with such a mood to accept Marxist views without letting them influence action. Someone like Lützi, a wise man of inaction, who did not want his ego to be master, but rather a pure executive organ in the course of world events, could fit perfectly into such a world. Lützi and his followers, such as Chuang-Tzu, who debated all aspects of life, did not need theology or magical actions. A treatment of the order of life along such lines would probably start with the idea of the large organization and speak of the links between peoples within mankind, as Chinese literature spoke of the individual, family, emperor and empire. But also in socialism the attitude of individuals will always remain an important subject of consideration, whether they are passive or feel themselves to be agents, whether they retire inwardly and act only outwardly as if action were significant, or whether they see the essential thing precisely in the external world and their task of fitting into it. But the place of individual action towards individuals is taken in the socialism of the future by cooperation in social action for the happiness of all. The medieval man could give personal help to a suffering neighbor and in doing so display full insight into social life. Someone who is convinced that one serves the love of humanity best by individual help for a patient with tuberculosis, but at the same time votes for a bourgeois party and thereby obstructs welfare for the victims of tuberculosis and preventive policies being developed for thousands by a change of the social order, is in general either confused or insincere. Love of humanity is no longer manifested in almsgiving but in the creation of social institutions. In poetry and other arts one was concerned in the past with the behavior between individual people or of God towards human beings. In the socialist future one will turn to social relationships. In what form this will happen we will have to learn from the creators to come. This cannot be found out by reflection and deduction, it can only be experienced. Today we cannot have more than a vague sense of anticipation, otherwise we ourselves would be the creators of the forms of life to come, which will arrive only with the great leap of transformation. This age of the future is essentially based on uniformity and community and yet will probably be richer in personal variety than the age of the capitalist bourgeoisie which has so praised individualism. In principle socialism has no special sympathy for each individual being quite different from each other individual. The kind of bourgeois social life in which everyone wants to show that they are more intelligent, more urbane, more brilliant than anyone else will be alien to it. Similarly so, it will not make much sense to follow a series of lectures in which each speaker most pointedly maintains the opposite of what had been demonstrated before. Already now the proletariat does not attend a lecture because an entirely new kind of Marxism is put forward or even the opposite of what Marx had taught. Rather the solidarity of the class-conscious proletarians is fully alive also in the intellectual sphere. It seems to be a matter of course that one aims at experiencing a mental attitude which embraces the whole class and later the whole of mankind. Such an attitude presupposes the organization of humanity. Since the Roman Empire in peacetime united the people of the ancient world and did not simply force them into union, in Europe only Catholicism under German emperors even tried to gather people of the most different nations into a supranational association, and failed. In 459. 460. The bourgeois period the English, above all others, attempted to create an empire, partly by force, but to a much greater degree by a binding political organization within which there was to be no war. But it is hardly possible that the declining capitalist age, which arouses so much animosity, can create a durable and true world empire. The socialist period, however, can live up to such a gigantic task of administration, as it is free of those disrupting forces of capitalism. There will still be difficulties enough when proletariats of different countries with different levels of conditions of life are to be connected. The unifying ideas will perhaps at first be similar to those of antiquity, which managed with a doctrine of life which was on the whole untheological. What comprehensive worldview may emerge within which religious traditions and churches find their place, can today hardly be guessed. Perhaps it will be a kind of Epicureanism turned towards the social such that within it essential parts of Stoicism could find their place. Such a social Epicureanism could serve the union of mankind well, the common striving for human happiness in different countries, by different peoples and at different times, need not in principle have the same result in the way that theologically based orders of life demanded that there be only one single system of commandments and prohibitions universally applied. The Epicurean approach, revived mainly by utilitarians like Bentham and Mill, today serves socialism, for, if the principle of the increase of general happiness is to be adopted, wealth side by side with misery cannot be tolerated. The existing inequality can much easier be defended by quoting old religious texts, for example, passages of the Old Testament, which were to provide rules of life for a primitive nomadic people, were used in modern times to defend slavery in America. But one can also, by invoking the idea of the good, or by depersonalizing the personal commands of a God and reducing them to a categorical imperative, defend private property of the means of production and other institutions of our day. The strongly Epicurean utilitarianism interested the bourgeoisie of the 19th century only for a short time, as long as they wanted to break traditional restraints. How little utilitarianism managed to reach general dominance can be seen from the fact that one of its main representatives, John Stuart Mill, did not make any use of it in his work on political economy. A large part of the bourgeoisie thought it more useful to persecute and discredit Epicureanism in the interest of their class, to declare vulgar any striving for happiness and the ethics of happiness itself, and to ward off socialism with the help of noble ideas and religious enthusiasm. Representatives of Epicurean trains of thought remained without any noticeable influence. In that period of capitalism, the sublimity of the principles declared at the time was almost in reverse proportion to common humanness. When social Epicureanism will triumph, it will help to promote the union of mankind, especially as it does not display national chauvinisms but is on the contrary capable of respecting distinctive national characteristics. If the coming age will create a comprehensive worldview, then each convinced socialist will support such a unifying attitude and will try to integrate himself in thought and feeling, not alienate himself through special activities. In this respect, Marxism resembles Catholicism, which in Europe today is perhaps the only consistent spiritual system backed by political power, albeit one which uses past ways of thought and finds its main support in land ownership, aristocracy, craft trades, and now also in industry and commerce. But the imposing unity of its intellectual structure still exists. It was never considered to be particularly honorable to have discovered an entirely new kind of Catholicism. The heretics rather claimed that their doctrine was the true one, and they took pains to convince everyone of their view, even to show that everyone had silently accepted it as part of their faith. Ideological unity is a ground of socialism as a consequence, not a precondition of solidarity, but by means of a planned process it will be much easier than under capitalism to allow differences between people within this community. In an order which is based on an economic plan, mothers can be granted shorter working time and assigned to special tasks. In the economy of free competition, women had, as far as possible, to be on an equal footing with men to avoid their total enslavement. A purely superficial equality, which has nothing to do with the emotional harmony between people who share feelings, is one of the notable effects of an individualistically minded age. To be sure, this equality obtains chiefly in the field of the order of production, i.e., where life is mainly lived. The multiplicity of movements in art and fashion seeks to compensate for this, but only destroys many remainders of the old commercial attitudes. The idea of the socialist community does not really know pleasure in multiplicity or the highest achievement of each individual for its own sake, but in the whole bustle of life, which is not accepted as something. 461. 462. Given and dead, but as something that is created by cooperation aimed at happiness. It offers to each individual a field of activity which is adapted to him and to the whole, so that his feeling as a human being is satisfied but also broadened by the existence of the structure in which he cooperates. The far-reaching commonality of education, the absence of strata like class or rank, may well prevent the formation of groups with very different human feelings or ideals, in spite of the variety of occupations and the adoption of conditions to the individual. The individual lives, according to the coming socialism, only as part of the whole, but without being sacrificed to the whole in principle or to anything superpersonal to which he does not genuinely belong. Thus we find in socialism certain characteristics of the Catholic Middle Ages and of the materially minded bourgeoisie, whereas other of their features will remain alien to it forever. In its intellectual attitude and its organization, it will to some extent return to primitive times in which there was a communism of small groups and a unified world to which everything belonged, be it a living or non-living thing, without being confronted by an otherworldly God. In an order which is based on an economic plan, the happiness of man will be better looked after not only from the outside, but inner development is also given a better chance. Certainly there will also be new suffering, caused by strict organization, sufferings from suppression which, against the spirit of socialism, are inflicted by cruel judges on the accused, by teachers on their pupils, by overseers on those supervised. There will also be new kinds of sorrow which will perhaps be overcome only in an even more distant future, which again in turn will know new sorrows. Marxists may forecast only a limited historical existence to real socialism. We are now in a time, however, in which for the masses of the proletariat the current demand for the future is the creation of the new order. For a person who affirms life, it can never be an objection against something exciting that it will perish. All of us walk towards death and still we can cover the distance with much energy. Proletarian socialism, the socialism for which the organized proletariat takes its stand as a political power, in contradistinction to the kind of socialism taken up by some individuals, is based on a perfectly down-to-earth worldview for which the coming of the new era is a historical necessity. It will bring happiness to many to be able to affirm the order that is to come. It is painful for a kind-hearted person, in the time of capitalism, always to have to reject the existing order as soon as it is. 463. Understood. The kind-hearted person can affirm the order and institutions of socialism, even though they have not been created from love but from the desires of people to live better. The socialist economic order is fully reconcilable with human charity, though much hardness may occur in it, though it may have come about through serious conflicts. In socialism nobody will be prevented from being kind and loving if he so wishes. It is characteristic of every worldview, every order of life embracing an entire new age, that it is capable of penetrating the whole of life. Marxism too, developing ever more fully, will penetrate the whole of life, what our homes are like, how we dress, what fascinates us in art and science, how we love and are loved, how we support each other or hurt each other, how we are happy and how we are sad, how we are moved and how we devote ourselves to something beyond ourselves, should such an urge be in us. It is the conscious awareness of the new age, liberating it from dull tradition and the automatism of the market and creating a plan for economy and life, that will characterize the future. This much is perhaps obvious. Within this conscious shaping of the entire life, still there is much room for all the striving that gives happiness, for visions, for love and union of human personalities. Indeed, the deepest harmony between human beings, which stands in utter contrast to the character of free competition pitting friend against friend and brother against brother, will now gain symbolic significance in socialism, which unites individuals and whole groups into cooperation. Love fully unfolded will become the image of the socialist community. The kind-hearted and inspired person, who, like the mystical seeker after God in the Middle Ages, longed to overcome the isolation of the individual, can now embrace an earthly entity, the consciously shaped socialist order of life, as something that is worthy of equal devotion, for socialism as an idea is the order of life of a loving community. 14. Socialist utility calculation and capitalist profit calculation **. In a future society where class opposition has vanished, the time spent on production of the various objects would be determined by their social utility. Karl Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy. In the remarks made by socialist and anti-socialist political economists, mention is made ever and again of rationality, of the need to base all truly effective economic orders on the rational comprehension of production and its results. If therefore the socialist economy claims to be effective, it should be possible to prove its success by calculation with a single unit. Is this correct? Let us consider the capitalist profit calculation. What does it achieve? What could it achieve in principle? What we find given are human beings with certain rights, human beings who own land, others who control machines and factories, human beings who control only their own hands, others who also own a few tools, finally the sick, the old, and the young. All these human beings live, they receive housing, food, clothing, knowledge, healthcare, entertainment, and much more, mostly by buying it for money. For certain people, the sick, the old, and the young, the family and the social whole take over part of the care. For the life of the individual to be a happy one, it is extremely important to have sufficient amounts of money. Nearly everything can be bought, goods well beyond the most luxurious daily consumption, even the power of rulers, for instance, by someone's becoming an entrepreneur or banker. Thus an industry can be transformed most easily if one has ownership of the leading companies of a trust, less easily if one merely possesses the relevant knowledge. In the capitalist order, everybody is concerned to use their money so as to live most successfully. Those who live on meager means will. 466. Scrutinize their expenses, perhaps to make savings. Those who have more money than they need for daily life will acquire new sources of money in order to use the monies that then come to them either for the improvement of their personal lives or the increase in their power. In order to see whether one has managed well or badly, one determines what one possesses in terms of money and monetary values at the beginning and at the end of the year. The difference is the gain or the loss made that year. From the standpoint of the economic order of capitalism, it is utterly reasonable to make this calculation. Those who at the end of the year possess less money than at the start have managed their economic affairs badly in the capitalist order in any case, for, put aside, the sum of money, thought of as a quantity of gold, say, would have remained constant. Thus people will lend money only if they can be sure that they receive back more than they gave. Of the many ways in which money can be used, the borrower will choose those that will produce the greatest amount of money beyond the sum borrowed. The money calculation of the capitalist entrepreneur is based on the fact that everything can be bought in the market and that everything can somehow be sold. For every individual enterprise, it is always possible somehow to determine its balance. The profit of the entrepreneur is increased sometimes by increasing, sometimes by decreasing the production, even sometimes by destroying goods already produced. The money balance says nothing about how the amounts of money are created. It is possible for an economy to exhibit a constant upward trend in terms of its balance sheets while the production is in permanent decline and the life of everybody becomes ever worse. The amounts calculated in gold can increase while everyone lives more badly than before. Thus it is possible that a money calculation made for all enterprises and for the state's own undertakings shows a positive balance, but that the people as a whole suffer. Suppose the concentration of the capitalist order would lead to the existence of just one central bank and one related central trust. Then it would be possible to devise a money calculation according to which the entire economy made a rich profit even while it collapsed in its entirety. In cooperation with the central trust, the central bank could fix the figures for raw materials and produced goods so that a profit results. 467. 468. Already today we can see that a trust or a cartel sells its own coal to its own iron works sometimes cheaper, sometimes more expensively, depending on what is of greater advantage to it. Restoring an enterprise to profitability can be effected such a way that many people go hungry, even die, while the money calculation stays healthy. Dead people do not figure as negative entries in the capitalist profit calculation. The money calculation of the economic order of capitalism is very precise in terms of money sums, but it tells us nothing about the true wealth of a people, neither about the use made of sources of raw materials nor about the distribution of the goods produced. It tells us nothing about the rise or fall in the rates of deaths and diseases or about whether people feel better or worse. The socialist economy, by contrast, is concerned with utility, with the interest of the social whole and the welfare of all of its members with regard to housing, food, clothing, health, entertainment, etc. To this end it seeks to employ the given sources of raw materials, the extant machines and labor power, etc. Right at the start it must be determined what this is, the interest of the social whole. Does it include the prevention of the premature exhaustion of coal mines or of the karstification of the mountains or, for instance, of the health and strength of the next generation? Once that has been determined at least in outline, it makes sense to ask what is the best use of the existing raw materials, machines, labor power, etc. One has to find the best way to achieve a non-wasteful exploitation of the coal mines, to ensure the health of the next generation, etc. Now how can this best use be calculated in a socialist economic order? For such a socialist calculation there does not exist a unit of the sort which capitalism finds in money. Some had the idea to introduce a certain amount of labor as a unit. But how could this make it possible for the excessive exploitation of a coal mine to figure as a negative entry in the balance? How could a quantity of electricity which a river provides us with be entered as an increase in amounts of labor units? Or the increase in wind power used in the running windmills? Again and again consideration is given to one or another type of socialist economic calculation with a single unit in order to show, for instance, that the type of economy I is less advantageous than the type of economy 2, for I provides 1000 but 2 provides 1500 units. No author has yet devised a calculation for the entire economy. Instead they rest content with abstract formulations or with a very partial calculation without showing how the calculation of the whole would proceed. This should make us suspicious. Let us consider the matter in detail. Let us suppose that everything which is dealt with in a socialist economy can be measured in units, even one's well-being. Suppose that one would be able to say that a certain picture gives somebody 3 2/3 times as much pleasure as somebody else and thus give exact calculations of the qualities of life. However implausible, let us assume this to be possible. Suppose a society is given certain amounts of land, factories, machines, vehicles, workers, etc. Suppose it is capable of relating all these elements to each other and accordingly it could gain certain amounts of machines, factories, etc., in the current year, reduce its stock of coal to a certain degree and make available for choice by the population certain amounts of housing, food, clothing, education, healthcare, etc. But different possibilities obtain. In order to decide between them, their effects on the lives of the people would have to be calculated. Accordingly, an individual's housing, food, clothing, entertainment, health, etc., would be represented by a figure, that of another as a second figure, such that in the end one would arrive at a sum for the whole society. Then one could determine that in one case the totality of the qualities of life is greater than in another. In addition, one would have to consider the calculation of stocks, the deterioration of machines, etc. These could also enter the calculations as units of qualities of life if one considered their influence on the future, for instance, by determining that the increase in certain stocks most likely produces this or that increase in the quality of life of everybody. Yet one would also have to take note of wear and tear and the expenditure of energy so that one would have two results: first, the sum of qualities of life created, second, the sum of energy expended. Next one would have to determine how highly, as it were, a unit of life quality rates in expended units of energy. Then, given our assumption, we could compare the measures of the various socialist economic orders with each other by calculating, for instance, the units of energy per unit of life quality for every one of the measures. This is, after all, the goal which socialism seeks to approximate. In reality, however, the calculation of life qualities will be possible only by using estimates and empathy, never exactly. 469. 470. Having reached this point though, we must stop. It is impossible to go beyond this and arrive at a profit and loss calculation as we know it in the capitalist order. The concepts profit and loss have lost their meaning. Take the example of a company taking over the cutting of trees in a forest. Tools will be worn out and human beings will be used to deliver wood for the social whole. How should one calculate whether the amount of wood delivered is equivalent to the tools and the labor power used? Further, if such a calculation would be possible and if it showed that 100 units of wood can only be produced by the expenditure of 200 units of energy, would one then stop the production of wood? There might come a time in which it would be impossible to live without such waste, be it that an ice age begins or other emergencies befall us. All we can do is to find the best way of living, but it makes no sense to make entrepreneurial calculations of losses. Costs in the capitalist sense and the negative quantities of socialist calculation do not come to the same thing. In the capitalist order, both the labor expended and the raw materials that are used up appear in the same way as costs, for the entrepreneur spends money on both. For socialism, there is but one type of expense and that is the displeasure of work or the work-related sickness, etc. Beyond that there is only the increase or the decrease in the outcome. The work that is expended is a negative quantity as displeasure, whereas the raw materials which are not used remain without consequence and only become positive quantities by being used. In our present capitalist order, an entrepreneur pays money in order to lay an electricity line across somebody else's land even though that person is not thereby inconvenienced. Payment for this belongs to the costs. In the socialist order, however, there are no negative quantities in this case. The positive quantities of the socialist order also do not come to the same thing as the profit of capitalism. Savings in coal, trees, etc., beyond amounting to savings in the displeasure of work, mean the preservation of future pleasure, a positive quantity. For instance, that coal is used nowadays for silly things is to be blamed for people freezing in the future. Still, one can only give vague estimates. Saving certain raw materials can become pointless if one discovers something new. The future figures in the balance sheets of the capitalist order only insofar as the demand is anticipated. The freezing people of the future only show up if there is already now a demand for future coal. Just as before, capitalism cuts down the forests even if the consequence may be karstification in 100 years. In the tropics, and elsewhere, capitalism engages in over-exploitation without any care. In short, for capitalism such savings would mean a loss of profits. In the capitalist economy, every individual enterprise has its money calculation and profit or loss. In the socialist society, it is only possible to estimate whether an economy as a whole of a certain structure is to be preferred to another. In a socialist economy, the productivities of an engine factory and an agricultural enterprise cannot be compared, as they can be, by means of the balance sheet, under capitalism. Whether one should expand an engine factory or an agricultural enterprise only follows from what total plan is preferred. The distribution of the productive forces follows only from the economic plan, never from the comparison of different individual enterprises. It could be necessary to expand a technologically substandard agricultural enterprise while a first-class engine factory must be closed. Organizationally, this means that accounting in the capitalist economy leads to the balance sheets for individual enterprises, but not in the socialist economy. Their accounting only shows the quantities of machines, oil, raw materials, labor hours, etc., used by an enterprise and what was achieved thereby in terms of finished goods, half-finished goods, waste. And the economic inspector of the central administration can test the technical rationality only on the basis of technical rules, for instance, by determining that a certain amount of rails could be produced with less coal and labor. But whether, say, an increase in the production of rails for the cost of decreasing the production of sewing machines would be economical is something that cannot be arrived by calculation. In addition, it is the case that commonly at the end of a production period other circumstances obtain than at the start. There will be new types of machines, the quantity of industrial and agricultural production will have changed, stocks will have increased and decreased. Finally, steam engines cannot be compared in a calculatory way with hay and tree trunks. To sum up, the goal of individual enterprises in the capitalist economy is the maximum gain of money, and because of this money calculation makes sense, namely, to establish whether the maximum has been reached. In a socialist economy, the goal is the maximum of happiness and quality of life for everyone, of utility, and because of this the calculation of utility, happiness, and quality of life makes sense. By contrast, the calculation of labor units, even if it were possible, makes no sense given the goals of a socialist economy, for these are the increase in quality of life, not labor. It is only possible to reckon an economic order higher or lower than another in terms of their effects on the quality of life when both are considered in their entirety. The place of money calculation in individual enterprises under capitalism is taken by calculation in kind, with its estimation of utility, of the entire economy under socialism. Marx never misunderstood this fact. He never spoke of calculation with a single unit in the socialist economy, nor did Engels. Both only knew the planned organization of the economy, the expenditure of labor and the use of raw materials and tools in the interest of the utility for the whole. Notes. Originally published as Sozialistische Nutzlichkeitsrechnung und kapitalistische Gewinnrechnung, Der Kampf 18 391-395. Translated by Thomas E. Ubel. Part 4. Economics and Social Science in Unified Science. 15. The current growth in global productive capacity ***. This international congress is most likely the first ever for social technology. We have become accustomed, through machine engineering and management techniques, to recognize the importance of the details of the process of production. The theory of business cycles has rendered visible the most subtle aspects of business graphs, yet the large-scale deviations of the fate of millions are not systematically investigated in any discipline. We are still at the start of the age of social technology, when social processes will be considered like an engineer considers a machine. I wish to talk to you today only as a technician, as a social engineer. In accord with the program of this Congress, my task will be to report on the growth of the productive capacity and its relation to the condition of human life. My time is short, so I can only provide a few programmatic statements, emphasize some striking statistical figures and show you a few charts which will provide you with an overview more quickly than words could do. One of the main contentions of this Congress is this: the human misery of our age is due entirely to organizational causes. Here we shall not talk about what is possible but rather consider our task to be the investigation of the concrete facts, so that we can make predictions about the relation between productive capacity and human living conditions in case our economic order should change. My first chart shows you that already the development of productive capacity to date has overtaken the growth of humanity. Malthus is completely mistaken. This chart shows us that the population increased between the period 1870 to 79 and that of 1920 to 30 by about 50%, the production of wheat also by 50%, of potatoes by 100%, of sugar by about 500%, etc. The rail. 475. 476. Freight and cargo was quadrupled. Yet the efficiency of the products was increased still further by technical advances, as is shown by a chart for the USA. I must emphasize that despite the at least proportional growth of humanity and foodstuff scarcity still obtains in certain regions and for certain groups. Production figures do not always equal consumption figures. A large part of production tends to be put in storage and so is intentionally withdrawn from consumption. Some part of production may even be destroyed to prevent it from reaching the market. Figure 1. Humankind and production. Legend, left vertical column, average 1870 to 1879. Right vertical column, average of the decade after the war. Horizontal columns, population, yearly production of breadstuffs, of sugar, of cotton, of coal, available ships. In addition, there are other circumstances which bring it about that the real production is smaller than the effective capacity for production. The currently available means of production, in the currently available fields, can produce considerably more than what they do at present. We must take note of the fact that not only do we consume less than what would correspond to what we produce, and so do not fully make use of the current productive capacity, but also that this effective capacity for production is exceeded still more by the possible productive capacity of humanity. For more than a century, but particularly in the most recent past, the productive capacity has been increasing continuously and rapidly, in the interest of profits, but the coefficient of use is often decreasing, i.e. the increase of productive capacity is paired with a decrease in rate of consumption. The production of American pig iron shows this clearly. The next chart shows the productive capacity during the years 1913 and 1930. As you can see, at first there is a surplus capacity of 20%, later of 40%. Note that the chart takes account of the means of production in use, even though they are underused, but not of those that have been shut down. In that case the surplus capacity would have been still larger. 477. Figure 2. Consumption of fuel by electrical power plants in U.S.A. 478. It may be added that one could point to numerous statistical examples of a similar sort, e.g. the production of bottles with Owen machines in Germany. The current rate of use is 49%, whereas in 1913 it was 65% with a smaller effective capacity. It is not always easy to determine the effective productive capacity. To be sure, we know the number of blast furnaces, Siemens furnaces, etc. But there are many factors which cannot be determined as easily. In such cases we must be content to be able to state that the maximal production is different from the minimal production, knowing that the maximal production is often considerably lower than the currently possible production. We can conclude that in our economic order, built on profit, price, buying power, credit, and interest, it is not even possible to use the full productive capacity. All that can be achieved is a change in underuse. Sometimes production very suddenly decreases radically, these are the crises. Yet even under the best circumstances there is underuse. Permanently there exists a reserve army, which in the USA alone numbers 1 million. Reduction of a certain production does not only find expression in the decreased consumption of its immediate products, but also in that at the moment of reduction in its production workers are laid off and consequently the productive capacities for articles of consumption are underused. This can be demonstrated with the example of US American pig iron and motorcar production. Whenever the production of motor cars falls at the same time as the production of pig iron, the number of employed workers falls also, but it does so not for technical reasons but because of the market. Productive capacity is permanently reduced because the demand for profit requires it. Concern with profit is older than finance and industrial capitalism. Already in the age when only gains by trade were 480 known, there existed a commercial arithmetic of the following sort. Suppose 100 units at price 3 realize the amount of 300, 200 units at price 2 realize the amount of 400, 300 units at price 1 realize the amount of 300. In such a case it is better to sell 200 units at price 2 than to sell 300 at price 1, for in the former the income is 400, in the latter 300. So what does the owner of 300 units do when he is to act rationally in the interest of his wife and children for whom he has to care? He'll destroy 100 units. Whether he'll burn them or throw them into the sea are technical details that do not matter here. It is important to point out that output is done away with not only by outright destruction but also by storage. Specialists know that storage in part represents hidden destruction. Detailed investigations of these matters would not be without interest. Here we must do with two figures. In the year 1925/26 the store of wheat was 3.5 million tons, given a production of 90 million tons worldwide. Now it is 12 million, given a production of 100 million, i.e. 12% as opposed to 4% before. It is difficult to destroy an entire harvest, apparently one must remain content with destroying only part of it. As regards cotton, there are considerations whether to destroy a third. Whether this will succeed is still open. As you can see, organized efforts are being undertaken in order to enforce the underuse which businessmen demand. In my view, it is pointless to try to effect change without concrete planning and central organization of the processes of production. I do not believe that crisis and unemployment in a capitalist economy can be overcome by the steering of credits and by an international fiscal and commercial policy. But my personal opinion does not matter here, but rather what I can report about productive capacities. We saw that effective capacity lags behind possible productive capacity in our capitalist market economy. Let us ask, what would it be like if the productive capacity were fully used? Let us consider a hypothetical economy in which production would employ technology to its full extent. Following an American example, I shall call such an economy a functional economy. I shall use this neutral term functional economy in order to leave it open whether this order is upheld by a proletarian state, as in Russia, or whether this order could be created by an organization of associations or by freely made conventions. I also wish to leave it open whether the output is distributed according to needs or to effort expended or whether people get different amounts for no special reason at all. All these organizational forms fall under functional economy. In a functional order with its full use of productive capacities, the distribution could still be traditional, i.e. non-socialist. At issue here is the productive capacity of such a functional economy, not the distribution. The question needs answering of how we can, without falling prey to fantasy, best conceive of functional productive capacity in a functional economy. This is a question of concrete considerations on the basis of concrete data. We can imagine, for instance, that all factories are producing as well as only the best ones do now. We could achieve a sizable increase in production if all factories would work in the same way to their best ability. Some will think this utopian, but given that some sectors of the economy exhibit a certain level of production nowadays, it is not utopian to think that others could do the same. Let us compare American and European car production. We could consider how quickly production could be improved at all. History tells us of increases of production of 30% in 15 years. In the Soviet Union and in other countries there have been very large increases over short periods when new production sites in new sectors of the economy were involved. Whereas the best factories produce about 2 to 4 or 5 times as much as average factories, all of Europe would produce about 10 times as many cars per worker if the American production techniques were to be introduced. In addition, there are other matters to consider. If we consider a functional economy from a purely theoretical standpoint, in calculational, not historical terms, then we can disregard war as well as most wholesale trading, advertising, competitive measures and various other incidental achievements. Let us imagine that the state employs the means at hand, which it otherwise would have employed for warfare and armaments, for the purpose of raising the condition of life of its people, i.e. for the production of housing, food, clothing, amusements. We know that in America roughly a quarter of the workforce was employed in order to help wage the World War. Yet it would be dangerous to transfer these calculations to disarmament within the framework of our profit-oriented economy. Even if it were possible to disarm given the present order, it would be a grave mistake to assume that this would mean savings in effort expended. Instead, it could result in deepening the crisis and increasing unemployment immensely. Armies are like sponges which soak up the unemployed. The only country that at present would be able to make use of those becoming unemployed through disarmament would be the Soviet Union, which does not have unemployment and does not suffer in crisis. Our capitalist economic order is rather such that a war with millions of deaths may be good for business. If war begins in the middle of a crisis, then the economic trend turns upwards immediately. For business, war means a distinct upturn. Moreover, war is not only good for business, it also sometimes raises the living conditions of people during the war. Such is the underuse of our resources in times of peace that the start of economic planning, which makes use of the reserve of workers and productive capacity, occasionally means a real improvement in living conditions. Figure 5. Production of motor vehicles 1929. The reserves are so great that, despite the war, the United States achieved an increase in living conditions during the war. We have similar reports about England during the Napoleonic Wars. After the war, France employed immense reserves in rebuilding the country, creating within 6 years housing for 4 million people and in addition 20,000 new factories. England suffered since the coal which Germany had to send to France as reparation payments prevented the sale to France of its own coal. But I shall not go into details here. The analysis of business cycles does not do justice to our problem, quite apart from the fact that it does not show those dead and crippled. What we need, rather, is an analysis of the schema of the structure of social life. We must inquire how the real objects behave, not the money prices. These must not be confused. Concrete matters of production and consumption have to be treated as one thing, money and credit as another. As a simple example of such a schema or social model, I want to briefly show you a graphic representation of Quesnay's famous tableau économique, which is not so easy to comprehend when explained in words. This schematic process represents a stable economic order. The productive class pays a rent of 2 units of money to the class of landowners. This class in turn uses 1 unit each for acquisitions from the productive class and the sterile class. The sterile class for its part acquires raw materials and food from the productive class, which in turn buys finished products from it. The productive class consumes and sells the food and raw materials it has produced. The sterile class produces finished products for the other two classes from the raw materials. Ricardo set out to complicate this social model and to show that even these more complicated ones remain stable. This provoked criticism from some social economists like Sismondi. Above all, however, Marx showed that the logical preconditions of the capitalist order necessarily produce crises and that these are the logical consequence of the premises of our order. According to Marx, once one cycle of production is concluded, the new production begins under changed conditions, until the capitalist order itself is overcome. This leads to a historical prediction which is not the topic of this Congress. What do we have to do when we wish to develop a concrete social schema? We must develop a type of calculation that is free of preconceptions in treating social correlations. The next chart shows 483. 484. A simplified process of production before and after rationalization. The entrepreneur calculates a private profit of a gain of 1. Yet others note that he did not account for the unemployed which society had to care for, thus a social profit calculation would, if the costs of unemployment were to amount to 3, for example, arrive at the negative result of a loss of 2. In the second case, both calculations have a negative result, in the third case a positive one. But what is really the case? Calculation in kind shows the result, provided the plan for the economy as a whole does not raise specific problems, that production is increased, both of raw materials and end products, while simultaneously the leisure time is increased and the amount of labor time decreased. For calculation in kind, the living conditions count as successes, not as costs. This rationalization would be a success even if the unemployed could not be used elsewhere. The workers as a whole produce more products and, still before the consumption of the products, directly experience an improvement of their living conditions by having a longer weekend. The view that the unemployed represent a burden on society even though they consume as much as before does not make sense. To account for workers under costs is intelligible only from the capitalistic standpoint. For calculation in kind, what matters is the increase in the condition of life, that is the success of social engineering. Whether the entrepreneur or the worker gains does not matter here but only in capitalist money calculation, which accounts for dividends as profit and wages as costs. Calculation in kind has no universal unit of calculation, but only specific units, kilograms, days of labor, acres of fields, etc. Many of you may perhaps wish to resist these views. This will be good for the discussion. But many you, I think, will admit at least the following. It is impermissible to compare the results of different economic orders with the help of money calculations, when at the same time the question needs answering whether money is an appropriate tool for running an economy. What needs to be considered are the raw materials and consumption and how any changes occur concretely. The difficulties are great, not only theoretically but also in practice. Consider the Soviet Union, which has broken with the habit of treating the means of production as private property. There the profit calculation is still being used to increase the achievements of individual factories to the maximum. In my view, this type of calculation may under certain circumstances bring it about that certain useful rationalization measures which would improve the living conditions are not undertaken, because even the social profit calculation can be misleading. It just so happens that the economic plan, calculated in kind, prevents the worst consequences of such mistakes. For instance, it is impossible that some establishment in the Soviet Union would destroy a part of its production, say a third of the cotton harvest, in order to achieve better results. That is not done is not, however, a necessary consequence of social profit calculation. Profit calculation recognizes the profits of companies in isolation, whereas calculation in kind must always go back to the total economic plan. All discussions about these matters, if they are to be meaningful, must measure the success or failure of social organizations by the concrete change as regards the means of production and the resultant conditions of life. Such discussions must not proceed by calculations in terms of profit, monetary incomes etc., for against these some very justified objections can be raised, as I shall put it moderately. What is the point of all of these considerations? It is to develop a global economic plan purely in terms of conditions of life and production. Developing this plan, which is bound to be very complicated, will in several respects still be simpler than developing a business plan, for example, for IG. Farbenindustrie AG. Or other trusts of its kind. Let me ever so briefly sketch what the world would look like when it is viewed as one enormous factory. Let us first consider whether human beings can live on the earth, what its agricultural capacity is. Many calculations show that about 3 times as many people could live on the earth than at present, if new land were cleared and the best currently known methods of agriculture were used. If we were interested in self-sufficiency, we would consider the agricultural capacity of regions isolated in times of war, but for our functional global economy this makes no sense. Thus we recognize that Europe and East Asia are full. As long as they do not increase their production, they will even have to import. In computing agricultural capacity, attention must be paid to the fact that the tropical regions currently cannot serve to house Europeans. The empty spaces in Latin America and colonial Africa and Asia can only partly be used by Europeans. Dividing the surface of the earth into 6 major regions should be readily intelligible. I wish to point out that much follows from these facts. The capacity for producing foodstuffs need not worry us. Rather, we could calculate on the basis of the principle of international division of labor, for example, that in one region India rubber is produced, cotton or coffee in another, etc. In a functional economy it is likely that one region may be mostly industrial, another mostly agricultural. In this way a few granaries could supply the whole world. This example shows how graphic schemata render such matters easily comprehensible. In the same way too we can conceive of the effective production of coal and of other elements of the global economic plan. Thus a brief overview shows us that in principle there are no obstacles for the division of the earth into different productive regions. In the framework of a functional economic plan, the international division of labor is a most obvious precondition of reaching the maximum of potential productive capacity. This means universal mechanization, even of large plantations, but not universal industrialization. Let me stress that current developments rather take a different route. The principle of monocultures, first broached in the capitalist economic order, could be thought further extended. Only one region of colonial Africa and Asia would suffice to supply the global demand for India rubber. Why start new cotton plantations, when those in India and the United States suffice? India may continue to produce jute, Central Africa cocoa, South America coffee. In this way we can think of the production of sugar, tea, etc., as concentrated in one or a few regions. Just a few granaries would suffice, similarly just a few regions for stock farming. Already today a third of all pigs are raised in North America, another third in Europe. 1/3 of all butter exports come from the small country of Denmark, increasingly being followed by Siberia. Roughly 90% of all wine is being produced in Europe. Geology and history similarly suggest the principle of monoculture for mining, such that its large repositories of coal remain important for the industrial predominance of Europe and the United States until new ones are discovered, especially in Asia. Today matters are such that a number of interests would favor this type of international division of labor, but also a number of significant counter-tendencies are effective. In the capitalist economic system, being a state of plantations and agriculture means domination by the industrialist states and having fewer opportunities for profits. It means lower wages. Liberation from the colonial powers is achieved by starting one's own industry. For instance, India is starting a textile industry even though this wreaks much destruction in England. On the one hand, it would be desirable to have plantations here and industrial regions there, but the interests of the profit-driven economy render this impossible. Incidentally, it is often the same sources of capital that finance both competitors. For political reasons, the Soviet Union has to be self-sufficient in its economic plan. It is difficult to devise schemata that show this clearly. Next there follows a chart showing the network of international finance in order to show how the current in-kind network is reflected in this. The Soviet Union exists without permanent connection with the international capital. The connection between Europe and colonial Africa and Asia is particularly important. Especially in its early stages, capitalist development gave a major impetus to the international division of labor by the subjugation of the colonies. The current global network of capital is in part an expression of the international division of labor that resulted from this. Yet capital investment by the colonial powers in the regions of the South also points to tendencies towards self-sufficiency. Increasingly industries are being built there which compete with the industries of the old capitalist centers. We see that East Asia, where raising the living conditions in a functional economy would require many more connections, is integrated only to a modest degree. The planned economy of the Soviet Union meanwhile, which is not part of the international division of labor, is protected by its isolation against war and crisis. In the capitalist economy, additional profit can be gained in the agricultural regions only by creating new industries. The mechanization of agriculture, moreover, fertilization, tractors, combine harvesters, only serves to heighten the crisis of global agriculture, which in turn one seeks to escape by the industrialization of these regions. The larger the agricultural production, the higher the tariffs of the industrial regions with a residual agricultural sector, seeking to protect its farmers. Sometimes even typical industrial states make attempts at agricultural autonomy by imposing import duties. In response, the agricultural regions boycott the industrial ones, thus sharpening once more the global crisis of industry. In light of this, for instance, Brazil ordered a stop of the import of machinery, especially of machines for the production of textiles, in order to relieve the textile industry. Everywhere a vicious circle that forces a universal crisis, but no automatic countermeasures. As usual, one contradiction exists side by side with another: international division of labor next to increased demands for autonomy. Even in smaller regions within Europe, within the previous Austria-Hungary for instance, every state is trying to create entire new industries from the remains of the former division of labor. Everywhere large organizations planned profits by planned reduction of production and planned reduction of productive capacities, in other words by the planned reduction of standards, except in the Soviet Union. At the same time, small territories close themselves off from each other. In the capitalist order even the workers can be in favor of this. Those who eat beef steak are forced to fear those who eat rice as cheap competitors, thus the slogan, "No yellow people for empty Australia." In a functional economy not built on profit it is of no consequence for the individual where others work, where their factories are located, just as within a single factory it is of no consequence to this individual where a certain machine is located, since that is determined by the demands of the production process and the convenience for the workers alone. In the functional economy those who eat beef steak may be glad that there are people who prefer rice and require no extra cattle farming. A comprehensive functional economy favors plurality and free movement. The free profit economy requires unification and localization. A functional economy is one enormous factory able to draw all of its electricity, say, from one or a few electricity reservoirs, into which all electricity is directed so as to enable the most far-reaching increase of productive capacities. War would thus be rendered impossible, surely. In talking about the economic plan one must not employ expressions like buying power, profit, etc. We can only speak of means of production, productive capacity, etc. Now the question arises which economic order is able to secure the better general conditions of life. Let's put side by side the types already mentioned. Yet whether we analyze capitalism, socialism, the new capitalism, capitalist planned economies, the Soviet economy or any other, always it is required to base our considerations on concrete data, on a social model. It is all too easy to overlook incidental phenomena that are really fundamental, and many reforms are all too eager to connect too much of the old with the new. Many wish to eat the egg, yet still its shell is supposed to remain whole. This simply cannot be done. Instead, we must consider how the individual elements of a social model can be concretely connected with each other. To show this is what concrete statistics and the analysis of social models are supposed to do for us. In any case, it is possible to devise a functional global economy on the basis of a global economic plan and international division of labor. Obviously, on hearing what I say about global economic planning and the international division of labor, many will ask, what about transport? Experience can tell us about this. In the United States during the war, the number of shipbuilding yards was increased from 50 to 400. Construction continued after the war. Japan was very active in this respect. Germany was seeking to make up for its losses. Norway was building its own tankers to avoid expensive tanker charges. And now, 25% of all cargo capacity has been taken out of service or remains unused. Supposing 1 cargo ton capable of circumnavigating the globe once per year, a brief calculation reveals that the surplus cargo capacity would suffice to secure for each 5-member family in colonial Africa and Asia an additional 300 kilos of industrial goods. Just a few words about the use of the global capacity in general. In a functional global economy, the social structure of which is important but not of interest for our current quantitative considerations, it is possible for industrial regions to achieve increases in productive capacity of particularly those objects the consumption of which has no such narrow limits, like that of food, say. Over 15 years the production of motor cars was increased 12 times, similarly the production of gramophone records. Over the same period the production of electricity has increased 8 times. Without doubt it is technically possible to achieve an average simultaneous increase in all types of production to 5 times of the present level within a period of 15 years, maybe even more. One part of this enlarged capacity would be used up by shortening labor times and lengthening the times for consumption. In the industrial regions global capacity is rarely used up to the level of 80%, often the rate falls to 50% or less. The increase of production of the agricultural monocultures can be roughly calculated in the same way. Remember, large increases of production are possible especially if production is specialized. Canada produces a third, Holland a quarter of the cheese for the global market. There would be nothing wrong with commissioning 3 or 4 countries to produce cheese for the whole world. Holland would surely be amongst them. I have reached the end of my remarks. To investigate the global economy and global economic planning in the way proposed, a research institute is needed to make the necessary calculations. I do not think that the effect of the information thereby provided is unduly large, but its effect is important. Most certainly, we need to develop statistical methods, we need a universal statistics. A large part of our work will have to be done through the statistical analysis of business cycles, which can achieve much. A good estimate is better than a false computation. But I must warn against resting content with statistical compilations. What is important, in addition to these, is the statistical analysis of the global economic network, which will lead us to consider schematic social models. The analysis of these schemata is absolutely essential. There is little point in stating that this much is being produced and that much could be produced, unless one can show how the social whole functions with all its technical conditions, machines, human effort, how the capitalist or the socialist or any other economy functions, how a large-scale economy in kind functions or a functional economy that uses money. In the interest of consistent criticism, all social models must be analyzed in the same way. Such a comparative schematology is essential if one wishes to consider the issue of economic planning seriously. It is also necessary to develop an international relief map of life conditions. This must display the relative height of conditions of life of the different groups of the global population. It is not sufficient again and again to present figures for averages, nothing is more misleading than that. An economy where 1/2 of the population goes hungry while the other one lives in luxury may have the same average figures as an economy where all receive the same. We need concrete calculations. We need a social model and we need relief maps of life conditions. These are tasks which it makes sense to tackle. The relief maps of conditions of life and the social model will have to take account of production statistics and transport issues. All these are scientific demands. Demands concerning the type of life to be led will be discussed by others. In times and countries when and where people appreciated matters of form, great sculptors emerged. Where already small children build models, great engineers emerged. We are at the beginning of a period of social engineers, where every individual will have an idea about economic and social orders. To provide social and economic information in verbal and visual form is a significant task in this new age of consciously fashioning our economic order. I must not, however, fail to note that the analysis here outlined, important as it is, leaves a great number of socio-historical questions untouched. Which order is the one of the future and how will it arrive? How long will the mass of people suffer to go hungry while there exists a surplus of foodstuffs? How long still will there be human beings who live in the sun next to others living in the shadow? History gives a very pessimistic answer. It would seem that in most countries decisive social changes do not take place by way of coming to agreements. But it would. 497. 498. Not make sense to be pessimistic ahead of time, that surely is not the point of this Congress. Here we did not come together to discuss problems which are of great importance to us as activists and to consult what each of us has to do when millions go hungry. Concerning these matters we here belong in different camps. But besides these very controversial issues that tend to provoke emotional behavior, there are also questions concerning the analysis of economic orders, concerning the relation between productive capacities and relief of conditions of life. It is this that gives us our common platform, and it is the great merit of this Congress and its organizers to have sought out this platform which allows us to gain some clarity about certain things, about economic planning and economic calculation. Still, the full significance of all this for personal life and for whole orders of life is gained only in the context of historical questions which here we have left to one side. Questions of organization are most suitable for intelligent discussions that seek to avoid becoming emotional. All of us here agree with this latter point. It seems to me that scientific work so narrowly defined on such an occasion does not constitute a compromise, as long as we are aware of it. In my view, any such clarification that is undertaken seriously and conscientiously represents, directly or indirectly, a service to humanity. In the capitalist economy, war has a more stimulating effect than the mere destruction of objects ready for consumption. The weapons, bullets, airplanes, ships, etc., are not market commodities. Their surplus production does not reduce their price. Their destruction does not relieve an oversupplied market like the destruction of coffee, say, but it stimulates increased production. The issues of war, unemployment, crisis, and productive capacity ought to be investigated together, if one wanted to answer the question of how to put an end to the current social suffering. But this leads into comprehensive sociological and historical problems which are not properly discussed here. The question of the historical possibility of a functional economy, free of crises and war, was not my topic, but the tension between productive capacity and condition of life, on the one hand, and, on the other, between potential and actual productive capacity, and how it becomes possible by means of calculation in kind to reach a basis for the comparison of capitalist and non-capitalist economic orders. In speaking of calculation in kind, I mean a type of calculus that can be applied to all orders. A capitalist money economy can be represented by calculation in kind, namely, by showing what quantities of elements of the condition of life are being produced by what quantities of elements of the basis of life. Then one can contrast the achievements of a functional economy. What's employed here are quantitative methods of scientific inquiry. In speaking of the administration of an economy by means of an economic plan, I mean a functional economy where elements of the basis of life are being transformed into elements of the condition of life on the basis of immediate, concrete measures, such that there is a change in the condition of life, food, clothing, leisure, morbidity, mortality. The paths taken by the raw materials and the end products must be rendered transparent. In doing this, I can leave undetermined which institutions initiate these movements of goods, whether this is the state, which itself is a collection of individuals standing in a certain relations to each other, not something that joins two disputants as a third partner, or a non-state organization, be it associations, communes, or other organizations. Within certain limiting conditions still to be defined, I could, of course, investigate in the scientific manner of a social engineer how such organizations function whose different structures may show different impediments, etc. Such investigations would be closest in spirit to the scientific study of management. Finally, it is possible to investigate socio-historical questions concerning the individual power factors currently obtaining, how bankers, entrepreneurs, engineers, scholars, doctors, blue-collar and white-collar workers, etc., may behave in the various countries. Even if the broad historical developments are bound to be similar on the whole, nevertheless in some places these changes may come about by force, in others by means of political agreement. All this can be made the object of scientific study, but its presuppositions are different from the ones I discussed earlier. Concerning these issues, the emotional behaviors assume greater importance, not only as regards the actions that are committed or omitted, but often also as regards the propositions that are understood, accepted, or denied. 499. 500. The logical analysis of the different possibilities is of the greatest importance. All too often one hears of proposals for changes that concern only individual elements, interest, wages, profit, etc., without there being any attempt to calculate the effect on prices, profit, and the entire economy. The analysis of social models is essential. Then it is possible to judge that many of these partial plans suggested are not only unwanted but also logically deficient. As a matter of fact, the market economy tends to be made worse by such partial measures. The topics for this Congress are organizational ones, from the problem of the improvement of the conditions for workers through the improvement of management to the problem of the total economy as a precondition of better conditions of life and, beyond that, to the large-scale historical questions of the development of humanity, a part of which is the transformation of the capitalist order into a new order. There is much talk of the old order growing into the new one, but this overlooks that in the pre-capitalist order individual capitalist companies were able to emerge in connection with a trade that was long established, whereas this time the task is to connect individual elements by means of a plan. The total plan is not a sum of partial plans which could put together afterwards. No clarification can be expected unless the entire complex of questions concerning economic planning on the basis of calculation in kind and the analyses of schemata is investigated scientifically. If such investigations were to show how an economic plan is to be developed, how calculation in kind may be used for this purpose, this still would not mean that we must overemphasize the historical importance of calculation in kind for the present. I am not at all of the opinion that more can be achieved by applying calculation in kind within the capitalist framework than critical insight. If one speaks, in monetary calculation, of the increase of production measured in money terms, then it is unclear whether there is an increase in kind, for the increase in money terms can mean a decrease of production. If I wish to consider the current order critically, then I must calculate in terms of fields, of machines, coal, bread, etc. I do think that the use of commercial profit calculation in individual enterprises in Russia has occasionally led to the omission of helpful improvements and even to the consumption of raw materials that should have been used somewhere else, simply because they were cheaper. Yet fundamental damage is unlikely to be done in this way because it is there impossible that products are destroyed to fix the sums calculated in rubles. Detrimental changes due to the use of profit calculation remain localized. In the present historical situation, this kind of money and profit calculation may even be unavoidable. Probably the overcoming of the universal measure is possible historically only at a considerable later stage of development. Yet this insight, which may warn us against utopian overvaluations of ideas, does not alter the fact that a comprehensive theory of universal measurement shows that money calculations cannot be the basis for correct measures of rationalization. The faults of money calculation may have to be considered in the same way as other phenomena of friction of the transition period. We could sit down and redo the Russian calculations to establish to what extent calculation in kind yields the same results as the current social profit calculation. The differences will not be decisive and do not endanger the Russian economic plan. All these are organizational questions, questions concerning calculi. Even though issues concerning the realization of a global economic plan are not the order of the day, they nevertheless arouse enough interest to allow some suggestive remarks. From establishing that a global organization of the economy would deliver maximal results, it does not follow that this organization is a historical possibility. It may be that certain large regions realize economic plans and in doing so effect a fundamental change of the conditions for the future. Possibly the path towards global economic planning leads through the destruction of connections already established, through suffering and misery. Great social transformation could take place by people coming to the realization that a new age is about to begin and that they have to meet and consult how to introduce the new order with the least amount of pain. That would be a very reasonable way of proceeding, but in history it is rather uncommon. So far people have been in the habit, when introducing a new order, of killing great numbers of each other. Most changes come about by terrible detours, with horrors and suffering. The World War, for instance, did not make much difference in this respect, even though it produced millions of deaths. This is neither economical nor is it rational in management terms, to say nothing about this in human terms. The Great French Revolution helped in the transformation of the earlier mercantile, feudal, and absolutist economy into 501. 502. The modern capitalist entrepreneurial economy, with much loss of blood. Are people different nowadays? This Congress is partially an expression of the fact that the number of persons is increasing who think beforehand about how such changes might be effected without these horrors. There were no such Congresses before the French Revolution. Though the chances that the imminent changes will take place without similar happenings are not large, there is at least a chance that the coming social transformations will cause less pain than the French Revolution in some countries, because attempts have been made to think about these things in a calm manner. It is another question to what extent history supports such a prediction, a topic for another Congress which, however, would not have the form of ours. It would require the discussion by those directly in positions of power, of the interests taken in war, for instance, by the entrepreneurs producing ammunitions or cannons, by the heavy industry and the entire armament industry, quite besides discussions of the interests of the large classes. In practice, the organizational changes are closely related to the social and historical changes. I cannot join those who think it possible to eat eggs without breaking them. In general, large-scale organizational economic transformations are accompanied, if not by violence, then at least by radical measures. The gradual growing into a planned organization does not seem to be a possibility. For just this reason it is necessary to promote the understanding of the type of conscious planning that we aim for. The monopolies in industry and in banking cannot be simply regarded as the beginnings of a planned economy. They impede planned production and consumption and are merely organizational exercises for the future. In the views of many, some kind of bank trust or central bank is supposed to lead the economy. Closer analysis shows that this would not have the result desired. It does not seem possible to me to overcome the crises within the framework of the existing economic system. Crises are most intimately related with our economy. Crises will always result, whether one or another measure is taken, whether high wages are being paid or low ones, whether there is free trade or protective tariffs are introduced, etc. One who sits on a powder keg and throws his burning cigarette to the left into it will explode with it, of course. Given this, some may suggest never to throw one cigarette to the left into the powder keg, but if it is thrown to right into the powder keg they will explode with it all the same. Never throw it to the left, never to the right. What is one to do? Not to smoke when sitting on a powder keg. What is required are theoretical analyses that show that the existing system always leads to crises, whatever measures are undertaken, but there is no room for such investigations at this Congress. To be sure, in our order the crises cannot be overcome. But it is possible to achieve much by concrete interventions in the processes of production and distribution, even if the banking and money system is left in place formally. In other respects also fundamental changes in society take place behind the old facade. Without those much deeper changes, however marked, nothing can be gained. That production and consumption can be influenced directly has been shown by the experience of war economy. It was possible to structure the economy such that the real needs, in this case, the uniforms, the cannons, and the foodstuffs for the army and the population, were provided for by the central administration. The central power decreed, "You will produce not sewing machine but hand grenades, not flax but oil." It is possible in principle to have direct and central control of the economy in order to control production and consumption and yet to retain, as it was done during the war, the veil of the order of money and interest. During the war the government decreed, "This trust will produce this quantity, this proportion of a product is for the army, this for one city or population group, that for another." And in addition things were arranged, even though this was not necessary to provide stimulus for production, so that stockholders received their dividend. This can be done, of course, but the result no longer is a true economy of money and interest. For such an economy it is characteristic that production is determined by money profit. In war economy, in many respects of functional economy, the control of production and consumption is primary, the money system with its profits is secondary. We are in the middle of an enormous global crisis which we would like to end. But how are crises ended these days? In the good old capitalist times of laissez-faire this was accomplished as follows. If a company became insolvent, it went bankrupt, if a bank became insolvent it went bankrupt, that was end of it and then there was a new beginning. 3. Nowadays the company is supported by public means, with the result that instead of half a year the crisis lasts 3 years or longer. This is not to say that one should simply let everything collapse, but 503. 504. Rather that the current method of partial interventions by governments does not help to shorten or solve the crisis, but only serves to prolong it. Nowadays there is not even a proper liquidation with a proper bankruptcy and all the lamenting that comes with it. I am not saying that I am in favor of the latter, I am only stating facts. Within the present order we only have the choice between a short catastrophe full of horror and a long protracted malady, also full of horror. In previous times crises were solved by bankruptcies, nowadays banks and companies are given the opportunities to make profit in good times, whereas everybody pays when they make losses. Some speak as if all that mattered was that the banks can go about their business, that rates of exchange remain stable, that payments can be made without problems, without considering whether the proper functioning of the apparatus of money and interest provides for the best conditions of life. That is the test. It is possible for an economy that is gradually becoming more impoverished to have properly functioning finances, providing dividends, interests, etc., yet also at the same time to have an reserve labor army with all its suffering. There is no immediate connection between a good circulation of money and the good provision of consumers. A trained management engineer will think of an economy as a machine that produces a certain condition of life. The consumers are the final beneficiaries of the machine economy. We have discussed the monopoly traders who destroy coffee, cotton, etc., the large organizations of producers and financiers. What is missing is talk of large organizations of consumers which could play an important role in an economy of associations. If a large organization of producers could negotiate with a large organization of consumers, then perhaps one of the paradoxes of our present order could be avoided, namely, that a greater amount of goods realizes a smaller amount. That would still leaves paradoxes enough. Yet the theoretical importance that a large organization of consumers might possess must not be mistaken for its historical importance. The real development is pushed along by entirely different factors, the large power groups in mutual conflict. The various ways out that are open to us within the current order will not lead to success. So what will happen? We too are sitting on a powder keg, smoking, and maybe it will explode whichever way we throw the stubs. 16 Sociological Predictions *. Beyond serving the daily needs of scientific research, we seek to expand and coordinate the formulations used in the various disciplines in such a consistent manner that it becomes possible to switch from one science to another without having to change one's scientific language in a fundamental way. This endeavor is considered philosophical by some because it transcends the framework of individual disciplines. Within its framework we shall here briefly sketch the place of sociological predictions. Discussions of the logic of science rarely feature sociological statements as examples. Some believe that this is connected with there being no room in sociology for the application of mathematics. This cannot be the reason, for there are many sociological investigations that call for the use of highly developed mathematical tools, for instance, the probability calculus. Moreover, there are the mathematical constituents of the theory of business cycles in economics. Still, most sociological regularities that support the deduction of predictions are formulated in such a way that they are valid only for relative complex structures of certain geographical regions and historical periods. If one has established, say, constant quantitative relations between changes in illiteracy and criminality in some towns of certain region during a certain period, then one may suspect that the same quantitative relations will also be valid to some extent for the other towns of the area, but one would be hesitant to assume that they will hold for other regions and other periods, let alone towns that would be discovered on Mars. For the most part, the behavior of physicists is strikingly different. If physicists were to discover uranium ore on Mars, they would assume without long hesitation that the formulae describing the rate of decay of uranium will be valid there also. And yet we can adopt a point of view that classes together in one group the predictions of physicists and sociologists and recognizes only gradual differences between them with 506. Respect to their field of application. All of our scientific predictions rely fundamentally on certain quantitative relations remaining sufficiently constant, even though the conditions in their totality certainly underwent alteration. In sociology there is relatively little extrapolation from past experience, because it is assumed that common alterations of the totality of conditions have consequences for the quantitative relations between certain processes. By contrast, in chemistry it is assumed that the major part of the regularities which are relied on for predictions can be used without any change as far as one stays within the limits of practically relevant questions. It is possible, therefore, in order to be able to deal in a uniform way with predictions concerning towns, forests, uranium ores, and masses of water, to say that the areas of application for the regularities are of different size. From this point of view, the laws of physics would only cover a certain area, albeit an immensely large one, the entire limits of which are left undetermined as such but are broadly assumed from the start. Such a process of relativization and historicization is not alien to the Vienna Circle. Already Ernst Mach issued warnings against the exaggeration of physical predictions and thus raised the question of what would happen to the law of inertia if the paths of all the stars were to change. Whoever is considering the future application of certain physical, biological, or sociological hypotheses concerning the relations between certain quantities therefore is at the same making, as it were, a cosmological prediction within the framework of which it is possible to issue individual predictions with the assistance of certain more or less definite hypotheses. Whereas careful sociologists generally try to indicate these limits, physicists rarely mention that all of their laws can only be stated with certain cosmological reservations. It is more likely that astronomers consider whether the rate of decay of uranium is not dependent upon a cosmological totality that might be different several million years hence. It is true that very many astronomical predictions, very many predictions in physics laboratories, etc., are considerably more reliable than the majority of sociological predictions, but this has nothing to do with the specific peculiarity of predictions in sociology. Meteorological predictions, which deal with more complicated complexes, are less precise than most astronomical ones. Predictions concerning the occurrence of earthquakes do not have a better record than predictions concerning the outbreak of revolutions or wars. Moreover, the very same astronomers 507, 508, who are so successful in predicting the paths of new double stars are rather unsuccessful when it comes to predicting the emergence of new double stars. The overall cosmological conception just sketched can be found to some extent in the work of Harold Hoffding. He adopted it in opposition to the school of Heidelberg, who started from two fundamentally different types of scientific approach to reality, the nomothetic or generalizing and the ideographic or individualizing method, and all sorts of mixtures of the two. The persistence of this dualism in the form of many variations and guises most likely is connected with certain metaphysical proclivities which are of a more ancient origin. The separate world of heaven has been replaced by the separate world of human beings, confronting the rest of the world. This is supposed to be the separate reality of freedom, the realm of spirit, of inner experience, of norms or of values. In science we may find that certain processes can be predicted successfully without it being possible to use the predicted quantities as basis for still further predictions. For instance, in economics one may be able to predict a certain change in some people's way of life without being able to use this change as an element in still further predictions. Often data are collected without it being clear which predictions will be enabled by them directly or indirectly. Naturally, it also very much depends on the general scientific outlook in which way these more incidental observations of physicists, explorers, and historians are recorded, which sometimes assume great significance. This holds even more of narratives and descriptions that do not enter into more detailed scientific analysis. A 19th-century European historian makes a different selection for his description than a Greek one of the time of Alexander the Great, but similarly so authors of chronicles stemming from the same region in the 13th and 16th centuries. To be sure, the personal interest also plays a role in such selections, as does the interest of the readers. This holds for travel reports as much as it does for sport reports and historical descriptions, but also for geological or biological, even physical descriptions, even more so if certain extra scientific interests of the authors and the readers are touched upon thereby. It is of psychological interest to analyze the influence of such personal factors, but there is no reason to see in this a special value reference of the historical realm that would lift it beyond the mundane. 509. Sphere of the physical, a view to be met with in varied forms not only in the case of the Heidelberg Neo-Kantians. The metaphysical tendencies of the present time seek to find a foothold in all of the individual scientific disciplines. Since physics and biology are not exempt from this, not even logic, why should sociology be different, especially given the additional occasions it provides for emotional factors to play a role? The fact, say, that in the interest of achieving scientific successes one tries nowadays to rest one's predictions on a broader base, the fact that one considers larger groups instead of isolated elements, for instance, that one considers not just the life of single plants but of the entire plant and wildlife together with its environment, has given rise to a metaphysics of totality which can be detected especially in the field of sociology. The investigation of larger number of elements thus becomes a hook on which to hang holism or universalism. In his book of 1935, J. N. Booz made the attempt to complement plant ecology and animal ecology with a human ecology. He thought it possible in this way to prove the importance of a holistic approach which is detailed in the introduction by General Smuts, the proponent of holism. What we in our human way call plan and design is present everywhere. Such is reality, a vast pattern of patterns. And to trace these patterns of wholes is to discover the lineaments of beauty in all its forms, whether we call them beauty or truth or good. The vision of this harmony is what the gods feed on, and what mortals strive for, according to the Platonic mystic. Roughly the same attitude we meet with in the universalistic sociologist Span, who proclaims the failure of the entire naturalistic sociology, unlike the idealistic schools which could call on an ancient stock of truth since Plato. While, among other things, Span declares that society is not a causal fact of nature but a spiritual fact, General Smuts is no less decisive in attributing an absolutely special position to humans. His innate adaptability and his intelligence have made him largely independent of environmental conditions and even of natural laws. Just as Philip Frank has shown that modern physics is not more metaphysical than the physics of the preceding period, but that modern metaphysics seeks to help itself to the formulations of modern physics, so one can equally show that modern sociology becomes increasingly successful empirically but at the same time also finds a pronouncedly metaphysical employment. 510. Certain absolutist formulations render opaque many discussions of the structure of sociology. Sometimes, for example, people begin with complete predictions as their ideal and then ask to what degree this ideal could be approximated, instead of restricting themselves to distinguish the successful from the less successful predictions. Or one starts by asking, for instance, to what degree great men influenced history, instead of choosing the more careful formulation, which elements allow us to make more or less successful predictions. Thus one could attempt to establish whether the behaviors of human groups can be predicted to some degree without being able to determine the fate of individual persons. Yet it might also turn out to be the case that certain predictions concerning large human groups only succeed if it is possible to predict the behavior of certain individuals. Then one could ask whether it would be possible to predict the emergence of such individuals. If this were not the case, whether one could predict their life to some degree if they were initially given to us as such, or, if we could predict at least some short but socially important periods of life, given we knew individual episodes. After all, in astronomy it is possible to calculate the path of a new comet, even though it was impossible to predict its emergence. In a similar way it is possible to try to reduce many of these problems to the question of which statements would have to be assumed known in order to attempt successful predictions. Very often the question is raised, for example, what the influences are that law, custom, economy, political order have on each other, without it having been established what the statements would have to look like that are employed in the derivation of controllable predictions and which linguistic form the individual predictions would take. It can be shown that it is doubtful whether terms like law, custom, etc., can continue to be used successfully in such a context. From the fact that certain statements can be classified as statements about law and investigated for their logical relations between each other, it does not follow that this logically analyzable totality can be successfully related to the other totalities just mentioned in a scientific manner. From the fact that the text of the rules of conduct in a hospital allows the derivation of logical conclusions, it does not follow the rules of conduct of the hospital, here taking the place of the law, are fit to play a special role in sociological predictions. To be sure, once the statements of all rules are 511. Given, one may successfully raise certain questions, but only what the social consequences would be if they were applied precisely. Law, custom, etc., are often treated as special entities and thus give rise to many metaphysical speculations that hinder sociological prediction. Since the all-encompassing prediction is an ideal for many, it should be noted that certain limitations show themselves particularly clearly in the field of sociology. Here we shall not speak of the difficulties that arise when we have to consider, in our sociological predictions, the predictors together with their predictions influencing their fulfillment. But still other phenomena impress themselves. We can predict without an internal contradiction how 3 stars will be positioned relative to each other in 100 years, but we would incur an internal contradiction if we were to predict that a certain short novel, a certain formula, a certain architectural idea will first appear only in 100 years, for by formulating all the details of the prediction, we would have to bring the novel, the formula, the idea into existence already now. Inasmuch as novels, formulae, architectural ideas, etc., are counted within the realm of the spirit, as manifestations of the spirit, metaphysicians are easily led to consider our thesis that this prediction is self-contradictory as a confirmation of the view that spirit has its special secrets after all, which in turn may lead to further speculations. Those who formulate sociological predictions which feature the names of human and animal groups and other names will concede even more easily than physicists that one cannot decide on the verification or falsification of hypotheses by the comparative evaluation of the successes and failures of predictions. When physicists debate a certain problem with each other, they often are in agreement about certain fundamental questions to such an extent that they do not always realize that in the end the totality of their hypotheses is at issue and not just the small part which they currently emphasize. There are moments in the history of science when what matters is knowing that the totality of hypotheses can always be called into doubt. Careful sociologists are thus enjoined to modesty in a variety of ways, by stressing the cosmological reservations, by replacing verification by support or by making qualifications that contradict absolutism in any of its varieties. When they plead their case for the inclusion of sociological predictions, like those of all the other sciences, into the unified science of physicalism, they will be less inclined to 512. Claim that sociology achieves as much as the most successful sciences. Rather, they will point out that certain limitations, to which sociology most obviously is subject, also hold for all the other sciences to some degree, and that sociological predictions are scientific predictions like all the others. 1. 17 Inventory of the Standard of Living * 1 Standard of Living. Certain comprehensive systematic studies of economics state that their subject is really concerned, in the last analysis, with the wealth of the nation, the general welfare, the good of the people, and similar concepts. After according such high honor to these concepts, however, they proceed to make little or no use of them. Would it not be better to avoid such ideas in the first place, as has often been suggested, or to develop them in such a way that they can constantly be applied? The latter approach is proposed in this paper. In everyday speech one might say that the standard of living one of a group has been reduced, and mean thereby not only that their income is lower, so that they are able to buy less food and clothing, but also that, for example, their working hours have been lengthened, that their leisure time has thus been shortened, and also that there are thus more conflicts within this group and that the incidence of disease and mortality has increased. This colloquial usage can be made more precise and fruitful through scientific procedure. We refer to the standard of living of a group, to the variations in kind, in scale, and in distribution of these standards. Insofar as this term is not merely used decoratively, as above, it is usually narrowed considerably. Ordinarily, the point of departure is the monetary income and the goods that can be bought with this income. Other things which are obtained without purchase are then taken into account in order to include the monetary value for them in the computation. This procedure, however, does not touch upon working hours, leisure time, morbidity and other factors which cannot be included in the concept of consumption, but which we wish to consider when we speak of standards of living. 513. 514. A theory of the standard of living can only be established and developed within the framework of an analysis of society if one defines the concept standard of living very broadly. Previously, scientists in delimiting this concept have been drawn too much in the direction of the theory of income and prices, principally because in that field the unit of money could be used as the basis for all calculations. We shall treat the problem as concretely and directly as possible, in order to see how methods may be established which will enable one to study standards of living as the result of social processes. We wish, for example, to be able to answer the following question: how do various institutions operate within a given social order, and how do different social systems affect the scale and distribution of standards of living? We must be able to study the way in which the human standard of living is influenced by a market economy based on money, as well as by primitive or complicated non-monetary systems. One can also study such problems as the way in which the distribution of standards of living affects human relationships, particularly their market relationships. In short, standards of living can in every way be fitted into social diagnoses and prognoses. We can regard them as the effects as well as the prerequisites of social processes. If consumption, in the traditional sense indicated above, is taken as the point of departure, so many elements which characterize living conditions are missing, that some authors have introduced the broader term satisfaction of needs. This enables them to include attendance at the theater, household services, and housing in addition to the consumption of bread, meat, etc. But even this extension fails to take into consideration sickness, leisure time, labor fatigue, etc., as elements of the standard of living. The customary approach tends to consider only those elements which raise the standard of living, but not those which lower it. This is understandable, for demand exists only for that which benefits us, and attention has usually been centered on demand, even when the formulation of the problem seemed to aim towards something else. Of those elements which we mentioned as not taken into consideration, labor is accounted for insofar as it is paid for. This is due to the fact that wages are entered as costs, that is, as negative quantities in commercial accounting, which is generally the point of departure for economics. In the definition of standard of living suggested here, food, housing, clothing, theater, sickness, occupational fatigue and leisure time are all to be included. The living conditions of a person are improved or lowered as these elements change. The atomistic, utilitarian approach would express the matter thus: positive and negative, as well as indifferent elements exist side by side. The feeling of a person would then be regarded as constituted of pleasure and pain. These individual feeling quantities would be correlated with certain causes, namely, the pleasure quantities with commodities and the pain quantities with discommodities. The quality of an object, functioning under certain circumstances as a commodity, admits of various degrees of utility. In the same way, degrees of disutility can be distinguished within the framework of this approach. Although this analysis appeared in the history of the theory of value, it did not lead to the formulation of an atomistic theory of the standard of living, which would, in a certain sense, be a parallel construction to the standard of living theory we propose. Not even those authors who consider negative elements in the basic discussions of value make any permanent use of them later. Generally, only the positive elements, the commodities, are employed in the theory because only the commodities are the objects of purchase. By and large, the tendency was to ascribe certain values to certain prices, so that, in general, the atomistic point of view also fails to employ the negative quantities of the theory of value. Two states of felicity. Whereas this atomistic approach coordinates positive and negative feeling quantities with positive and negative conditions, we shall coordinate the totality of a person's feeling, or that of a group, with his or its entire living condition, and investigate the extent to which changes in the state of felicity in a positive or negative direction depend upon changes in these conditions. We, therefore, do not begin with single pleasure or pain quantities and then construct the totality of feeling. Instead, we investigate only the conditions under which the totality of feeling becomes more or less pleasurable. Only these elements are significant for our approach to standards of living. We call that standard of living higher which produces a more pleasurable state of felicity characterized by a certain attitude or behavior. In the language of the subjective theories of value, this is not the place to point out the differences between the various doctrines. The 515. 516. Problem could be expressed as follows. We regard the total standard of living as the bearer of value in any given case. We shall only deal with the fact that the total standard of living, but not its various parts, can have different values for the same person. Even the subjective theory of value has not always ascribed a specific value to a specific object. It recognizes the concept of complementary commodities. If we introduce the negative quantities into the subjective theory of value, then we must also define complementary discommodities. Oxygen, hydrogen, and a burning match in combination would be a discommodity, but not one of the three elements alone or any two of them together. It is also possible that the objects in one combination of commodities would be discommodities in another combination. For example, a stove combined with coal would be a commodity, but with dynamite a discommodity. we should be able to speak of complementary parts of a standard of living which together would determine the value of the total standard of living. Then the subjective theory of value would lose an important part of its field of action. Essentially, it requires the atomistic point of view, which always leads to logically inadequate allocations. We, therefore, do not construct the state of felicity out of single pleasure and pain qualities and do not coordinate specific parts of the standard of living to them. We do, however, arrange the states of felicity in a scale in that we say that one is higher, equal to or lower than another. We then classify standards of living according to the states of felicity conditioned by them. How we classify states of felicity is a special problem. We could, for example, use certain persons as test cases and consider their answers to questions, as well as other kinds of behavior which have to be defined previously. This excursus shows how the study of standards of living can be fitted into the theoretical viewpoint and approximately what position it occupies. The main task, however, is to define the elements which are characteristic for the standard of living. We cannot regard it as a weight made up of the sum of the weights of the various parts. We cannot even specifically enumerate all the things which might be counted in the standard of living. Nevertheless, it can be shown that this concept suffices for both our theory and practice. 3. The silhouette of the standard of living. If we wish to characterize the increase or decrease of the standard of living, we can select certain important determining elements. It is important to measure these elements with the help of units or at least to grade them. We can speak about trebling the mortality rate, but perhaps not about trebling the beauty of an ocean view. Complexes which are thus composed of various quantities, each of which would have to be measured by specific units, we shall call standard of living silhouettes. 3. They are the crude tools of our discipline. This terminology was chosen with a view to graphic demonstration. For the sake of simplicity, let us take as an example a standard of living silhouette characterized only by food, housing, and health. All three are measurable quantities. Two human groups A and B are given, F signifies a unit of food, D a dwelling unit, and H a unit of health. The standard of living A is composed of 3FD3H, B of 2F3DH. 517. Person A, Person B. FFFFFDDDDHHHH. The standard of living A is characterized by more food, a smaller coefficient with respect to dwelling, and a greater degree of health. The form of the silhouette depends upon the choice of units. In the case given here, the A silhouette is concave, the B silhouette convex, for we have defined that concept standard of living so broadly that we can include more or fewer elements, according to the formulation of the problem. The standard of living silhouettes can be applied in the most varying ways, for the analysis of society as well as of the market. If, for example, a market analysis were to follow sales potentialities, it would be concerned, not only with age groups in the population but also with the morbidity rate. If one wishes to characterize the standards of living in specific regions, it may be important to do this precisely with the aid of the fewest possible elements. Silhouettes making such precise differentiation would be especially useful if the elements were selected. 518. In such a way that one could derive other elements from them. A characterization of the standards of living of different countries and eras by means of a few data should make it possible to grade these standards in such a way that an increase in the data would not change the order in its rough outline. It is not advisable to tie standard of living calculations to data derived from money calculations, although one may of course use such data if they are sufficiently controlled. If one wishes to characterize the mode of life of a laboring group on the basis of money wages, one would pass, by considering purchasing power, to real wages. We do not intend to enter into the problem of index numbers here, nor into the difficulties which arise when price differences exist, that is, when the same amount of money has a different purchasing power in different groups for some or all purchases. Neither shall we consider the fact that money may have a different purchasing breadth in different regions, that is to say, that articles which can be bought in one place can only be obtained in another by official assignment. However one establishes the real income, one considers only the positive elements of the atomistic subjective theory of value, never the negative. The objects of consumption directly assigned to a worker, whether by a factory or by a public institution, could be added to his real wages as wages paid in kind. In budgeting, one would give them their usual money value in order to make them comparable. But even so, one has omitted some of the elements of the standard of living, those which cannot be bought, as, for example, the use of public parks. Thus, besides the negative elements, there are also missing certain positive elements, which a broader atomistic theory of value would have to introduce. We cannot go into the question of the degree to which one can establish what might be called momentary standards of living, or the degree to which one can seek to comprehend the standard of living of one life, anticipating future possibilities to a certain extent. Within the framework of social analysis, the problem of the possible significance of the waste of natural resources for a future decline in the standard of living plays an important role. The question then arises as to how far one can take these future possibilities into account in setting up the silhouette without becoming vague. The standard of living of a society at this moment and in the future appears as the function of a specific given condition, including certain potential changes. But these are special questions which are not directly related to the main problem. For selection and grading. In our scientific work, it is necessary, on the one hand, to present the various possible relationships schematically, but also, on the other hand, to combine the available data fruitfully. Systematic analysis of standards of living has really just begun. In general sociology, in sociographic studies, and also in many practical compilations, there has as yet been no sufficiently precise terminology based on a consistent theory of the standard of living. In economics, too, no proper place has yet been found for the standard of living problem. It is highly instructive to look through the large general and sociological encyclopedias on this point. Just as in the systematic presentations, consumption and standard of living are treated incidentally without closer connection with other subjects. When measurement is discussed, it pertains in general only to the problems of accounting and index numbers. The selection of problems and terminology is determined above all by the fact that one is not so much interested in the way in which certain institutions and measures influence the standard of living as in the way in which specific phenomena, and above all, market phenomena, can be derived from the economic aims of individuals or whole groups. The idea of the homo economicus, which explicitly or tacitly lies at the basis of many economic theories, easily leads one to construct, besides the actual trend, a so-called correct trend as a standard of comparison for the real one. If special care is not taken, this could easily lead to an absolutistic metaphysics. The derivation of attitudes from motives can be accomplished empirically with certain precautionary measures. But the tendency to look for the derivation of trends from motives instead of looking for specific trends also leads economists who follow an empirical procedure to the neglect of the negative elements discussed above. Without concerning ourselves with the form of organization which is more or less explicitly based upon the homo economicus, we can investigate the influence of various forms of organization upon the distribution of the standard of living. In analyses of social order, it is customary to use greater formal precision where money values can in some way be applied, while the operation of the social order on personal life, which one may really wish to consider no less forcefully, is presented with less logical rigor. This disproportion between the separate parts of the analysis can be overcome by giving greater emphasis to research on the standard of living. 519. 520. Practically as well as theoretically. Just as production curves, rate of exchange curves, stock price curves and so on, are considered in market research 5, so in the study of standards of living one could include curves of leisure time, mortality, morbidity, etc. The problem of the extent to which use would be made of momentary quantities and certain derived quantities which might apply to the entire life of a specific individual will not be discussed further here. As soon as one describes the changes in standards of living systematically and precisely, and particularly their dependence upon other quantities, among which can be included some that are not customarily dealt with in economic research, quantities which characterize social life and the environment insofar as they are significant for our problem. The question arises as to how one can grade, or measure with the help of certain units, the separate quantities under consideration. So long as no specific scientific research furnishes the possibility of finding a general unit, and thus far there is a complete lack of one, we must seek to establish special units for every element of our silhouette of standard of living and, where this is impossible, to attempt gradings. The attempts to characterize the standard of living are like those which try to characterize the state of health. Both are multidimensional structures. But, even when we limit ourselves to one of the quantities of the state of health or the standard of living, it is still not easy to compare the state of health of one person or group with that of another person or group. To give one example, when the age grouping of two groups is different, then the same total mortality and morbidity rates take on a different significance, and one must somehow combine the age structure with mortality and morbidity in order to obtain comparable data. Here, as in the study of the standard of living, there is always the temptation to take a specific standard as a basis for comparison. For instance, one can take a standard population which can be combined with a standard consumption in order to arrive at a fruitful classification. It is obvious that the selection of such a basis is admissible only if the selection of another basis does not change the order of the quantities in question. We know from the comparison of living standards in different countries what difficulties arise when one takes a specific standard of living as the point of departure in order to relate all other standards to it. These difficulties recur with each of the individual elements of our silhouettes of standard of living. For certain special purposes, however, they have been partially overcome, so that it is only a matter of introducing considerations which are as yet lacking and, above all, of indicating how one can fruitfully construct silhouettes of standard of living out of individual elements. 5. Inventories of standard of living. The previous discussion shows in what way one can develop a consistent method of dealing with standards of living, one which will make it possible to fit such studies into general sociological, as well as economic research. We can regard the standards of living as defining the market relationships. This corresponds, in a certain sense, to existing tendencies in market theory. But the schematic characterization of our problem, the demonstration of the possibility of treating special concrete problems, is insufficient to make continuous practical work possible. For that a technique is needed comparable to those used in following the movements of certain quantities, namely, barometers of production, sales, etc. Statistics and descriptions of certain relationships must be developed in such a way that one could set up and compare inventories of standard of living for particular districts, whole countries, and/or the world at various periods. The theoretical analysis of the standard of living, briefly sketched above, is linked by the compilation of inventories of standard of living with those significant works, repeatedly undertaken since the middle of the 19th century for the special purpose of defining the living conditions of laboring groups in particular towns. Since these painstaking studies do not rest upon a common theoretical basis, they are difficult to compare and they have, in a sense, an insular character. The restriction of the studies to laboring groups sometimes prevents the establishment of concepts which would be suitable for considering the standards of living of all population groups in the same way. In planning inventories of standard of living, it is clear that only families or other groups are considered. The life of an average man in a specific group can be construed from the given data, assuming that the existing condition is characteristic. The delimitation of specific spatial areas or specific groups leads to difficulties which have been encountered in other studies and need not be dealt with here. It is perhaps not unimportant to point out that the customary approach to consumption and use requires certain modifications. 521. 522. It is not sufficient to determine how much garden land is available in the vicinity of the town or how many books per person. These quantities must be related in some way to the time during which they can be used. It means more to a worker to be able to use his plot of ground for 10 hours a week than for 2, and it means less than if he had 30 hours. In order to put these factors in their correct position, one might multiply the amount of garden land by the leisure time available. Similar problems arise constantly. They have as yet been dealt with only in exceptional cases, but never systematically, even though they are extremely significant for practical considerations. The inventory of standard of living also shows what individuals have made of given possibilities. The figures on real income indicate what can be bought with money income. The sum of real incomes is, therefore, a fictitious quantity which may be of value for certain considerations, but the inventory of standard of living gives us a view of the actual life of men. It can easily happen that some persons with the same income have a higher standard of living than others. They use their money in a different way. One can, then, compare the effective use with possible uses, but one must guard against the assumption that there is only one optimum mode of use, an assumption which repeatedly plays a role in economic theory. The inventory of standard of living can also be set up in cases in which one is not in a position to compare different standards of living. One could, for example, set up an inventory of standard of living for a district in China without having to know how to rank the different standards of living within that district, or without knowing how to compare that standard of living with those shown by the inventories of a district in the USA or the Soviet Union. To be sure, the systematic treatment of such inventories of standard of living presupposes that, in broad outline, one has certain assumptions as to which data might be essential for purposes of comparison. Scientists making such inventories of standard of living are comparable to research workers who make geographical surveys and note the quality of the soil, vegetation, etc. Without a specific theoretical orientation, the investigator will overlook or omit much that may later prove to be important. On the other hand, it is possible today to note down much that can only be profitably evaluated later, in order to set up new hypotheses or to test old ones in a new way. The analysis of standards of living becomes a sector of broader sociographic analysis, just as a study in social hygiene is a sector of the broader biological analysis of a specific region. Not all the important sociological elements need be of interest from the point of view of the standard of living, just as not all the biological characteristics of specific groups are of interest in the study of health conditions. On the other hand, we know that good research into health problems does not stop with an inquiry into the cases of sickness and death, but includes all data directly connected with the state of health. Similarly, research into the standard of living should include those data which experience has shown to be characteristic or important for the standard of living, such as social life, family conditions, and school relationships. One could conceivably include the appearance of certain conflicts, restrictions, etc., in order to obtain a good basis for establishing the state of felicity. The very precision in formulating the problem itself prevents us from slipping into unbounded activity and from gathering too much accidental material. For just as theoretical work suffers from the lack of opportunity to work up sufficient concrete material, so the amassing of observational material without a strict definition of concepts and a strict formulation of the problem can lead to a dissipation of the assembling of material. 6. Social analysis and research into standard of living. The inventory of standard of living presents, to a certain extent, the result of a specific social condition. The trend of the totality of living conditions presents the result of a social development. Large historical surveys indicate roughly in what way the stratification of standards of living within societies have changed the standard of living relief. 6. Societies having bold relief may succeed societies having low relief. One can compare the levels of these peaks of standards of living with one another by a casual glance, just as one compares the height of various mountain ranges, without necessarily being able to show exactly what definition was used for average height of the mountain range. But we know that a more precise statement of all such estimates is possible, even if it has not yet been done. Inventories of standard of living for characteristic areas of the United States, England, Italy, the Soviet Union and China, compared for the past few centuries, would be a valuable contribution to the analysis of the social development of these countries. It will not always be so simple, as has sometimes been assumed, to separate the influence of forms of social organization from the influence of other circumstances. It is just when one thinks that one has analyzed theoretically the total effect of a society upon the standard of living that such a control by means of concrete studies becomes particularly important. How far one can thereby progress toward prognosis depends, on the one hand, on the extent to which the elements of our description can be tied together by hypotheses. Where this is possible only to a slight degree, prognosis depends on the extent to which one can count upon a constant relationship between the complexes which cannot be analyzed more closely. We see the results actually produced by market analysis, but also that market analysis cannot prognosticate new social changes nor the conditions which might be conditioned by such changes. Prognosis in market analysis is based, above all, on the assumption that the total complex with which it deals will not change essentially. A more comprehensive social analysis would have to transgress the bounds of pure market research 7, as well as pure research into the standard of living in order to arrive at a general theory of society, for which so many preliminary studies are already at hand. Social analysis has so far been carried on in the most heterogeneous fashion. Whereas certain groups of concepts, sometimes very narrow in their application, have enjoyed the most scrupulous attention, others which we at once recognize to be important have been utterly neglected. Among the latter are the concepts of research into the standard of living. The reason for this neglect have been briefly pointed out here. They depend on the domination of that world of concepts which is linked with accounting. Accounting even becomes significantly noticeable where non-monetary concepts are used. With the establishment of the inventory of standard of living, the theory of standards of living automatically fits into the system of measurements in kind, which basically proceeds from the view that society produces the standard of living. Measurement in kind characterizes the point of departure in furnishing the data for further deduction. These fundamental data we shall designate collectively as the basis of life, environment in the broadest sense, supplies of raw material, all sorts of sources of energy, inventions, human abilities, existing towns, streets, trains, canals, etc., all things which, taken together and determined by means of specific measurements of quantity, are united into a structure. This always produces the standard of living, which can be similarly characterized by means of complexes of specific measurements of quantity. If certain problems of social analysis are treated by means of accounting, then only measurement in kind can show whether the results actually exhibit the gradation of given standards of living. In these standards we would especially include working time, leisure time, rate of accidents, morbidity and mortality rates, as well as housing, food, clothing, education, recreation, etc. Accounting does not show us whether a surplus production of iron was not obtained at the cost of a higher rate of accidents. We could conceive of an approach which would not only aim at calculating the amount of human labor time per ton of iron, as has been customary, but also the corresponding number of accidents and amount of leisure time. It follows that a computation which is concerned primarily with the profits of an industry and the sale of a product is primarily interested in the amount of work which goes into a ton of iron, assuming this can be defined with any degree of exactness. From this point of view, whether a ton of iron is extracted by a process which requires 12 working hours daily or only 6 is of no interest, assuming that the work pays the same. If we calculate that 8 hours are required for sleep, then, in the first case, there would remain 4, in the second 10 hours of leisure time. Social analysis, from the point of view of the standard of living theory, would automatically combine production with leisure time, accident rates, etc. At present this is done only occasionally, when, for example, certain accident problems or questions of insurance, which add to the cost of the production of iron, are discussed. Naturally, the leisure time, working time, accidents, etc., can also be distributed over the lifespan of the worker. The standard of living approach provides the opportunity for constantly keeping in mind the relationship of each social element with the standard of living, and it avoids the calculation of accidents apart from production. If a hospital having 500 tuberculosis patients cures 50, While 10 out of 50 nurses contract tuberculosis, it has accomplished less than another hospital which cures only 45 out of 500 but which sees to it that no nurse contracts the disease. If one makes two separate computations, the first hospital appears to be more effective, but not when one makes a combined computation. The standard of living approach compels us to keep the social process as a whole constantly in mind and to avoid the atomistic approach unwillingly forced upon us by accounting. All attempts to permit the general approach to work itself out by 525. 526. A detour through concepts such as national income and similar quantities only lead to unsatisfactory results, as this paper has shown. Since there has as yet been no complete theory of research in the standard of living, the numerous isolated theoretical remarks have not been discussed. That would require a separate analysis. Many fruitful suggestions are found in studies which have no bearing upon our method, while, on the other hand, some formulations in studies which are close to the approach suggested here are insufficient from a theoretical point of view. An analysis of all these efforts would require a study of the historical development of various ideas and cannot be included in an approach which seeks to operate in a direct constructive way. Research into the standard of living can be used in many ways. Above all, the whole set of social institutions can be compared within its framework. At any rate, whether or not one has in mind such comprehensive social problems, research into the standard of living, in the sense of developing a theory of measurement in kind, should gradually become an important scientific activity. 18 Late reflections on the theory of planning. Planning or managerial revolution, social engineering and the history of the future. Many people are today discussing the future type of society. Some of them try to analyze possible social patterns, social engineering as it were. Others try to predict what type of pattern will be applied to our social life, history of the future as it were. In the attempt to perform these tasks scientifically, we as empiricists collect what data we can from historians, from experts in human behavior, from scientists who deal with human and animal sociology, but one should avoid the frequent misunderstanding. Empiricism declares that only patterns we know from experience may be expected in the future. This misunderstanding is the less excusable as we expressly assume that human beings are particularly inventive not only in technical engineering, but also in social engineering. He who wants to predict a new invention in social life or in engineering has to anticipate this invention. But even such an anticipation is determined, since, as most of us agree, such inventions cannot be made in a vacuum, but in relation to some environment. Therefore we have to admit that as empiricists we cannot predict changes in our social structure as we might predict changes in the astronomical constellation, of which we think that all its future possibilities are predictable, though even that may be doubted by someone. How may we, as scientists, arrange our attitude towards our wishes to be the vanguard of those who form a future that is based on knowledge? All arguing implies selecting, and we cannot deny that such selecting is very often related to our fears and hopes. But let us make a distinction. Wishful thinking may be characterized as arguments deformed by our 527. 528. Attitude. It is refused by scientific sincerity, and I myself try to suppress this kind of attitude in myself, but let us speak of thinkful wishing, which may be characterized as a selection from scientifically confirmed arguments, which remain non-deformed. Let us wish thinkfully. Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West was widely read and fitted into theoretical and practical enterprise. Even today there are serious people who take this book and its arguments seriously. I tried long ago to demonstrate in my anti-Spengler not what his attitude implied or with what political aspects it might be connected, but to show that the way in which he supported his predictions was lacking in scientific seriousness, that insufficiently proved material and deformed arguments played a deciding role in his work. 1. The book, written during the First World War, predicted the victory of Germany Rome and the defeat of Britain Carthage within the framework of Spengler's historical analogies. If one showed the historical and sociological remarks to be unfounded, then not a few people answered with a certain shiver. Sure, but what vision! A similar attitude of writers and readers is not rare today. Therefore, as a scientist, I want to make some remarks on the technique of arguing about the future of our society, of which we know so little. These reflections came to me, when I found out that not a few people read Burnham's book on the future of our society and took his arguments very seriously. 2. Will the managers form a ruling group? The essence of Burnham's book is the thesis that the new society will be characterized by the managers being the rulers, just as the preceding period was characterized by the capitalists being the rulers, and the Middle Ages by the feudal lords. Burnham sees this type of society simultaneously growing up in Germany, Soviet Russia, Italy, and also in the United States, where the New Deal prepares the new society to a certain extent, and in other countries. He stresses the point that we should not distinguish between a capitalist or a socialist future only, as he thinks is usually done, but we should add as the third possibility the managerial society with the managers as rulers. Therefore, he maintains, the discussion whether socialists have to fight for the New Deal as a socialist success or to fight against it as a capitalistic effort in disguise is just as senseless as the discussion whether the traditional groups have to fight against the New Deal as a socialist invention or to fight for it as a suitable bar against the greed of the masses. A new type of society is in question, he maintains, the managerial society. The managers will run the whole show and the capitalists will try to transform themselves, if time is given them, into managers, as happened in Germany, or new individuals from the rank and file will become dictatorial managers, as happened in the Soviet Union, which, according to Burnham, is farther away from socialism than any other society. Burnham thinks that these changes may be brought about in various ways and that with the consolidation of the structure of managerial society its dictatorial phase will change into a democratic phase. The historical analogies he quotes and the analysis of the social structure he gives are weak. One cannot deny that one of the possibilities one may also take account of is that dictatorial groups will be in power. But, assuming we agree with the hypothesis that the free market will not prevail in the traditional way, just that social pattern which is in the making gives an opportunity for more varieties than our capitalist society did, that means far more freedom of single groups should such freedom be wanted. I do not think that the alternative capitalism socialism is as generally accepted as Burnham maintains. On the contrary, we have noted, during the last century, a bewildering variety of predictions and proposals that cannot be caught by this primitive dichotomy. One might think only of people like Henry George or Franz Oppenheimer who characterize a certain trend in social reform. A man such as Joseph Popper Linkoes, who made the first well-elaborated plan for a minimum standard of living of a society, could hardly be called a socialist. I think by asking the question who will rule the future society, Burnham bars many analyses from the start, since it could just as well be a quality of this future society that the localization of sovereignty would be somewhat more diffuse than today. Let us not forget that the picking order of hens teaches us a good lesson in unpyramidism. A hen once victorious in a fight remains the superior of the defeated hen, who will never again try opposition and will wait patiently until the superior has finished picking up grains. A may be the superior of B, B the superior of C, but, that is the point, in the hen world C may nevertheless become the superior of A, whereas A remains the superior of B. If we want to cover more possibilities we should avoid 529. 530. A phraseology which anticipates a certain kind of hypothesis. I think one could start today with a phraseology and a classification which leaves future answers as undecided as possible. Even before the First World War one discussed the question what the war economy would look like. The expression war economy was coined for giving a phraseological start to this comparative discussion, not anticipating that it would be a capitalist one with some unessential changes. From historical examples one could learn, that a transformation of the traditional market economy into a kind of administration economy seemed to be not unlikely. As long as 30 years ago, one could distinguish following types of societies for the discussion of future societies. Societies of type, productive capacity used distribution of condition of living. In and no destruction without privileges of produced material and no unemployment. With privileges in and destruction of without privileges produced material and unemployment. With privileges. This first rough classification is already sufficient for our task. Society may be represented by an administration society based on planning without particular privileges. The conditions of living may be distributed according to some scheme which may be applied equally to all persons. Such a society would usually be called a socialist one. Society would be represented by any kind of modern war economy, also by a Nazi economy and other types of administration economy, all these characterized by planning and by the avoidance of unemployment and destruction of already produced material. The social structure is not mentioned in this classification, which should be done in a sub-classification. Society is represented by no society under discussion. Why should a society, which afterwards distributes the conditions of living equally, destroy produced material or no unemployment? Society would be represented by a capitalist society where certain privileges and the accounting in money, with profits, etc., is indirectly related to slumps, unemployment, and the restriction of production. Some of the subclasses I have previously mentioned. 3. During the First World War a discussion started whether the administration economy would or would not survive, in one way or another. As we know, in the Soviet Union a certain type of administration society evolved from the war economy. Only a multidimensional classification would enable us to characterize this type in a way sufficiently clear for a detailed discussion. In the other parts of the world the market economy remained in power. Perhaps this time just the fear of unemployment, as Burnham also maintains, may lead even privileged groups to think of a far-reaching reorganization of society. Such a reorganization may be related sometimes to a reduction of privileges, sometimes to an increase of privileges. The power of single groups of the population may be affected in many various ways. Burnham predicts on one type of society, the managerial society. I think that this rigidity is closely connected with his phraseology and classification. I suggested starting in all such cases with silhouettes, for we select a multiplicity of qualifications, each of which may be present in different degrees. We so get a rich field of color with many hues and shades. Burnham, for example, in making his classification does not show the maximal combinations of power and wealth. Sometimes very powerful groups are not very wealthy and vice versa. He wants to characterize the managers as the rulers who have the maximum of power and the maximum of wealth, skimming the cream off all for themselves. Usually there are other combinations, too. Not even the powerful Junkers in Prussia were the wealthiest group in their country. It seems as if he regards the managers as a type of Carolingians who transformed their mayoralty of the palace into a kingship with pomp and power. Burnham maintains that the power of the managers has already been extended, both private enterprise and through the growth of governmental enterprise, but the managers are never secure, and can be discharged by someone, particularly by shareholders and other groups who have the ownership rights. 531. 532. Burnham stresses the point, and I think we can agree with him in this, that a few managers feel themselves handicapped by the need of a capitalist-predominated market when they want to improve organization and technical efficiency. Such managers, he explains, very often look on society as a gigantic factory and think they could make it more efficient, as they can make any factory more efficient. He thinks that even managers who today fight state ownership would benefit from the state ownership in their position as managers. We have the irony that is often repeated in history. Proofs from history and from social analysis. I characterized Spengler by his lack of historical background, and I think that this is a very serious defect in a thinker who does not bring forward new inventions of potential value for social engineers. I cannot be but suspicious of Burnham's historical analogies, when I read, example, that according to his opinion the majority of the population in the Middle Ages hardly knew money. How would he explain that just in the Middle Ages hundreds of feudal lords were particularly interested in coining and deteriorating money, or that in the 14th century Orsmius wrote his famous book on money, discussing problems which have been analyzed in the following centuries. The rigidity of his classification and his overstatements evolving from this attitude are so characteristic that a central part of Burnham's book would lose much of its vigor without these peculiarities. The question is not whether somebody likes the Soviet Union or not, but how to give a description of the Soviet Union that enables everybody to come to a judgment on the very complex pattern of this country. We may be led in our feelings by disillusionment, but as scientists we will try to give clear descriptions. In his explanation that the Soviet Union is wholly unsocialist, Burnham points out that in the Soviet Union 10% of the population get about one-half of the income, whereas in the United States 10% of the population get about one-third of the income. Without entering into a discussion about the correctness of this statement and other details of the discussion, let us say only this: from experience we know that workmen and other people interested in the living conditions of the masses, think two things to be important in a socialist society: that nobody gets less than a certain minimum, let us assume it to be 3 units in the example which follows. That nobody gets more than a determined multiple of the lowest paid income, let us assume 10 times the minimum in our example. The following two societies present a distribution of incomes as Burnham explains it. 533. Society Persons Income Group Income. 5x 4200. 5x 32 160 90x 4 360. 10% of the society get one-half of the income, the lowest income is over the minimum, the highest 10 times the lowest. Society Persons Income Group Income. 1x 240 249x 40 360 50x 21,000 20x 8 160 20x 240. 10% of the society get one-third of the income, the lowest income is under the minimum, the highest income is 120 times the lowest income. It is everybody's right to create his own phraseology, but Burnham uses here the expression socialist in a very unusual way. I think most people would agree that society shows more signs of socialism than society as far as distribution is concerned, in spite of the fact that in society 10% of the society gets half of the income and in society only one-third. These and similar examples teach us to be careful in accepting arguments brought forward by Burnham. I explained in the On Managerial Society, how war economy may be regarded as a particular kind of economy beside the peace economy of capitalist countries. Burnham rejects this argument wholly by maintaining that a capitalist nation fights its capitalist wars capitalistically, and he anticipated therefore that even in this war the capitalist nations will not end unemployment. Experience has 534. Taught us already that unemployment even in this war has ceased to play any role after a certain time, as it ceased to play any role during the First World War. The war itself shows us how a capitalist country may continue the payment of traditional sums of money to shareholders and not to a new group of ruling managers, but simultaneously eliminating all unemployment and all important restrictions of production. Whether or not we call this a society with capitalist privileges, but without profit as a determining principle, does not matter. It is one of the many possible administration societies and neither a traditional capitalist society, nor a managerial society, nor a socialist society. A well-evolved classification would provide us with proper names for this and many other types of society, which we venture to call administration societies, based on planning, but not managerial societies, that term being used in harmony with Burnham. Arguing is a hard job, and I always feel that even we scientists often say more than we can justify, therefore we have to learn to be cautious. Burnham, like many others, argues that the capitalist countries cannot bring forward any ideology comparable with the ideologies promoted by the managerial societies. He infers the attractiveness of the German New Order from the fact that there are so many fifth columnists in the United States of America. In England we find a minimum of fifth columnists as far as I can see, whereas countries into which the New Order is being introduced are full of fifth columnists who are fighting the Nazis, and even in Germany, I think, are more fifth columnists than in the United States of America. I do not deny that people who are fighting for some particular conviction are often particularly brave. I like to use this argument occasionally, but we should be careful not to use it too much, since we know even of slaves who fought very bravely for their masters and of mercenaries who sometimes fought like lions. The Homo sapiens, Nasti ipsum, is a strange being and we do not know much about his behavior. What shall we think of Burnham's arguments, when we read that the majority of the members of parliaments from the beginning probably have been lawyers? And I do not think we understand the functioning of parliaments better than before when Burnham explains that a law comes out of a parliament in a way not at all unlike that in which a price comes out of a market. Until now I thought just the reverse would more or less cover the happenings. A good deal is known about the history of management and bureaucracy. One gets the impression that Burnham did not use the material, collected example by Max Weber and others, the ideas of whom might have influenced Burnham to a certain extent. We know something about the administration economy of the state of the 18th century with its universal statistics on population, cattle, crops, and manufacture, which making of statistics was fought afterwards by the liberal movement for the sake of the secrecy of private property conditions. Comprehensive information, essential for all kinds of planning, has been withheld by a society based on competition. I should like myself to know more about this point than Burnham tells us. The book is full of a distorting metaphorical language. It makes no difference that Burnham tells us he is using a metaphorical language, when the language in question just destroys the relations we want to discuss. It is full of vague analogies, full of general remarks on historical laws of which we have not heard before, example that unemployment is a sign that a given type of organization is just about finished. World system of the future. Burnham predicts the division of the New World among 3 superstates, the nuclei of which are, whatever may be their future names, the previously existing nations, Japan, Germany, and the United States. According to Burnham, there seems to be good reason to believe that Russia will be split into a European and a Far Eastern half during the course of the next years. That is clear-cut prediction and we may test it in good time. Why should not this be one of the many combinations possible, but why has just this selection been chosen as the future? Burnham states that German technicians and managers moved into the Russian industrial enterprise much more than any publicist has yet imagined. I think that investigations after this war will show that this infiltration of German managers into the Soviet Union in later years did not go very far and can hardly support Burnham's thesis that the fusion of European Russia with the European center was going on. He deduces that and much more from the whole course of contemporary history. In a very old-fashioned way, Burnham bases these predictions on a hypothesis of the world imperia as it was discussed at the end of the 19th century, of course with a different outlook. Why should just Burnham's tripartition come true? And not another multi-partition? 535. 536. Based on the principle of autarky? Then the Soviet Union would have some chance, at least, of forming a fine specimen of autarky. But why should the old type of hypothesis remain satisfactory? We may, for example, imagine a future order based not on state pyramidism, if this term may be accepted, but on overlapping institutions, which do not coincide with any hierarchic world pattern. The area of national education need not coincide with the area of railroad administration, and this area may overlap a wide area of international fuel administration. The various worldwide plans may be correlated in various ways, and some international committees may provide as much of a centralized direction as seems desirable. Burnham barricades his way to such imaginings, by maintaining that such worldwide planning would be beyond the technical ability of any human group. This is an old commodity which will not sell and was used before in the fight against national planning. This argument is based on the assumption that the bigger the area, the more difficult is also the task. I cannot see any logic in this argument. Sometimes it is less difficult to manage a bigger enterprise as a whole than the smaller units which are its parts. One may be able to organize human beings in some factory without being in a position to understand the functioning of a human body in detail. I should think that the management of a world plan dealing with food or raw material, water power, or manpower would not be more difficult than the management of any big chemical plant with all its hardly accountable details. I think we have to readjust all our phraseology and hypothesis for such comprehensive arguments on world planning. Accounting in kind instead of the accounting in money only needs hard theoretical work, which has to be done before we can analyze successfully the new types of institutions and the behavior of single groups, which take part in building up a new society. Our whole vision will be changed when we start going through these details, through the arrangement of workmen and managers, of experts in knowledge and of experts in organization, and of people with privileges. I think our traditional phraseology, our classification, and our argument will not suffice, even if we added Burnham's managerial society. Decision and action. The importance of social scientists for the public is, I think, mainly based on the transfer of the results of scientific research made by sociologists, of the results reached by history, to social engineering. Social scientists cannot say anything unambiguous on future events, not even on the probability of such events. They can only demonstrate that certain hypotheses are in harmony with certain accepted hypotheses. The scientists cannot substitute the results of calculations for decision on these possibilities. Social sciences, according to Burnham, can predict the actions of social groups much better than one can predict some actions of individuals, the predictability of which he thinks is accepted at least by means of a probability calculus. He and others who are of the same opinion neglect the circumstances that all our predictions as to the behavior of individuals depend upon precedents and upon our hypotheses in question. There is not the slightest reason for expecting that we have a greater number of precedents as far as human communities in history are concerned than we have of single individuals. Who, for instance, could predict the future of the Roman Catholic Church at the end of the Roman Empire by using the material accumulated throughout the preceding centuries, where nothing of this type had appeared? Burnham declares he has no personal wish to prove the theory of the managerial revolution. One asks how he reaches his extreme decisiveness in making predictions which he does not even like. This decisiveness would even be unscientific in a case in which somebody fights for something and tries to get a justification for his doing so. Let us take into account the following consideration which is overlooked by those who handle probability arguments and present decisive results. They may show that something is much more probable, as they style it, than something else, but a great many people, greatly admired by us, by all and sundry, take great risks in action though they know the desired results are not regarded as probable outcomes. It is not a scientist's business to find out definite rules according to which somebody should be called a heroic leader of millions, another a gambler with the fate of millions. I can understand very well that someone should find few indications that mankind will reach peace, plenty, and freedom in the near future, but on the other hand, as a social scientist, I cannot see any reasonable argument which could demonstrate that a fight for these three sweet things is in contrast to the scientific hypothesis dealing with the possible future of mankind. If somebody wants to fight for these three things, democratic planning and socialism, he will. 537. 538. Find arguments which are not contradictory to any usually accepted scientific hypotheses. Burnham criticizes from an etymological point of view the fight for freedom, remarking that freedom to do something means also to be prevented from doing something else. That depends entirely on how we are using this expression. I should suggest using it for many kinds of multiplicity and toleration within a society. Then it can mean that some types of societies give more freedom, more multiplicity, more toleration than others. A new commonwealth based on peace, plenty, and freedom may not seem very likely, but on the other hand I should not say, as Burnham does, that evidence dictates not to try such things. There is no such evidence, or, speaking more cautiously, I do not know of such evidence. That is what scientific analysis of the sciences teaches us. If we may present one consistent hypothesis of the future of society, then we may present an indefinite number of such consistent hypotheses, also in harmony with our observation statements within a given realm of our discussion. That is no sophisticated whimsicality of some highbrows, it is the reasonable basis of free people who want to create their future. Therefore just this skepticism in argument is essential for a certain kind of freedom in our decisions and action, even if we want to remain in harmony with our scientific attitude. I see no reason why I should leave this glorious privilege of freedom of action and accept some rigid fixation of my activities by some predictions made by means of unscientific application of probability statements. As scientists we may spread knowledge, and use this spreading of knowledge for social actions, but we cannot spread a theory the unambiguity of which may determine decisions and actions as based on so-called laws of history. Ways of life in a world community **** how a social scientist may look at the future. Let us suppose somebody wanted to discuss future means of transport. By restricting himself to the collection and comparison of the known ways of transportation, he would limit his enterprise too much. His chances would improve if he could command his imagination properly and concentrate on the analysis of plausible inventions. Similarly, any collection of historically given material would be advantageous, if we were discussing the future of social structures, but, the conception of new ways of life would be of some importance, a kind of creative social engineering or scientific utopianism. We may invent new possibilities, but we shall not be able to invent all of them, because even invention is correlated to certain other social elements, which do not form part of our environment today. Unpredictability plays its part. As we are interested in the discussion of practical questions concerning a future world community, we should stick to this point and avoid dissertations on so-called historical necessity or historical forces which determine the fate of mankind, and similar phrases which indicate that some of our interlocutors pretend to a knowledge of a film which is as yet in the making. This unpredictability and making decisions concerning our future way of life are closely connected. Modern humanism enters a world community. Let us imagine various types of world communities and think of their different daily routines, their different kinds of administration and their differences in arguments and decisions. If a world community were based on one comprehensive world empire, a totalitarian outlook would not be out of the question, but in the present situation, some governments, based on military power, may perhaps try to create permanent peace and may support a kind of international tolerance and neutrality of arguing. We may learn from the history of toleration and persecution, that toleration has seldom been presented as a gift by one victorious and powerful authority. It appeared rather where various groups, which were in a position to fight, resolved to abstain from struggle and to create some modus vivendi. What many people tend to regard as the incompleteness of the world community, the diversity of power centers, may be connected with toleration. It may be the soil in which a kind of modern humanism may grow up. Later on, nationality may become. 539. 540. A matter of voluntary groups, as religion today, even if, at the beginning, the multiplicity of big and small states forms a rather incoherent community. Let us imagine what kind of arguments may be brought forward in a serious discussion concerning post-war reconstruction. If the participants mean business, and do not aim at the production of some speech or manifesto for home consumption, they will abstain from their peculiarities in religious faiths, philosophical views, or party lines. A debater will hardly impress a colleague who is a violent atheist, but who is fully prepared to cooperate with the others in providing help for distressed areas, with what he calls the Christian point of view. An Indian will hardly hope to convince a Bolivian that something must be done, because it is in harmony with the Hindu way of life, whereas he himself will remain unshaken, if another member of this body presents his general remarks as valid, because they are in harmony with what he calls dialectical materialism. The interlocutors will hardly discuss the world plan in terms of investment of capital, profit, and so on, but start with a reckoning in kind, which will be common to all. The Lend-Lease attitude forms a bridge from the traditional money reckoning to the plausible future reckoning in kind. Without any propaganda for humanism, the daily routine of worldwide planning by some international body will lead to it, by the practice of the day. One can learn something from the debates within and around a League of Nations, and from the behavior of the executives of international bodies, who have gradually acquired a kind of new loyalty and humanity. Louis Fisher and Gandhi have quite a different outlook and way of life. Nevertheless, a question brought forward by Fisher, in the well-known conversation, instigated a new declaration by Gandhi on the British Indian tension. Ways of life and ways of arguing. Any worldwide actions which are to some extent permanent will lead to serious alternations in our outlook. Within the central bodies, a kind of modern humanism seems very plausible, as connected with the daily business routine, but one has to think of the spread of these habits and attitudes, views, and arguments. Of course, that depends partly upon the extent to which freedom of speech is permitted in the member states of the future world community, but, even where this freedom is restricted, something of this world humanism will filter through the usual barriers. It will perhaps become manifest that there is a possibility of discussing actions in a common language and with common arguments, which may afterwards be translated into phrases which sound familiar to people accustomed to the language of some creed or party. Such a world community, with its social lingua franca and its modern humanism, will sharpen the analysis of scientists who deal with various social orders and ways of life. Whereas the anthropologists are concerned with this matter as far as ways of life are historically given, others may think of possible ways of life, of suggestions made, which have not been executed up to now or executed only insufficiently. Comparative studies in social engineering will try to classify the various ways of life, presenting, as it were, kinds of silhouettes, composed of the various qualities of such ways of life. The willingness to leave other people alone as long as they do not interfere with their neighbors may form one of the important qualities of a way of life. Willingness to think of other people's happiness as one thinks of one's own happiness may form another quality. It will perhaps be useful to distinguish between ways of life in which self-sacrifice has no limits, as far as the state or some deity is concerned, and those in which the personal conscience plays an important role and no order from the outside forces a person to think it a duty to persecute and torment his neighbor. Of course, certain ways of life look as if they were parts expressly written for certain characters, and these characters will perhaps excel when acting within a certain environment. But on the average, people of very different character types cooperate together, thus describing a certain pattern of life. Charles Morris, who tries to discuss a kind of future international way of life, correlates, I think, too many ways of life with character types. That does not alter the importance of his paths of life, where he gives a kind of modern humanism its position in the history of mankind besides Christianity or Mohammedanism. 2. Permanency in social structures. Social scientists are people with few resources when they try to predict historical changes. Who could have predicted, for instance, the extent of the religious and national persecutions carried out by the Nazis? Even today we can hardly analyze a sufficient number of parallels, such as the Inquisition in Spain and its persecution of the Moors and the Jews. Nevertheless, one sometimes succeeds in practice, in predictions, if one assumes that politicians and other men of action will not be very inventive. A century ago. 541. 542. Joseph Lowe maintained that politicians of a period have to apply what they learn in their youth, because they hardly find time to acquaint themselves sufficiently with the results of modern research and modern ways of arguing. That makes traditional ways of arguing so important. Self-preservation may teach politicians and administrators to support a certain permanency even within so-called progressive movements. If politicians were as modern as possible, they would have the fear that they might be outmoded by other people the day after who wanted to outstrip their predecessors. Therefore, one should try to find out what kinds of old traditions in literature and life can be found in the ways of life of our future world administrators. Many new attempts will hardly be made. That is one of the reasons why historical research helps us somewhat in imagining possibilities connected with traditions. Moreover, social collaboration is based on the expectation that at least certain patterns of behavior, if not certain institutions, remain unaltered to a considerable extent, that promises will be kept and agreements held relatively often. Any convention aiming at a planned world society will think in terms of trust, faithfulness, and loyalty. Preserving these elements of social permanency is of particular importance because once destroyed they are difficult to restore. Nations with long traditions in this field will perhaps appear particularly able in worldwide collaboration. The predictability of man's behavior plays a great part on social collaboration, and that is valid also where human groups are concerned. Planning introduces a certain kind of predictability insofar as certain alterations will be executed according to plan. But let us not overlook the fact that one cannot predict in a similar way the continuation of a plan and the growth of a future plan. A kind of predictability vanishes within a planned society, i.e. the wealth predictions, possible to a certain extent, on the ups and downs of market automatism and its business cycles. The tools of higher mathematics could be applied to that, but even these could not provide predictions about the continuation or the vanishing of the automatism and the application of this mathematical scheme. Educational support for world community. There are few hypotheses concerning the relations between education and social behavior. One cannot expect that where humanitarian doctrines are prevalent, people always behave in a more friendly way than in countries where aggression and rigidity are taught. The Chinese behaved cruelly to criminals in periods in which their literature preached kindness. We do not know to what extent a more cruel literature and other cruel presentations have to be regarded as a kind of harmless substitute. In former times people enjoyed the torture of criminals and animals very much in our countries. Perhaps cruelties shown in films are a substitute and instead of stimulating cruel actions they prevent them. But on the other hand one assumes that teaching some way of life is a kind of exercise. Reading of kind and human actions may be regarded as a procedure connected with conditional reactions. The imagined performance of an action may be a substitute for the actual deed. I think it useful to look comparatively at the literature of various nations and various authors and at the contents of single books, well known to many people. The wording of the American Constitution may be regarded as a subject of our investigation, but also the Arabian Nights or novels and of course any kind of bestseller dealing with political matters. From such a point of view one may look at Dante's Hell and ask whether it may be dangerous to susceptible people because it is full of cruelties partly based on Dante's personal resentment. In countries where kindness is traditional, a book may be regarded as not dangerous, which elsewhere might form an element of anti-human propaganda. Let us take Plato's Republic as an example. In Germany a sequence of authors exists, who, through generations, preached a kind of expansive nationalism, e.g. Lagarde. He explained that should the small un-German nations perish, it would be not only an advantage for the Germans, who would get their soil, but also for themselves, the poor wretches. Skolman and other people, who would object to Nazism proper, praised Lagarde and other authors as leading educationalists, sometimes pretending to be the keepers of an acknowledged philosophy. A German student with a relatively liberal outlook may learn that Plato has to be regarded as an authority in ethical questions. Then, hearing of certain hard and rigid teachings by nationalists on the suppression of the weak, he may not think them too bad, since Plato's Republic maintains, purity of the race is the highest ideal, marriage is a state institution for breeding purposes, military efficiency has to rule education, children have to learn bloodlust like young hounds. By looking at battles, all nations of the same blood should be united and fight the barbarians as natural enemies. Would it be unreasonable to think of reducing the authority of Plato's Republic in circles of German intellectuals by telling of other ways of life taught in antiquity and of authors who analyzed the Republic as a promoter of 543. 544. Merciless anti-democratic state totalitarianism. That does not imply the necessity of saying that Republic is the whole Plato. It would perhaps be useful to analyze books from this educational point of view comparatively in various countries. World community habit in the making. Literature and education form relatively small elements in the social fabric. As long as the social pattern in Germany remains unshaken, example the position of the Junkers and of the military caste, an altered education would be of a rather ornamental nature. Perhaps planning, now a fashion in many countries where it is not already in action, may be supporting a peaceful world community scheme even when local planning is not indispensable within this scheme. International or national planning as a measure against unhappiness deals at least with the main sources of raw materials and energy, with world tonnage and other elements of production and distribution. World schemes or national schemes, based on reckoning in kind, seem to be the appropriate tools for social security. We can, however, imagine planning in the following way, which is not connected with planning of lower levels of production. It is imaginable that a great variety of public authorities, cooperative societies, certain private groups and even individuals could act as they liked within a certain grand framework. The planning of it may just tend to increase the variety of possibilities compared with the variety today, restricted by petition and monopolies. The social security reached by means of planning may lack regional and city planning, which is today so much welcomed. On the other hand, regional and city planning, which are able to increase human happiness by cooperation, may succeed in their local tasks, in clearing slums, improving street arrangements, creating playgrounds and community centers, and social insecurity may remain, unemployment and restriction of production. Some of the leading nations may fail to use the productive capacity of the world. Nevertheless, the new way of life, which is connected with planning, may accustom people to the planning argument. People who now prefer planning, where it does not support social security, may be educated by this kind of organization for planning in spheres where it creates social security for all and sundry. This example may show how we can analyze not only educational, but also organizational habits, which may be essentially correlated to the making of a world community. How the masses will behave, what they will accept or reject, will be of importance, even when the first steps are made by governments under the pressure of war cooperation. The present situation will perhaps lead to a permanent world community. Today one can analyze what elements of aggressiveness may be found in capitalist competition, in Nazi and fascist expansiveness, and what elements of peaceful collaboration are to be found in planning. One can analyze the educational and organizational conditions under which a world community may grow up. Of course, one cannot reach very convincing and comprehensive results, but as long as one remains within a scientifically sound field, one may help to spread world community habits and world community arguments. Alternatives to market competition *. Let us be grateful to authors who show up concealed fascism. Professor Hayek's arguments are in line with those of Warner Fite and R.H.S. Crossman, who unmasked teachings in the Republic. In addition, he maintains that the planning slogans of today are not less totalitarian than those of Plato's Republic. We agree with Hayek that there are people who like planning as a new means of obtaining totalitarian leadership, and there are others who unwittingly support fascism by promoting certain principles of planning. But we cannot go all the way with Hayek in his relegation of all planning to this category. In order to discuss these problems seriously, one should analyze not only historically given examples, but also possible social patterns. One should consider, in particular, studies in the orchestration of ways of living. One can imagine a society which provides, through some representative body, for the acquisition of raw materials and foodstuffs, the distribution of which could be based on an orchestration of the various wishes of its members. There could be safeguards of the rights of smaller groups in matters which vitally affect their happiness. Groups of a certain size could have the right to their own particular periodicals, types of settlement, or even types of work. Majority decisions would only be obtained where unavoidable, as in the case of the central organization of certain items of production and distribution, or the fixing of the width of a railroad gauge for the whole country. Thus unification for its own sake, as a principle of social action, would be avoided. Of course, the discussion of such a possibility must start with reckoning in kind by avoiding the traditional cost and profit calculus, which is in itself one of the peculiarities of our market society. Professor Hayek seems to exaggerate his case by giving only one choice, between what he calls the freedom of market competition and the planner's unlimited totalitarianism. He never thinks of planning as a cooperative effort, based on compromise. Moreover, in fighting totalitarianism he thinks it one's duty to fight planning as well, and to support market competition. Just now, when democracy is at stake, one should not identify it with the dictatorial majority rule which suppresses minorities. We should prefer to regard democracy as the acknowledgement of nonconformism within a freely accepted social order. Hayek attacks particularly those who discuss planning for freedom. He does not analyze it seriously and declares dogmatically, without quoting instances, that the more comprehensive an enterprise is, the more difficult it will be to plan it, and that therefore world planning is beyond human ability. He underestimates the amount of restriction of production and of the destruction of produced goods. He does not even think it possible to eliminate poverty, and accordingly he paints a very gloomy picture of the post-war situation. He complains that no detailed account of a planned society has ever been drawn up. But in addition to the material provided by modern American and other writers, one should not forget the classical account elaborated by Popper Linkous, which was published at the beginning of this century. He explained that a few years of work would secure an adequate standard of living for all, and that more work would secure luxury. It is a pity that Professor Hayek calls to his aid Burnham, who also speaks of only two possibilities without proving his case. One, Professor Hayek thinks that if in Central Europe the free market were to be replaced by any kind of planning, nothing but the naked rule of force would result. He does not think of any compromise which could bring an increase of happiness to these peoples. Of course, there are difficulties, where haves and have-nots are concerned. 2. But why should the Norwegian fishermen have to lower their standard of living in order to raise the level of existence in Portugal? Perhaps both could rise together, with that of Portugal doing so more rapidly. World planning based on cooperation would perhaps give rise to a worldwide feeling of responsibility for other people's happiness. Professor Hayek praises market competition because it does not call for this feeling of responsibility and conceals so many problems. Today it is fashionable to shift the blame for unpleasant social happenings onto others' shoulders. Professor Hayek assumes that all supporters of planning, socialists and non-socialists alike, are unscientific and support totalitarianism, often unintentionally. He even thinks that the tendency towards more careful argumentative analysis supports totalitarian absolutism. But just this tendency shows that empiricists who argue scientifically, are rather skeptical and envisage several possibilities, fighting any pseudo-rationalism which regards one solution as the only and best. 547. 548. What would Professor Hayek answer if the tables were turned on him? Is it so unlikely that some people, seeing only Hayek's or Burnham's alternative of totalitarianism with full employment to a free market with the usual booms and slumps, will choose the former with tears in their eyes? Is it so unlikely that people who think of planning for freedom will be in a better position, when stating their case against the painful market society of the past and against dictatorial planning, based on totalitarian fascism? 19. After 6 years*. A period of terrible war and persecution has shaken not only Europe but the whole of mankind. And even the present situation looks very gloomy. But many people who survived this hell are able to carry on in various fields of private and social life. Most of them continue what they did before and often during the disturbances of war and persecution. Some look at this war as some extraordinary disaster of mankind and think life now less worth living in a world in which such cruelties are possible. I think this attitude is partly based on an insufficient realization of what happened in history before. Some centuries ago Europeans destroyed an American civilization entirely. We know of the persecution of Jews, Arabs, heretics, and other groups within Europe. We know of millions of Armenians who perished in the 19th century massacres and of many other terrible events all over the world. I should rather think our present civilization with all its customs and costumes, with its art and science, shows resilience to any kind of upheaval. But many people take a different view of history, whether a catastrophe befalls themselves, their kith and kin, whether it befalls people in far-away countries, or people in the past. I even think that many people did not resist the gradual growth of modern horror, because they did not feel much abhorrence of past terrors and of terrors in countries far away. On the contrary, they had learned to call terrible periods, terrible politicians, and the writers of terrible books great. That is the reason why I think that social studies connected with the fostering of a sense of social responsibility might be of some importance. The fact that human history is, by tradition, so much made of war and persecution has a comforting element in it. It helps us perhaps to bear better all these depressing happenings and to create happiness even within such surroundings, just as other people did before. In all countries, even in those which have been heavily punished by the war. 549. 550. Scholarly activities are developing. There is an increasing number of people who look at scientific research as a means of a comprehensive planning of social life, which will be more secure and more happy than before, assuming that one will succeed in overcoming slumps and booms with unemployment and restriction of production. In fact, one meets today even sometimes more hopefulness than some decades ago, and one thinks sometimes that people believe too much in a kind of automatic increase of happiness after some changes in organization have been effected. But however one may look at history and present happenings, it is a fact that intellectual life is continuing its traditions all over the world. Our Dutch friends, interested in intellectual coordination and synthesis throughout the nations, want to see the unity of science movement playing a part within such a framework of possible international cooperation, as it tried to do before. They have encouraged us to continue the publication of the Unity of Science Forum. We appreciate this tenacity and are now publishing that issue of the Unity of Science Forum whose publication the Nazis suppressed, exactly as it has been preserved throughout the occupation period. Here it is. It would need some comprehensive research to give an adequate picture of the Unity of Science movement during the war. Perhaps it may be of interest to some of our readers when I tell something of a more personal character. This short introduction does not even pretend to anticipate a real survey, which will be given by various collaborators in subsequent issues. Just as the Second World War started, the Fifth International Congress for the Unity of Science took place at Harvard, Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, from 3 to September 9, 1939. We listened to Roosevelt's radio speech on the evening of the opening of the Congress. Some of the European members of the Congress found shelter in the USA, e.g. Kraft, Oppenheim, Tarski. Kelsen returned first to Europe and came back later on. I myself returned to The Hague, the seat of the International Institute for the Unity of Science. In May 1940 I, together with others, reached the British shores after travelling in a motor lifeboat, picked up by a British destroyer. We thus joined scholars who either belong to the Unity of Science movement in the narrower sense or have been connected with it. Of the former Vienna Circle the following had already been working in the USA: G. Bergman, R. Carnap, H. Fagel, P.H. Frank, K. Gödel, C. Hempel, K. Menger, R.V. Mises. In Great Britain there was F. Weismann. The following are either in the UK or in the USA: E. Brunswick, A. Herzberg, H. Geiringer, O. Helmer, F. Kaufmann, K. Korsch, K. R. Popper, H. Reichenbach, L. Rogier, M. Strauss, L. Wittgenstein. H. Gompertz and E. Zilsel, who reached the USA from Europe, died there. Hosiassen and her husband Lindenbaum died, as far as we know, in Poland. K. Grelling is missing, deported by the Gestapo. J. Jorgensen and N. Bauer, A. Ness, F. Enriquez and our Dutch Signifix friends are alive, some of them after dangerous adventures. All of us, who reached the USA or Great Britain, came in contact with our American and British friends who did so much for us. We have to deplore the loss of L. Susan Stebbing, who died after a long illness. We shall speak of her in the forum where we are now publishing 2 short reviews she wrote in 1939. Of course, during the war, contacts between the USA and Great Britain were somewhat restricted but never interrupted, and we all have been able to do something for our scientific purpose. The International Encyclopedia of Unified Science published in the meantime some further monographs: The Development of Rationalism and Empiricism by G. de Santillana and E. Zilsel, Foundations of the Social Sciences by O. Neurath and Foundations of Physics by P.H. Frank. 1. The Journal of Unified Science and the Library of Unified Science could not be continued during the war, but will continue now. Kurz's Lehrbuch de Positivismus by R.V. Mises came out just before the Nazis entered the Netherlands. A certain amount of the edition reached the USA too. I clearly realized the tendency within our movement to deal with actual life when I looked at Stebbing's Ideas and Illusions, the preface dated Tintagel, April 1941, where the school she and her friends had organized had been evacuated from London. Here she continued her fight against muddled arguing, as started in philosophy and the physicists and in her A Modern Elementary Logic, which was intended to be a book for students, some of them in the army, without any guidance from a teacher. 3. I speak of these details, because they clearly show how persistent scientific life is. Charles Morris, usually dealing with the theory of signs, published his Paths of Life. Preface to a World Religion, in which he tried to coordinate various ethical approaches to with certain types of human behavior, for he allows some space to the Matrion. 551. 552. Path of Generalist Detached Attachment, which, he thinks, could form the basis of a future international humanism. Of course, Bertrand Russell has continued the fight against distorted arguing. In 1943 he published in the USA An Outline of Intellectual Rubbish, a hilarious catalogue of organized and individual stupidity, where he attacked many market slogans and catchphrases. He published a selection of his essays under the title Let the People Think. His comprehensive work A History of Western Philosophy, which characterizes Platonism as a kind of fascism and Rousseau together with some others as dangerous romantics, has just come out. 5. I think these few examples show with what energy people of our movement worked during the war, and how they tried to be in contact with topical questions which are of interest even to the man in the street. I should say that my Foundations of the Social Sciences is also an example of this attitude to treat our work within logical empiricism as something which serves everybody immediately by reducing the number of prejudices. I do not think that one can distinguish between the problems of scientists and the problems of the man in the street. In the end they are more interlinked than people sometimes realize. Any synthesis of our intellectual life, any orchestration of various attempts to handle life and arguments, should never forget these far-reaching social implications. I started studying Mach, Avenarius, Duhem, Poincaré, as perhaps others did in the same way, mainly from a scientific point of view, feeling that the traditional self-confidence of scientific absolutism did not harmonize with the relativism of scientific practice. Even before the First World War, one realized that acknowledging a kind of primary pluralism in our scientific approach has also its consequences for our daily life. If science enables us to make more than one sound prediction, how may we use science as a means of action? We can never avoid a decision, because no account would be able to show us one action as the best, no computation would present us with any optimum, wherever actions have to be discussed. Therefore decision plays its part in any kind of scientific research as well as in our daily life. That is the reason why I stress the unpredictability as an essential element of empiricism, thus repudiating all attempts to use univocal historical predictions as the basis of social actions. I try to stress the point that any kind of intellectual absolutism should be avoided as not being in harmony with our scientific practice, which is of the same type as our everyday life. That is one of the reasons why I think that one should carefully analyze the works of our friends which deal with calculus under many aspects, sometimes, I think, introducing a kind of intellectual absolutism without knowing it. The technique of building up a scientific language which serves all of our scientific activities has been highly improved during the war. Carnap's studies in semantics deal with calculus problems, the importance of which I do not presume to judge. 6. In these papers, which are more or less in harmony with Tarski's well-known investigations and with Charles Morris' studies on signs, I and also E. Nagel and M. Strauss discover a kind of Aristotelian absolutism. Even if one tries to distinguish between what Carnap calls the semantical concept of truth on the one hand and the expression truth on the other hand, as far as it belongs to the same family as verified, confirmed, etc., I think it is already dangerous if one tries to start, not from factual statements as compared with other statements on various levels, but speaks of designatum, i.e. of a fact and its name, of the relation of signs to their objects, etc. All these discussions are going on, war or no war, and they will lead perhaps to some further fruitful analysis. Clearly connected with these studies are papers dealing with confirmation and its degrees, as published by Carnap, Hempel, and others. 7 Here too I see a tendency away from the pluralism of logical empiricism, which does not enable us to start from one given basis of judgment, as would be needed, when speaking of confirmation and its degrees. Pluralism seems to lead to an orchestration of statements in any case, leaving many things open to choice and decision, which even many of our scientific friends want to handle by means of a univocal calculus. Perhaps the discussion concerning the probability calculus is also with flavors of some absolutism of approach. 8 Even when Carnap suggests to speak of two types of probability, which only have the name in common, there remains the difficulty to apply a calculus with an infinite collective to empiricist groups of items to which the expressions finite and infinite can hardly be applied. 9 R.V. Mises and H. Reichenbach, who treated these problems at our congresses, have further evolved their explanations. 10 Since this field of arguments is 553. 554. Linked up with so many sciences, the outcome of this debate will be of some importance for the unity of science movement, which is not directly interested in the details of a particular scientific discipline. I think that all of us, who tried to do something for the creation of a kind of universal jargon as a lingua franca for the sciences, support the intellectual synthesis by providing people with the proper means of a communication of argument. The cooperation based on logical empiricism does not substitute a kind of new empiricist dogmatism for the dogmatism of metaphysical speculation, as some of our critics think. Having a universal jargon in common does not imply that the same scientific laws have to be valid in the various fields of scientific research. Even for the discussion of all the differences in our arguments we need a common language, that should be, we think, the universal jargon of logical empiricism. Terminological empiricism, as I call it, tries to stress the fact that a selection of everyday expressions is suitable for building up the universal jargon and, more than that this selection of everyday expressions is sufficient not only to form the basis for mutual understanding, but also to be the basis of all our scientific enterprises, which are finally rooted in the big mass of protocol statements. Metaphysical speculation as such is dividing human beings and preventing them from creating such a lingua franca and, in our opinion, the basis of scientific cooperation. The pluralist approach of logical empiricism does not support any kind of totalitarian outlook. Of course, people may behave intolerantly even being empiricists, but they are not in a position to use the results of logical empiricism for creating the rule of one and only one ideal. Logical empiricism rather nourishes a kind of orchestration, as Horace Collin calls it. Therefore, thinking in terms of comprehensive planning in the social field does not imply the exclusion of variety. On the contrary, one can imagine that people acknowledge pluralism as an element of life. Arguing along these lines, one realizes a greater variety of ways of life within our society by means of comprehensive planning than people would have even thought of before. But all that, I consider, forces us to think from the start that the system of our knowledge is not, as some scholars believe, a good model of our scientific purpose, but a kind of encyclopedia in which even contradictions may appear, which one tries to localize so that they are not infecting the whole body of our scientific fabric, as 1. 555. Should expect if the sciences together would be regarded as parts of a consistent system of statements. These fundamental problems of what one may call encyclopedism are within the unity of science movement of some topical importance. I hope that the Unity of Science Forum will be in a position to create a kind of platform on which all kinds of discussions may take place which aim at dealing with these and similar problems, ranging from the analysis of language to the analysis of social organization.